Okay, today is Tuesday, January 11th, 2022. Are you all getting that down when you're signing things? We'll remember for about 3 weeks and then we'll go back to the 21. But I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order, and then we'll check in with each of our supervisors and give them a chance to say hello as well. And usually we just go through a numeric cycle here. So I'll reach out to District 1, Supervisor Patrice Horstman.
Yes, good morning. And Chair, I'm still writing 2019, so I'm not sure I'll ever get to 2022. Anyway, yes, good morning, everybody. It's a beautiful day here in Flagstaff. Still have snow on the ground. I love that. Hopefully some more will be coming in the not too distant future. I already said Happy New Year to everyone because we had an opportunity to have a special board meeting for Senator Toffoli. But Happy New Year for those that didn't attend the special board meeting. So thank you, Chair.
All right. And welcome, Patrice. Yeah, I'm still writing 1900s, so the other century. So next we have District 2, Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez.
Morning, everyone. I'd like to thank everyone for being here this morning and the public that's watching and listening to everything we're doing so that they can see that we're doing the things that we're in charge to as public servants. And so I just want to say thank you to the staff for getting ready for this new year. And this is our first new board meeting for 2022. So I'm excited to have a good meeting. Thank you.
All right. Great to see you, Geronimo. Next is District 4, Supervisor Judy Begay. Judy?
Good morning, everyone. I just want to say thank you for joining us, the public and also my colleagues and the staff. Thank you very much for coming on, and I'm looking forward to today as far as getting items discussed and see what we can do to help the organization move forward. So thank you very much, staff and everyone else.
And it's great to have you, Judy. Next, we have our Vice Chair in District 5, Supervisor Lena Fowler. Lena.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, my colleagues and staff. I just want to encourage everyone to stay positive in this 2022. I believe that great opportunities are before us, and let's all I know that it's we have many challenges and sometimes we struggle, but let's pray and let's all just stay positive. And I look forward to this new year. And I just would like to wish everyone that it be healthy and lots of great success and opportunities come your way. And today we have a board meeting, and I'm really excited we're back into our board meeting now. Thank you so much.
That's right, a new year. Welcome, everybody. We're all alive and kicking, so let's do what we can do, huh? It's up to us to make it a wonderful place, which we certainly live here in a wonderful place. Next item of business is our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. So if you could all rise and join me, those that have the ability to rise. And if you don't have a flag, face to the east and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. And I'm glad. What a wonderful country. Next item of business is the call to the public. And call to the public is a courtesy the board offers to provide an opportunity for individuals to bring an item to our attention that is not on our agenda. And what I'll do is I'll ask our clerk of the Board of Supervisors, Lindsay Daly, to explain how you can participate in the call to the public.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. If you would like to make a comment at this time, you can hit the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. If you hover towards the bottom, that it's an icon that looks like a hand. And if you click on that, we will be alerted that you want to speak. And if you are on the phone and you would like to speak, the way to raise your hand and alert us is by hitting *9.
Okay, just give it a second or two.
And we, Chair Ryan, we do not have any comments in our email comment inbox at this time.
Okay, and I'm not seeing any by the other means either, nor are you, right, Lindsay?
Correct. There are no hands raised.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and continue with the meeting, and I'll close the call to the public at this point. And the next item that we have before us is our consent agenda. And our consent agenda is routine in nature. Instead of taking an individual vote for all items, we take a single vote unless we have an item separated. And this is the items that we have are listed, items 1 through 13 that are in our consent agenda. Are there any items that we need to separate? And actually, before I go there, Steve, can you kind of make note of, we do have an item associated with the distribution of test kits, but we'll hear about that later. Can you explain that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, item 14, I believe, actually it's item
9.
Item 9 pertains to purchasing, acquiring test kits for COVID. We will be speaking to this in more detail, additional detail, when Kim Musselman presents her COVID update. So I would ask if the board has questions that they could hold them for that portion of the agenda. However, if there's a question on the actual procurement of those would be relevant, that would be relevant to your decision on the item itself. You can certainly raise it at that time. But again, we'll be going into that in more and more detail during Kim's report later in the agenda.
Yeah, and I'll probably clarify a little further. We know we need test kits. You see what we have in the documents. If it's not set up appropriately, then we can separate it. If you would like to comment on it, we're going to cover this later rather than doing it twice. We'll have an opportunity to speak to the good components with that. So I'm pausing, checking in with the board. Are there other items that the board might consider for separation with the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Not necessarily on consent, but with regard to the agenda in total, the last item for today, item 28, speaking of the items that was related to ARPA, the business supports, staff is recommending that we postpone that item to a later date. We need to do additional work on that. So again, we're not prepared to present that item today as planned, but we'll come back to the board at a future date to have those discussions. And so at whatever point in time you feel appropriate, Mr. Chair, a vote to table that item would be in order. Again, it's your call on this item. Thank you.
Okay. Well, actually, that's a great idea. We can let's get through the consent stuff. We can bring that up just after we get through the consent items before we go into further items, and then we can pull that up and see if that will be the will of the board there. Okay, while we're on consent though, I'm not seeing anybody asking for items to be removed, so I'll consider a motion. Looks like Supervisor Horstman is raising her hand out there.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Chair, and also County Manager, with regards to the explanation on 9. So given that explanation, I would hereby move that we accept the consent agenda as presented, and that's my motion.
All right, I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. I need a second.
I'll second the motion, Mr. Chair.
I have a second by Vice Chair Fowler. Any further comments on consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. All right, and good luck to our staff for putting these items up here and getting them moving. Next item, we need to resolve as the Blood Control District Board of Directors. I need a motion to do so.
I motion to go to the flood control district.
Second the motion.
I have Supervisor Vasquez in there with the motion, slightly ahead of the second of Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
All right. We're now acting in the capacity as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. And we have two items for consent. Usually we pause to see if a supervisor wants to separate an item. Supervisor Horstman, and I believe Supervisor Vasquez and Supervisor Fowler. Oh gosh, number 14, is that what you'd like to separate?
I would like to very much separate number 14 and get an update and some information from our staff on this.
Okay, and I'll check in with Supervisor Vasquez, that too. Is that what you're
Yes,
looking
please.
at? Okay, Supervisor or Vice Chair Fowler, Lena, do you have another item, or you would like just the separation of 14 here?
14 and 15, please.
Oh, you want to separate 15 as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're not going to go through a vote. We'll consider each item individually. So let's bring up item 14. And we'll ask, it looks like Lucinda Andriani is our administrator of the Flood Control District. So I'll start with Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, if you want me to make I'm looking forward to hearing from Lucinda. And, I just want to indicate at the outset, I think this is an excellent idea. I fully support an audible siren system. I think this is, in fact, an important tool for the health and safety, and especially of those that live in that museum fire scar flood area neighborhoods. And many of us grew up in tornado country, and I certainly can remember our community did have an audible siren and still being used, as a matter of fact. And it is a great tool for emergency management and for emergency notification. I'm glad to see that it's joining the RAGE cell phone notification system. I think that's excellent, but not everybody has a cell phone. And quite frankly, not everybody doesn't have their cell phone with them, although on the Board of Supervisors, we always have our cell phone with us. But most people don't always have a cell phone with them. And so this is a great way to notify folks that live in the area or happen to be in the area, children, when they're out playing. I think this is a wonderful and important tool for us to institute here for health and safety management. So I look forward to hearing more about it, and I'm very pleased to see this on the agenda. I want to thank the staff for this.
Okay, and you've asked for a presentation. Let me check in with the other supervisors real quick. Did you want to ask questions or comment beforehand? I'll go to Supervisor Vasquez. He was the next that.
Yeah, I just, first off, I just want to say that I want to thank the staff for bringing this to us. And we did listen to the community over the summer, and the request for an alarm system was out there, and people were asking for this. And so the staff heard you, and here's the result. We have a proposal for an alarm warning system. And so I just wanted to say thank you for the staff for following through and getting this to this point so that we can hear more about what this system will look like and what it'll sound like. And so that way we can be better prepared. We know that we have the potential for future floods. This isn't going away anytime soon. And this is something that we need for the safety of our communities. So thank you.
All right. And then I'll turn to Vice Chair Fowler. Lena, did you want to go now or wait until after?
I'm gonna wait. I just want to hear an update on this. It's really good to know that communities are being heard and community members, and just want to hear more about it. It's a really good opportunity for updates.
Okay, and before I bring Lucinda up, I'll respond to Supervisor Horstman's comment. I was surprised you didn't mention a nuclear attack and the training back at in elementary school and stuff like that. That's where all the fire districts inherited their sirens once upon a time. But just a little historical dated component that goes along.
Well, I will tell you, Mr. Chair, even in boarding school, we were always jumping under our desk.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yes. All right. So Supervisor Begay, before I bring Lucinda up, go ahead, Judy.
I just want to say I'm glad that this is before us, but I think, it should be used for any kind of emergency all the way around. in all over in the city of Flagstaff. I'm not sure if there are other areas that we need to do this for also that have emergencies that come up within our communities. So I just want to make that comment, and then I'll wait for the presentation and see if I have any questions beyond that. Thank you.
Yeah, and that it'd be great to have the presentation because I'm sure Wes will have comments on there are times you use them, times you don't, that kind of thing as well. Lucinda.
Thank you, Chair and Board of Directors. We're pleased to bring this forward. I think as it was noted, the community made this request, and although I think we've had tremendous success, not only within our own area using the emergency notification system RAVE through the cell service, that having this additional opportunity to alert people. And I want to really emphasize, to me, I think one of the keys is children playing in the area, and that piece in particular. Although we know that carrying cell phones, the percentage now is extremely high throughout our area and the country, that many times children don't, and frankly, when they're playing, they may not be paying attention anyway, right? And so I think for this particular area specifically, given the number of children, I think it's a really important addition to our notification system. And importantly, it does interface with RAVE. We're specifically purchasing a system that will work in tandem with RAVE, with the goal that we don't have missteps between the systems. And so I really want to recognize Wes Deason did the research on this. He's on as well, can answer any specific technical questions. But right now, the next steps, if you choose to approve this, will be that we'll issue, of course, a purchase order to the firms that will be setting this up. They will do a technical analysis. We've had a preliminary look at the area. Not sure if it's going to require 2 or 3 sirens, but it will be focused on the Paradise, Grandview, and Sunnyside areas, and we'll get they will do their assessment and determine what's needed in terms of proper coverage for that area, and then we'll go about the installation effort. The goal is to have this installed, of course, before the monsoon season. Given supply chain issues right now, that was one of the reasons we brought it so soon in the year, is that we want to be able to get the equipment ordered immediately so that it can be installed prior to monsoon. No guarantee, because it's all based on getting the chips and all the equipment that has to go with it. But certainly that's our clear goal, to have it installed by monsoon. So fortunately, one of the state agencies has committed to supporting the purchase financially to the tune of 75%. And so we'll be sharing that remaining cost with the city of Flagstaff. So it'll be a partnership between the state, DFFM, as well as the district and the city. So that's really great to have their support in this effort as well. So with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions, as is Wes.
All right. Actually, I'll go ahead and ask Wes to come up and just to explain a little bit more in terms of there will be specific procedures for how these are, how it's used. And so,
well, and I think before Wes starts too, I just want to emphasize that the system that we use now to identify, we have specific thresholds at which time the system is activated for the areas. Those will not be changing as a result of the addition of the siren. So the thresholds, as those thresholds are met and the areas are notified, the system will respond in accordance, and they will respond simultaneously with the cell activation as well. So the cellular phone activation. So it won't change that process that we use, flood director and who's monitoring, the cameras. We've had additional cameras installed up in the flood area, in the area above the city and above Mount Eldon Estates. We've had additional cameras as well. So we have, I'll say, more intelligence now as well as to what is flowing where, what's the level of stream flow that we're seeing, the level of rainfall, and so forth. And so I think we've got a really solid system now in terms of the warning system. And again, this is being invested in because in this specific area, because of the fire, we have repetitive and severe flooding that's taking place. This isn't just random monsoon activity. This is repetitive, as Supervisor or Board Member, Board of Director Vasquez indicated. This is something that will continue and will continue for some time. So thank you. So Wes, anything you want to add?
Wes,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair? Wes, if you would explain rave.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Chair, Board of Directors, thank you for your time this morning. So I'll start off very quickly with that answer. Vice Chair, Rave Solutions is the emergency notification system that we currently contract with out of Emergency Management to deliver emergency messages out to the public in times of need. To accomplish that, we can use email and text are the two most common methods. We can also use social media. All of that is kind of determined situationally, depending on what we're trying to notice and how fast and so forth. So there are some decisions we make at the time, event specific, about how we deliver the messages. To the chair's point, we are very, very judicious in the use of this system. It is a very powerful tool to reach out and communicate with our citizens, but it is a tool that a mistake is not allowed. We all saw the Hawaii mistake several years ago. We are very careful. We do have procedures for this. We have redundant review of any message before we deliver it to make sure that we don't have those types of mistakes. In the case of the siren system here specifically, I think one of the key things to point out here, and Lucinda touched on most of it, is this is not sirens of yesteryear. This is not sirens that many of us remember back in the civil defense days. This siren system is activated through Rave at the same time, which is really important so that we didn't add yet another process. You know, when we have a storm hit, we have a very narrow window of time, for example, to notify. So we didn't want to add another process. So this accomplishes that. This system delivers both audible alarms. There's 13 different siren sounds that it can make, but it also delivers voice messaging. It will deliver by voice the same message that we are delivering in text and email. So if you're out there, Lucinda's example, if you're out there and you're in the wash weeding or playing in the wash, you'll actually visibly hear the message. Get out of the wash, get to high ground, shelter in place, things like that. You will hear that message over the sirens. We currently have, we believe, between 3 or 4 arrays that will be erected to cover from Paradise all the way down to Route 66. And those arrays will give us complete coverage of the entire area. Once we do have, if we have passage today, we plan a kickoff meeting with Alertus. Alertus is the company that will provide this service to us. We'll have a kickoff meeting with them in the next week or two, and we'll get them technically on the ground so they can do an actual assessment and locate the best place for all these sirens. So there will be procedures. It is definitely an advance in technology. It's much better than what was available in the past. And we are very confident the company has committed to prioritizing our project so that we are in fact ready to go before monsoon 2022. Glad to take more questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, fantastic. Supervisor Vasquez, Geronimo.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Wes. Appreciate that. My question was regarding to our partners. Is this funding is coming from the flood control district? Are there any other contributions to this, or is this funding going to be the funding that covers this whole alarm system?
Of
So-
we're also securing funding from the Department of Forestry and Fire Management through legislation that was passed last year in support of the response to the fires that occurred. They have committed up to 75% of the funding for the siren system. And then the remainder will be split between the city and the flood control district. So we're splitting that other 25% with the city. So it's a partnership effort to fund this project, which we're really pleased and very appreciative that DFFM stepped up to support this effort.
Thank you.
All
I have a
right.
question.
Go ahead, Supervisor Begay, Judy.
So this $171,518 is the part of the 25% that's being shared with the county, the city?
That's the total cost of which we'll be responsible for, basically what 12.5% of that total cost. So
that's our
we're
cost.
splitting the 25%. No, the total cost of the project is 171,000.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. I understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions on or comments? Supervisor Horstman. Patricia.
Yeah, Wes, that a way to make Chair Ryan and I feel like dinosaurs.
That's right.
I remember the system as well, ma'am. I do.
Yeah, I was baiting. Yeah. Actually, the neat thing and not as sophisticated, but similar system we have down in Oak Creek Canyon as a result of the slide fire. And as Wes had noted, as Lucinda had noted, and each of you, this is predominantly to let those know that are living in the neighborhoods, but it goes beyond that. In Oak Creek Canyon, it was very effective, not for the full area, but a lot of the backcountry. It did alert people of potential flooding. And so, that note about children down in the wash is really a good example of this is how it could be used for safety measures. So what I would do, this is predominantly in District 2, it crosses over District 1 as well. I would suggest that unless we have further questions, offer the opportunity for Supervisor Vasquez to make the motion here.
Sure, thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we consider and take action to approve the FY22 budget amendment in the amount of $171,518 to the Coconino County Flood Control District and approve the purchase of a siren warning system for the museum post-fire flood-prone neighborhoods in the city of Flagstaff.
I have a motion by Supervisor Vasquez. I have a second by Supervisor Horstman. Any other comments? Not seeing any, I'll call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
All right, any
Aye.
opposed? Judy, that's an aye, I heard, correct?
Aye.
Yes, okay. And so that's a unanimous decision there. And we have item 15 separated as well. And I'll turn first to Vice Chair Fowler, who asked to have that separated. Lena?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for presenting this item. And RCS is providing a grant. And I just want to learn more about it and how this, who's going to be doing the work and how is, this is just a partial, it's also a partnership with, it's a multi-agency partnership, and I wanted to just to hear more about that. And then the other is that internally, I want to, I guess this will be a discussion that I'll have with Steve, just the way that the Public Works, you as a director, deputy director, flood district, Public Works, and the forest restoration, how it's now set up. So I just want, that will be a discussion another time on this item. I want to just learn more about it. Thank you.
All right.
And watershed has been very important to us. Sorry to just add on, but it's been, we've had experience with that, with the Schultz, and you write about that. And also just trying to see how this project comes to be. I guess I'm asking because I have not been involved in the discussions, and part of it, I'm just thinking that it's just part of an education for all of us and the public as well that have not been involved in this project. So thank you.
Well, there are opportunities in many ways. It is a broad topic, but from a summary perspective, if you could, Lucinda.
Absolutely happy to. And as some of you'll remember, what was it now, 3 weeks ago? I think it was about 3 weeks ago, we came forward. Well, certainly dating back, many months, we had been in communication with USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service about utilizing the Emergency Watershed Protection Funding Program to support sediment reduction efforts in support of flood mitigation for the museum flooding. And as you indicated, we had done this with the Schultz flood area and had tremendous success utilizing those program funds, and very similar type projects that we did on forest in that project area. In this area and under current regulation, NRCS will only fund work on private or municipal or government owned, not non-federal. They will not utilize EWP funding on federal lands. Thus, we pursued separate funding for the work, very similar projects that we're going to do on Forest Service. That's going to come in front of you this Friday, in fact. But relative to private property and a municipal parcel that's owned by the city of Flagstaff, just north of Linda Vista, we have a set of projects, again, focusing on reducing the sediment that's entering the neighborhoods. And why is that important? It's important because right now, the conveyance that's there now, although not sized to manage the amount of flood water coming from this catastrophic wildfire, it's filling up with sediment, and even the capacity that's there is being basically eliminated by the sediment that's coming in. So in addition, it's expected that the city will move forward with projects to expand that conveyance system, the existing and potentially adding additional conveyance systems to address the floodwater. And it will fill up with sediment if we don't arrest the sediment further up above the city, in effect, and above those neighborhoods. So we'll be doing a series of alluvial fan restoration. It's areas where water spreads out, slows down. Many of those areas now are eroded and they're actually contributing sediment versus depositing sediment. And we'll also be doing erosion control within the channel. So grade control type structures, rock vein weirs, that type of thing. So very, very similar type of projects that we did in Schultz that were extremely successful and reducing sediment. In that case, they were large enough that they also reduced the volume of water entering the neighborhood. In this case, I think we will see some benefit to reduction of water, but largely this is being done to reduce sediment. And the sediment study has identified that we do have the opportunity to arrest probably upwards of 75% of the sediment. So this is really significant and important work ultimately toward flood mitigation. And this is a grant program. And we also, not only did we get funding for the construction of the projects, but we also got technical assistance funds to fund the actual engineering and some of the pre-work to that effort. And so we're very, very grateful to have the support and partnership with NRCS on this effort. They've just been tremendously supportive. And, with the approval, then we will move ahead with the projects, these project areas that we've identified. again, above the city of Flagstaff. So we're excited to move that ahead. The goal is to try to get this all constructed again before monsoon. That's going to be a challenge, particularly there's a sediment basin element of this near the city that will be particularly challenging. And so we'll do the best we can. We'll get as much as we can get done before monsoon. And some may have to be completed. The construction may have to be completed in the fall, but we're going to press as hard as we can to get as much done as possible. So. And this did become before when we applied, it's kind of an interesting process with the federal government in this grant. You make a notification, which is a letter, then you do an application. And we came in front of the board about 3 weeks ago. I think Vice Chair, I think you had another commitment that day and weren't at that meeting, but we came in front of the board and got approval to move ahead with the formal application and dedicating the match to the grant. And then now we have the final agreement. So now we have this is the final approval to be able to actually move ahead, begin the engineering, and then obviously move forward to construction. So.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just so complex. Just working with the federal government, working with the city, with the community, all the just the jurisdictions, agencies, and trying to identify and researching where to write a grant and how to write it to be able to just to address the issues that is before our citizens within district. Supervisor Vasquez, when it first happened, he took me out there and just toured me and that hole all the way up, and it was just a really amazing just what had happened. But it just continues, and these are steps that are being taken to address all the issues so there will be further impact on the community. So just want to thank you and all the staff for their efforts. So thank you so much. I just know how complex it is. So I just want to thought it was just an opportunity to showcase the positive work that is being done and looking just the foresight of this for our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And appreciate the engagement that the boards continue to have in this issue. And I think this is a really critical step to the entire process, but there will be more steps, and you're right, it's very complex. So thank you for acknowledging that.
I don't know if it was so complex when you leaned over to the chief of the Forest Service and said, "Hey, we need money here." But yeah, it has been.
With him, that was just so great to meet with him out and when we were out in, where were we, Montana or
Salt Lake, right?
Salt Lake, yeah. Going further up. So
I have Director Horseman up next. Go ahead, Patrice.
Yes, and certainly I think this does speak to the tremendous effort that was done, not only by our staff, Lucinda and her folks, and also the help that we received from Representative O'Halloran and our senators were absolutely key to this. And both Supervisor Vasquez and myself met many, many times with Senator Kelly and Cinema's staff, as well as with O'Halloran's staff. And this is just wonderful, but this is only part of the bookend, because we also received $3.5 million because, quite frankly, of leaning over and talking with the new chief, Randy Moore, which was wonderful, and that him coming out here and actually touring our area with Supervisor Vasquez and myself was just wonderful. And so we have $7 million that we're going to be able to use for our sediment reduction and watershed protection and restoration. So this is just really hard work on the part of our staff, and just thank you so much. It shows that we are all working in unison and in partnership with not only the federal government, the Forest Service, and the City of Flagstaff to do what we can to protect our citizens. So, and I know I know that Supervisor Vasquez probably has a couple comments to make, because this has been a long time coming, and it seems a short time, but boy, does it also seem like a lot of work and a long time coming as well. So thank you, Lucinda, for your and your staff's very, very hard work on this, and so nice to see it come to fruition and on our agenda tonight or this morning. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I saw a nod from Director Vasquez that you do want to comment. Go ahead.
Sure. Again, I want to thank the staff and the team who went to Salt Lake to start the process to get the tour, and then get the Forest Service director here, and Lucinda and her team. The logistics it took to make that happen was really amazing. And the fact that all of this happened in less than 6 months is truly amazing. You know, all the stories that we heard about Schultz, it took like 3 years to get this kind of funding, and we got it in 6 months. And hopefully we have enough to do some mitigation that will protect the neighborhoods. We might not be able to get it completely done, but at least we can get the bulk of what can be done before the next monsoons. But it's very exciting to know that the process has started, and that we'll be able to start moving forward with the construction needed to protect our community. So thank you, team.
All right. And any further comment? If not, in this case, it's predominantly in District 1, but definitely affects District 2. So offer the opportunity for the motion to Director Horstman.
Well, it's appropriate the team presents this. So it is, my great pleasure at this point to enter into a motion to approve and execute the final agreement for a grant from the Natural Resource Conservation Services in the amount of $3,512,940.98 to engineer and construct watershed restoration measures on private and municipal properties in the museum flood control area, and to authorize Lucinda Andriani, Flood Control District Administrator, to sign all documents pertaining to the grant, and to approve a flood control district match of $784,138.62 and a budget amendment in the amount of $3,512,940.98 into the flood control district's new federal grant fund to keep federal funding separate from other flood control district revenues. That is my motion, Mr. Chair.
That was a mouthful. I need a second.
A second.
I have a second from Director Vasquez, and Supervisor or Director Begay. Go ahead, Judy.
Before the call to the question is done, I just have a comment. I think there should be a secondary person added on as a signer of this grant, possibly our county manager. That's just the only comment I would like to make in case, the availability is not there or whatever. So that we're not holding up the project or anything like that.
And probably turn to Steve to speak to that. It's usually, this is kind of a general format that we use. Steve, if you could explain it.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we'll look at the template for the agreement. Typically, the funding agency provides the template, and we're required to fill in the blanks, if you will. But we'll look at that to make sure that there is some redundancy in the event that we're not able to get the primary signature. So we'll take that as staff and follow up on that. But that should not hold up, Mr. Chair, the approval of the agreement, as you have a motion on.
Mr. Chair, I have another question. Could we just say the flood district director? Or does it have to be a specific name?
I'm not sure how the contract's written up here. This is where we have staff.
Right now, it does have, my name on it. So, I will sign it today, and it will go over to the Conservation Service, and their state conservationist will then sign. And then that's the time and she expects to sign tomorrow or Thursday. So I know the goal is to try to have it executed this week so we can start the engineering This really,
And we
Yeah.
have the motion in second, Mr. Chair, and I
Yeah.
don't see any reason to change it.
Yeah, and actually, if you bear with me just for a second, Director Horstman, I agree to that, but these are laid out according to contract. Staff always does have, usually should, and I think it's a very important point to note that if the signature or the person that is designated isn't available, that we have a backup plan. And that's one that, you can follow up in conversations with Steve afterwards on that. So I'll go ahead and call for the question on the motion. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. And a
Thank
lot of
you.
good work out there. But we got to keep moving on it so that we can get it in place. So next we need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. I need a motion to do so.
So move.
A motion by Vice Chair Fowler, a second by, who's going to second it? You're waving. Go ahead and second,
Second.
Patrice. Who was the second from?
Second.
Okay, that's Supervisor Begay. Okay, Judy. Thank you. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
I couldn't understand your hand signals there, Supervisor
Aye.
Horstman, so,
Yeah, this means two.
okay,
Yeah, like District 2.
okay.
Oh, that's District 2.
There we go. Okay, now we need to resolve as the Public Health Services District Board of Directors. I need a motion to do so.
So move.
Motion by Supervisor Begay. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 So we're now acting in the capacity of Public Health Services Board of Directors, and it is a consent item unless somebody wants that separated. I can go ahead and see if we have a motion there. I'm not seeing anybody wanting it separated. So I need a motion to approve the consent item.
Motion to approve the consent item for Public Health Service Director or for
Second.
District.
I have a motion by Director Horstman, a second by Director Begay. Any comments? Seeing no comments, I'll call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Now we need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
So move.
Motion by Director Begay. Need a second.
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we need to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors.
So move.
Motion by Vice Chair Fowler. Is that a second, Supervisor Vasquez?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. I need a verbal as
Oh.
well. Okay.
You heard me.
All right. Thank you.
No more sign languages.
No, all in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 My gosh, this board, I got to pull them back in order here. Let's see. We are now acting in the capacity of the Jail District Board of Directors. We have two items, items 17 and 18 as consent agenda. Is there any item that board member wants separated? I'm not seeing
do.
any.
I do.
Oh, Vice Chair
Mr.
Fowler.
Chair.
Yes.
Yes, I don't know what, I was looking at item number 18, but they are so similar. I just want to, I have recommendations on this service. I want to hear more about how it's going to be done and how, just to learn more about the vending addition that it's going to provide. So just wanted to see how this is being proposed.
Okay, so we're going to separate both of them in this case because we do need clarity associated with them. And then we should have a representative if the sheriff's not here. Who do we have today?
Yeah.
from Sheriff's
Mr. Chairman, Lindsay, we do have, I think, Mr. Hoover from the SO, and I also see on the attendee side, Kathy Allen is out there too. So let's start with Mr. Hoover. Can you come on camera, please? You're on mute if I could have you on mute. Thanks. Can you hear us?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, if you want to ask the questions, we can respond to the questions related to the first item, which may be also applicable to the second item.
Yes, when I read it, it looked very similar. And so I just want to hear how the program will be set up. I know that currently, this is the same company that the county's been using, where an inmate is in the detention center, and family members and other loved ones can deposit money into a third party, and then they'd be able to talk to them by phone or in some maybe device. So that is something that is set up, and the inmate then uses up that account, and then some more money is deposited if necessary. But I don't know if the inmate gets the full dollars back, if there's any money that is still in the account. So that's how I understand that it is set up. If it's different, please let me know. And the other is that you have added a vending machine to this contract, and I want to know how this contract is set up in your mind. So when I just wanted to learn more about it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we also have Commander Allen on video also, so ask them to respond, please.
Okay, and I'm not sure which of you are going to respond to this. Kathy, if you're on mute, just to let you know.
Okay.
There you go.
Lieutenant Hover will be answering those questions for
Okay.
you.
Okay. All right, Lieutenant.
Chair, members of the board. This contract is solely for our commissary program. The telephone and tablet system is a separate contract and vendor. There is the ability for staff or for deposit money through the Keefe system onto the Telmate system for phone, but they're two separate contracts.
This is still the way I'm sorry to interrupt, but the way that I was looking at it, it was that they're very similar, where money is deposited into these accounts.
That's correct. There are two different accounts. One is the commissary or trust account, and that is controlled by Keefe, which is both agenda items today. The other account is the phone account, and that's run through Telmate or GTL. Recently. Currently through Keefe, all money is deposited into the Keefe system, not tied to the phone system or returned to the inmate. So there is no balances. The only understanding is if someone who's been released has not cashed their check yet.
Supervisor Fowler, did you had some other questions on that I saw in your email?
I do, and I don't believe, well, I guess one of the ideas that I thought that what needed to be done is to ensure that inmates do receive all of their money back, that inmates when they are discharged, to have them receive a receipt upon discharge, to know that they have exhausted all their accounts, whichever account that it may be. And then so that they know, and then to be informed if there's any money back that is still remaining, even if it's just a few cents, that they have an opportunity to receive, have those dollars or change in some cases be returned to them. And so if for some reason the inmates do not receive the money back, then be deposited into an account that it benefits future inmates for whatever needs that they may have. And then in the end, full balance of the money deposited for the inmates and whatever that is remaining in the account does not go to the contractors. So you're telling us that no, not a penny is ever left behind. And so I'm just wondering if there is something, how do you know that nothing is left behind? Do the inmates receive a deposit and the transaction, all of that, and then when they leave, get a receipt on how that money was used on both accounts?
For the commissary account, any transaction made is immediately available to the inmates through the tablet, our current tablet program. When custody, there is a receipt or a check that is issued to them. They sign for that receipt and acknowledgement of the balance. If they have no money coming back to them, then they will sign that they acknowledge that they have no money coming back to them. Someone does not have money on their account, they still receive services, and that generates a negative fund, a negative balance in their account. So if someone is booked in, say, March and purchase the indigent services that are available to them, it's actually logged in their account as a negative account balance. So if they're booked in again in June, booked in with 50% of it at that time is applied to that negative balance, including the receipt that they signed for.
They were losing verbal on this. Could you try and repeat that, Lieutenant?
The negative fund balance that the inmates carry, 50% of any money deposited is applied towards that negative balance. There's still a negative balance, then all the money that they work with is applied towards that balance.
So in the end, just for clarification, if I can help out here, in the end, does the inmate receive a receipt showing that the balance is zeroed out associated with that? Is any money kept by the vendor, or is it, as noted, it's balanced down to a zero balance? And I see Kathy. Yeah, go ahead, please clarify.
It's balanced down to a zero balance.
Okay.
They do sign for the receipt. They can request a printed receipt. We stopped printing receipts because the inmates would just drop them in the hallway or litter them around the.
Okay. Did you get your answer, Vice Chair Fowler?
I do have more questions, but I believe other supervisors do have questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez or Director Vasquez?
My question was actually answered during the process of Mr. Hoover's response about, I was going to ask about the balance, but now I understand it better. So no more further questions. Okay. And I see a nod by Director Horstman as well. Did you have any additional questions? No. Okay.
I have a comment.
Please, Director Begay.
I totally agree with what my colleague is saying. You know, there's got to be checks and balances, and I also understand, you know, that some inmates get dollars in there, and I'm not sure if how it's handled. I really don't know about the whole issue here where there's something that's been explained, but I think that at the end, they should be either walking out with a check reimbursement, or at the end, they should be told this is how much money you still owe. So, and then try to collect it. Because a lot of times, you know, these families don't have the money and they just put in there enough for a phone call or whatever. And also, you know, it's either refunded to them or put into a special account with their authorization, so that other people and other inmates that are there can utilize those funds. So if they need to, after the other person exits. So I don't know if there's a document in place because all of this has to be documented. Certainly, we don't want to have anybody being told that, the accounting is wrong or, this isn't right or whatever. And anywhere you go, when even with a job, you have to turn like a laptop back or, whatever you have, and then you still have to sign off for it, saying that these have been returned or whatever. So I'm kind of looking at this in that way. And so that's the question, that's a comment I have to make.
Lieutenant Hoover, did you have a response to that?
Mr. Chair, I can respond to that.
Oh, thank you, Commander.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and Jail District Board of Directors. So our KEEP system has its own internal accounting system. So when the inmate is released, they sign a receipt saying whether they have money left or whether they owe money. If they have money left, a check is issued to them at that time so that they leave with all of their money. If they owe money, then we keep a balance on the books. And if they come back in and have money deposited to their account, then 50% of that goes against the balance owed, and the other 50% is available for them to spend again in the commissary. They can request a receipt after they have signed the receipt if they like, and anyone that does that, we do give a receipt. But the KEEP system itself has an internal accounting program that tracks all that for us. So we can call that up at any time and see where that money has gone, how much was deposited, how much was used, how much was refunded to them, and if they have a balance due. So I appreciate all of your comments and hope that answers the questions, but we're certainly available to answer if there's more.
And so, I'll check in with you in just a second, Vice Chair Fowler, but, this is good, that as we learn about the contract and more and some of the areas that we hadn't thought about, and it helps the public understand. By the same token, we have the contracts before us. And if you need additional information, there's an opportunity to reach out to jail district staff to get more background on what we're doing right now. But we do have these set up and we're running behind on time. So I want to try and manage the clock. Vice Chair Fowler, do you have any other pieces that aren't related at this point, but are associated with these contracts?
No, I don't. I just want to make sure that, there is, like Supervisor Begay said, that there is accountability to our inmates that are having to be, be in our detention centers and our detention centers and be able to make sure that the dollars that are being deposited by their loved ones to be able to be accountable to that. These are people that are vulnerable. These are, and we're always talking about how we want to make sure that that people have their rights, know their rights, and also be fair to them while they're in our custody. And that was the main concern that I had. And just if there is no dollars being sent out or kept by the contractors, then it's fine. Thank you.
All right. And then I'll move on in this in just a second. Just a note that, this is a great opportunity that it brings back to periodically. Jail District takes us for the tour, as well as the sheriff through the sheriff's office. I think, if not individual tours, we, in the future, we could set up the board. It might take more time to get the whole board together. I would encourage, one or two of us to go over and go on a tour with the sheriff, with the commander, and and tour the jail, and it provides that opportunity for additional questions like this. Director Vasquez, did you have one final comment here?
Yeah, just real quick, over the break, I was able to take a tour of the jail with Lieutenant Hoover and some of the other staff, and they took me around through the jail, and I was very impressed with the job that our staff is doing the statute requirement that they're asked for. And I think that as we support the jail and doing their statutory responsibilities, it's really important to recognize the work they're doing, especially under the difficult situation with COVID. That's taken away a lot of the privileges for, the religious services and whatnot. And they're aware of that the community wants that back, but with understaffing and whatnot, not able to address that at this time. But I just wanted to thank them for their tour, because it was very enlightening, and I really appreciated it. Thank you.
All right, Director Horstman.
It's just real briefly, and every time I schedule a tour, it seems that the COVID-19 goes absolutely skyrocketing, but I appreciate your flexibility, and I'm very much looking forward to a tour. Thank you very much for this information. It was very helpful, and for us to know how it all works and make sure that we're doing right by our citizens and residents here in Coconino County. So thank you so much.
So we had these together as a consent agenda. I think we could go ahead with a single motion associated with both items. Anybody care to make a motion to approve these items? Director Horstman.
I'd be happy to, and I'm going to combine 17 and 18 together to approve the contract award of RFP 2021-105 to Keefe Commissary Network to provide comprehensive inmate commissary and banking services to the Coconino County Flagstaff Detention Facility for FY22, or I'm sorry, FY20. Yeah, I just said it right. 22 in the estimated revenue amount of $100,000, and the same contract with Keefe Commissary Network to provide comprehensive inmate commissary and banking services to the Coconino County Flagstaff Detention Facilities for FY22, again in another estimated amount of approximately $100,000. That is my motion, Mr. Chair.
So just one clarification, if you could. You said the same contract, but we have an independent contract.
I'm sorry, same contractor, different contract.
Okay. All right. And I need a second associated with
I
that.
will second the motion, Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank our public safety and jail district, really our detention center staff, just really being committed and dedicated to providing fair service in these uncertain times. So just stay safe. Thank you so much for answering our questions and educating the public and educating us on this process. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'll go ahead and now that was our second by Vice Chair Fowler. I'll go ahead and call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, anybody opposed? No one opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Lieutenant Hoover and Kathy, Commander. Really great to see you. All right. Let's see. We need a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
A motion that we resolve as Board of Supervisors, or as jail district, right?
No, actually, we're resolving as Board of Supervisors.
Oh, resolve as Board of
Yes.
Second.
All right. I have a motion by Director Vasquez, a second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
So, and for the clarification for the public, we do function in different roles as Board of Directors. We were just serving as the Board of Directors of the jail district. Now we're acting in the capacity of the Board of Supervisors, and all the items that we have listed after this, I believe are under the Board of Supervisors, but that brings up the item 28, going back to County Manager Peru Steve, that and because we are listed for potential action, direction or action, just for clarity, it would be good that we had a motion to table this. But Steve, if you could just note, since we're bringing it up at this point, the intent here.
Okay, Mr. Chair, staff recommends that item 28 be tabled at this time. Staff does not have a date specific at this time, but we will be working on that in the near future. So again, if the board would consider tabling item 28 for today, that would be great.
Okay. Looks like Supervisor Horseman is raising her hand. Go ahead, Patricia.
I'd be happy to, at this point, table item number 28 to be brought back to the board for further consideration and action at a later date.
I have a
Second.
motion. I have a second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Okay. Now, next item that we have is item number 19, which is a public hearing and consideration and recommendation approval associated with an Arizona Department of Liquor licenses. And this is, let's see, this is located on Highway 89 North in Gray Mountain. And so we have our clerk of the Board of Supervisors, Lindsay Daly, that will present on this item.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. That is correct. This is a liquor license application that we received from the state, and it's for Gray Mountain Trading Post, which is located at Highway 89 North, milepost 457 in Gray Mountain, which is located in District 4. And this is for a Series 10 beer and wine store. The ownership has previously been under 2 people, and it's being changed just to the 1 person who is licensee Verdella Begay. And Mr. Moss, Robert Moss, is here as a representative for Ms. Begay. A notice and copy of the application was posted at the location for 20 days. We did not receive any comments or concerns regarding the application. And then we also sent the application to our Sheriff's Office, Community Development, Risk Manager, and Health Department for review of the application, and there are no concerns with the application. The board is required to consider making a recommendation on the application, to offer a recommendation for approval, disapproval, or offer a no recommendation to the state. The board does not issue the license or the application, but does make a recommendation based on the knowledge of the area. Thank you, Chair Ryan.
All right, and just typically we'll turn to the board to see if there are questions, turn to the applicant if they have comments, open the public hearing, bring it back if we need a response from the applicant or board questions, but then go to our decision. So just turning to the board, any questions? Do note that it is in District 4, Supervisor Begay's district on that. And not seeing any questions, I'll go ahead and go to our applicant. Mr. Moss, if you would care, or the applicant's representative, which you are in this case, provide comments.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about this application. Just to clarify briefly on what was presented to you by Lindsay, the license owner is an Arizona corporation called Toto Traders, Inc. Verdella Begay is our Arizona resident agent. The corporation has held this license for, I'm embarrassed to say I don't know exactly how long. I think it goes back to the late 1970s. So it's been there for a long time. And Toto Traders Inc. is a family corporation that's been owned by the Clayton family, Jerry and Jane Clayton, going all the way back to the 70s. It is a beer and wine license that we've operated for several years. And the reason for the application is that in just about a year ago, in January of 2021, Jerry Clayton, the longtime owner of the company, passed away due to complications from COVID. And so his wife, Phyllis Jane Clayton, is now the successor in interest as the owner of the corporation. So that is what has precipitated the application to make note of this ownership change that was brought about by a passing of the longtime owner. And so again, Toto Traders appreciates the opportunity to do business in Coconino County. We take our obligation as a liquor license holder very seriously, and we want to continue to serve the community and be a responsible operator of the license. And again, that's our purpose for being here today, is just to make everyone aware of this change in ownership brought about by the passing of Mr. Clayton. And I would be happy to answer any questions any of the board members may have.
Do we have any questions from any of our board members for the applicant? Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Moss. I'll go ahead and I'm going to move through the process as I explained now. This is a public hearing. It's an opportunity for the public to comment on our recommendation. And so our clerk of the board will explain the process to do so. Lindsay?
Thank you, Chair Ryan. If you would like to make a comment regarding this item on the agenda for the public hearing, you can hover down below your screen and hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand, and that will notify us that you would like to speak. If you're on the telephone and you would like to speak, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak at this time.
All right. And I'm looking and I'm not seeing anybody raising their hand, and the *9 would have done that also. So just pausing long enough to provide the opportunity for the hearing. Not seeing anyone, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back. No need to call the applicant back. In this case, I will note that this application is in District 4. We provide the courtesy of offering that supervisor, if they wish, to make the motion at this point. And this is, and probably comment to the applicant afterwards. So Supervisor Begay, would you care to make the motion associated with this?
I guess I do, and I want to thank everyone for being involved in this process. And I'd like to make a motion to approve to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding application number 168806 for a series 010 beer and wine store, removing one of the two owners to just one owner, licensee Verdella Leonardine Begay, located at 89 North, milepost 457, Gray Mountain, Arizona. That's my motion.
Okay, I'll motion. I need a second.
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Horstman. Just clarification, do we have the names posted correctly in that motion there? And I'll turn to Mr. Moss on your comments. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yeah, the question would be, do we have those names correct in the motion? That the name that will be on this is oops, I'm covering it up. Verdella Leonardine Begay, is that correct? I heard Mrs. Clayton, so I'm going for a clarification here.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Begay is what the liquor license department refers to as our resident agent, because she is a resident of the state of Arizona. So her name does appear on the license. Mrs. Clayton is a resident of the state of New Mexico. So that's the reason why she does, okay. Her name does not appear.
All right.
Yes, it is correct.
Okay, good. All right, with that clarification, I'll call for the question, and also either now or afterwards, Supervisor Begay, if you wish to make comments to the applicant. I'll go ahead and call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 And then any further comments?
Mr. Moss, I'm just very sorry to hear about the one owner who has passed on. COVID continues to impact our communities, and just be safe. And I'm just, it's just really difficult to hear every time we hear someone has passed. I think in our communities, because of really being isolated and not really having community gatherings, we still don't know who we have lost. So I'm very sorry about that, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
And obviously wishing you continued operation, wishing you well with that. With that, no further comments. Next item that we have is item number 20. This too is an application for an Arizona Department liquor license. And this is associated with Mormon Lake Lodge. And this is also in District 4, which Supervisor Begay represents. And I'll turn to the clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, to present on this item.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. And we're from the state, and this is for the Mormon Lake Lodge. It's located at 1991 Mormon Lake Road in Mormon Lake, which is in District 4. And this is for a Series 6 bar liquor license and is an owner transfer. A notice and copy of the application was posted at the site for 20 days. We did not receive any comments or concerns regarding the application. We did provide it to the Sheriff's Office, Community Development, Health Department, and our risk manager for review of the application, and there are no concerns regarding the application. Again, the board is considering this to make a recommendation regarding the application, to offer a recommendation to approve, disapprove, or offer no recommendation to the state, as the state is the agency that issues the liquor license application. Thank you.
All right, and I'm going to jump the gun on this one and just ask the applicant, Scott, are you really in a live location that you have the ocean behind you?
No, Matt,
Okay,
I'm not.
okay.
I wish I was.
Oh, okay, there you go.
I thought Mormon Lake changed.
We have a lake.
Yes, that was a good response. All right, so first questions of the board associated with the license. And not seeing any, I'll turn to the applicant. In this case, that'll be Scott Gold. Scott, if you could, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairperson Ryan and Miss Vice Chairperson, Mrs. Fowler, and the board, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm operating off a satellite here. Anyhow, I just wanted to express that this is obviously a similar situation to Mr. Moss's, where the owner of our company, our resort company division, Mr. Rexmond, passed away late summer. His was not due to COVID, but he did have some other situations arise. And his daughter, Sonia Mon, assumed the presidency role for the company. So this is a transfer from Rex to Sonia Mon, his daughter, to continue the use of this license at our resort operation. And where I've been actually for 28 years with that license. I believe the license is originally from the late 60s. And knock on wood, we have not had an infraction or violation in the 28 years that I've been there. So anyhow, I appreciate your consideration and we'll defer to you.
All right. Any questions of the applicant? And not seeing any, let me go again and go through our procedure. We will have this is a public hearing. We need to open up the public hearing. And so I'm doing that. And Lindsay, just in case somebody hopped on, which I don't think they did, but for the sake of the record, could you explain the process here?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Ryan. If you would like to make a comment during this public hearing for this item, you can just hover down at the bottom of your screen and hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand, and that will notify us that you would like to speak. If you are on the telephone and you'd like to make a comment, you just press *9 and that will raise your hand to notify us that you would like to speak.
Okay, and I'm just giving it a second or two. I'm not seeing any hands out there. Lindsay, you're not seeing any? Okay, I provided the opportunity for people to take advantage of the public comment period of the hearing. I'll go ahead and close the public comment part of the hearing. Bring it back to the board. Again, this is in Supervisor Begay's district. And Supervisor Begay, would you care to make a motion here?
Yes, I do, Chair Ryan. Thank you. I move to recommend approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding application number 169910 for a Series 06 bar owner transfer liquor license for the Mormon Lake Lodge. Licensee Scott Gold, located at 1991 Mormon Lake Road, Mormon Lake, Arizona.
All right, I have a motion by Supervisor Begay. I need a second.
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
And anybody opposed? No one opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Yeah, we were sorry to see your loss as well, Scott, and longtime business as well as community members. Really appreciate all that you're doing out there. Anybody else wishing to comment? Oh, well, Scott, good luck.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. And thank you, Lindsay, for your help with this.
Yes, just stay well and good luck in 2022 with all the business. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we're getting to a point of we've run over on time because I'm back. I'm sure that's what I've been told. But Steve, we need to go through the health pieces, but we haven't had a break since we started either, and I think we need to take 5 minutes. I would suggest we'll see what we can cover. If we can cover the first item, we'll try and do that.
Yeah, I would recommend that, Mr. Chair. We would receive Kim's COVID report, and then I would like to suggest that we begin at 1:15 with the COVID support item that I want to present, if that's okay.
Okay, so let's take 5, try and come back right away so we can launch right into this first piece so everybody can take a bio break and stretch their legs, etc. There we go. Okay, and if you could come up on screen as you get back, that'll help us know you're here. There's that Kim Musselman I had all kinds of questions for. Huh? All right, there's Lena. All right, Patrice. So, and Judy, if you're on, I know you haven't been using your camera, but if you're back, if you could let us know, that would be good. Not yet. Geronimo. Oh, there's Judy. Oh, fantastic. All right. Geronimo, we back yet? Let's give them just one more minute and we'll get going here. Okay, check in. Do we have Geronimo? Are you out there? Okay, we're going to go ahead and proceed. We have a quorum present, and I'm sure he'll be back quickly here. So our next item that we have is we're working on item number 21. This is presentation, discussion, and update regarding the county's COVID-19 pandemic. And we have, of course, we have our health department director, Kim Musselman here, Health and Human Services. And then we have Steve Peru. Steve, did you want to kick it off first as manager?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board. In terms of name recognition, Kim's name is becoming more and more synonymous with, a lot of different things. And one of them, of course, is the management of the experience that we've now been experiencing for over 2 years related to COVID. But of course, I also want to at this time recognize not only Kim, but the entire team of HHS, but all healthcare providers that are all managing this collectively and collaboratively. It's going to continue to be part of our daily life, it seems, for the near future and possibly longer. But again, today, Kim is here to report on the latest, and they're, every day it seems to be evolving. And so there may be some things that are rolling out today that, we'll not capture in this report, just given the constantly evolving nature of it. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will turn it over to Kim Musselman to provide this week's COVID status report. Kim?
Thank you, County Manager. Good morning, Chair Ryan, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here in front of you again. Unfortunately, talking about what is that we try to make light around here in terms of the never-ending Groundhog Day movie about COVID-19. And as we continue to work through this and the difficulty with finding our way to getting out of COVID-19 and our pandemic response and moving into an endemic state. So I'll talk a little bit about that as well today. I know Lindsay is setting up here. Lindsay, can you put it in full presentation mode? I'm seeing the next slide. Perfect. Thank you so much. And you can go to the next slide, please. Just want to begin with what I usually do, which is our data and vaccination update, showing you from our weekly report that with the week ending back on January 1st, where we were sitting, of course, continue to be in a very high incident rate and a very high percent positivity at 25.6%. That 1,458 cases was our highest rate of cases ever in our pandemic response, beginning back now almost, well over a year ago, just prior to when vaccinations were coming on board. As you'll see on the little graphic at the bottom there, the vaccination rates regarding eligible individuals from the ADHS site that was just updated yesterday, that Coconino's at just under 70% of vaccinated individuals. And I'm going to be talking a little bit more about even some things that have changed as recently regarding definition around being fully vaccinated. And I'll speak to that in just a few moments. Next slide, please. This is the snapshot to give you a preview of what's coming with our week ending report of which will be January 8th. As you see, that number there on the far right is at 2,387, which of course is exponentially higher than even last week. This is something that we anticipated was coming. I'm going to speak a little more about that with respect to the Omicron variant and the trends that we're seeing around the world and also the country. So this is something we were anticipating, still continues to be very alarming in that clearly we have a very high transmission of COVID and the Omicron variant in particular in our community. These are not final numbers for that week ending. And in fact, I think that it will likely climb, and certainly coming into the next week or two, maybe even up to 4 more weeks of climbing. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as well. Next slide, please. Testing, again, over time, we have had the, I would say, fortunate experience of we have continued to maintain a high level of testing in our communities around the county. And that's important because we have access to it and access to that testing. And as you see there with the week ending January 1, of course, that's the kind of the culmination of the holidays and the end of the holidays, as well as people returning from travel and other things, that not only did the number of tests go up, but also the percent positivity out of those tests. And as of last week, we had 1 in 4 tests that were part of what is being tracked, which is separate from people's at-home tests. And I'll explain that a little bit more, but 1 in 4 tests were positive in Coconino County that were reported to us through the laboratory testing. So one of the things I want to point out before we move to the next slide that I think is important with respect to testing is the ASU contract with NAU and at the NAU Fieldhouse testing site was renewed through ADHS. ADHS is continuing to provide funding to ASU to provide that testing, saliva-based testing at that location. And that contract was renewed. It was renewed for a set amount of actual tests, several hundreds of thousands of tests. And so that we are anticipating that that will take us, as NAU has asked, hopefully all the way through April at least. We'll keep you posted on that. But the good news is we have, definitely secured that testing location and availability for the foreseeable future. And so a big appreciation to our NAU partners and ASU, Biodyne Institute, and ADHS for helping make that continue to happen. Next slide, please. On the weekly report that you all receive and that's available on our website and as well as on our social media, this was the variants being monitored by variants of concern by month. That's part of our report. And you can see across the chart there, it shows all the different variants from that were evident back in last June. As you can see, in November, we were exclusively the Delta variant. And then as we moved into December, late December, mid-December, when the Omicron variant started surfacing in our county, you can see at the end of December, it was about 50% of the cases that were being sequenced were Omicron. As you're going to see in a couple of slides coming forward, that has substantially changed, and it is primarily Omicron that we are seeing in Coconino County. And I'll explain that in a little bit more detail in a couple more slides. Next slide, please. This is the weekly vaccine counts among county residents. And a few weeks ago, we had our EPI team made some changes to this graph to start including booster and additional doses that we're able to extract from our vaccine data. And so you can see that when boosters, or it's more importantly, when additional doses first came on, and then boosters, when folks started becoming eligible, back when it was at the 6 months post 2-dose series or 2 months post Johnson & Johnson single dose, that those had slowly been increasing. It dropped off a little bit, as you can see, right around the holidays. And what you will see as we put out the report at the end of this week, you will see that those numbers of vaccine counts have increased substantially over the last week, between both our mall location, our other partner locations around the county. And I'll share a full of those numbers with you in a couple more slides going forward. But that is what is on our weekly report now. I think it is, helpful as a visual for folks to see those who are also still getting initial first and second doses, as well as those booster and additional doses. Next slide, please. I wanted to share a couple slides. Dr. Dave Engelthaler and I had some conversations. He's presented information in several different forums, and he graciously supplied me with some updated slides yesterday, and I want to share a few of them with you just to kind of give some clarification and education regarding where we are with the Omicron variant. And this slide here is just showing the UK. And what I will say is there's also a similar type slide for South Africa. And I show this slide, and as this is explained, to explain how Omicron, and as Dave coins it, comes in like a tidal wave and then will roll out like a tidal wave. And so you can see on this graph, there's 2 different colors. There's cases and there's a number of deaths. And the orange line on that is the number of cases. And this is a comparison back to early December and of 2020, and then going all the way through through January of current year, 2022. And you see there in late December, actually mid-December, where it started to go up in the UK, very sharply up, and then almost as sharply up as it went up, it started to come back down. With respect to the deaths, I just want to point out that prior to back in the initial and the peak prior to vaccines and other things, you see that the case numbers and the deaths back in December of 2020 were almost identical in terms of the peaks and then the valleys as they started to come down when we introduced vaccinations. And even as the Delta wave came into play in the UK, you see that the death rate continued to stay lower. I certainly do not want to take away from the fact that deaths continue to happen, and that is very concerning with respect to this pandemic. But what we do know with respect to Omicron is that even though these numbers are spiking substantially because of vaccines, because of Omicron exhibiting what it appears to be somewhat more mild type symptoms, especially in those who are vaccinated, that death number is not spiking exponentially with the number of cases. So that is a good thing to be seeing. This trend, and if you go to the next slide, please. This trend, I point this out, and in listening to Dave and talking with him, that is really to show like this is what's been happening in the world, and now as it's moved into the United States, you'll all note, because you've been hearing it on the news and in other places, New York and Florida, these are just a couple states. They actually have all of these graphs for multiple states across the country, but this is just to illustrate that we are in the United States seeing a similar trend that was seen both in South Africa and then of course the UK, which is the same thing of those exponential, 300% of last winter's peak in the United States, that red line going up as these were as of January 9th, that yellow line or light orange color, depending on what you want to call it, is hospitalizations, and then deaths is that gray line, that those are obviously still trending upward, but not at the rate in which the case is exponentially trending upward. So you see New York, Florida, and then now Arizona, as we were rolling into this, with using that tidal wave analogy, rolling into this a little behind, if you will, from the East Coast, but that we are also in this spike, in this very abrupt upward spike in Arizona, as is the state of Utah. What we do know about Omicron is that it is quickly taking over as a dominant variant in the entire nation. As I indicated before, that analogy of rolling over is like a tidal wave, and then will, barring any other surprises, which I hope we don't have more of, will roll back out again. And Omicron is definitely not being stopped as readily by vaccinations that are older than the 6 months without getting boosted or other infection, but vaccinations are still stopping serious illness and death. And that's why you're seeing those different numbers with respect to the spike of the cases versus the spike of hospitalizations and deaths. We know that we can lower the Omicron spread by getting our boosters when we're eligible, and that we need to continue right now, especially while we are in such high peak numbers, that we need to ensure that our highest risk and at risk are highly immunized and stay somewhat isolated for at least the next few weeks to help protect them. We are hearing things that, Omicron seems to be a little more mild in children. I do want to caution us in latching onto that. While that may be somewhat the case, there are still a lot of kids and a lot more kids getting COVID-19, and in particular the Omicron variant, and kids are still being hospitalized and other things are happening because this is still a very serious disease and illness that we do not want to make light of in any situation. Next slide, please. This is just another graph to share with you. And we receive through TGen, they supply us with this variant surveillance and by county. And I just point this out, as I was saying earlier about 3 slides ago, where at our weekly report ending January 1, we had about 50% of our cases had been identified as being Omicron. And just to put this in perspective, only about 4% of our total case numbers are actually being sequenced, at least this past week. But as you see in that highlighted yellow, 39 out of 40 of them were Omicron. So we know that it is here, and it is here at least to stay for the next few weeks. Next slide, please. It's kind of the last thing I'll say to this piece of my presentation is this idea of, we entered this pandemic a little over 2 years ago. State of emergency declared. We still sit today under a declared state of emergency. In that emergency, we're trying to limit the spread, especially to high risk. We were using shutdowns, distancing, masking, and other things, waiting for vaccines to come out. Once vaccines came out about a year ago, that's been where we've been operating kind of in this pandemic protection phase, if you will, where we're trying to get our communities protected through immunity from vaccines. And we continue to push and pursue that, knowing that they absolutely do work and are safe and prevent serious illness and hospitalization. It is not 100% fail-proof. We know we have lots of breakthrough cases, especially with the Omicron variant right now. And therefore, that's all the more reason why those boosters are so important, and to continue to push getting others who haven't yet haven't had the opportunity or taken advantage of getting vaccinated, and really looking at what is going to be the future as we move into endemic living, which is that we continue to be protected by vaccines and are naturally boosted with milder viruses. So we're still waiting to get there. We're not there yet. My crystal ball doesn't tell me yet when we're going to be there. I think there's a lot of information out there and speculation. And in the meantime, we need to be doing everything we can to keep ourselves safe, our communities operating, our kids in school, and our economy functioning to the best of our ability while making smart decisions, not taking unnecessary risks about gathering, and just being really mindful about the things that we know work well in preventing the spread of this virus. Next slide, please. So a lot of updates have happened with respect to vaccines and boosters. Every day something is changing. I hope to have captured everything that has changed up until about 9 a.m. this morning. So with that being said, we have had the third doses came out for immunocompromised 5 to 11-year-olds. So that means, as you'll all recall, the 5 to 11-year-olds were not too many weeks ago, just barely eligible to be vaccinated initially. Then the CDC has added a third dose for immunocompromised 5 to 11-year-olds, and that means that they can get an additional dose after 28 days of receiving the Pfizer vaccine. The Pfizer vaccine is the only vaccine currently approved for those 5 to 17-year-old age group. We did also receive the booster authorization for 12 to 17-year-olds, which is excellent timing because many of the first kiddos that received the vaccine are now eligible that 5 months out for their booster dose. And then Pfizer and Moderna both changed their booster guidance from 6 months to 5 months after completing the primary series of both Pfizer and Moderna and 2 months post Johnson & Johnson. Next slide, please. Excuse me. One of the other things I did want to point out with respect to vaccine status and some recent definition changes, and some of that's reflected on this slide that just came up with the flow chart that ADHS put together. I think this is really helpful. In fact, this flow chart was also updated yesterday to add some additional information in that gray box down at the bottom left there. And so we've changed out that information because we had sent this flow chart out and had been using this flow chart with our schools as well as on our social media as soon as the CDC guidance changed back between the Christmas and New Year holidays. But one of the specific things I wanted to point out here is that definition update for vaccine status. And instead of using the terms fully vaccinated, what has now been changed is what CDC is referring to as up to date. Individuals 18 and older with all the recommended COVID-19 vaccines, including boosters. And then, of course, additional primary vaccines for some immunocompromised individuals or ages 5 to 17 with their primary series completed. So basically, they're using the term, if you are up to date on your vaccines, meaning if you're eligible and you are at least 5 months post from your series that you're receiving a booster dose or that secondary dose the third dose if you are immunocompromised. Not up to date is the other term that they are using, meaning that the primary series has not been completed, nor someone is not vaccinated, or someone who is 18 or older that is not boosted when they're eligible. So I just wanted to point that out. This flow chart, hugely helpful to help explain to individuals what is meant by isolation and quarantine and how the 5 and 10 days factor into that. One of the pieces, without going over this in detail, that I do want to point out is that 5 days begins. Day 0 is the day that you either test positive or you start experiencing symptoms. So that's day 0, and day 1 is that following day from the date that you got your positive test or you started experiencing symptoms. Next slide, please. So now, getting away from some of the technical information, wanted to talk a bit about the things that we've been continuing to do as far as communicating and getting out our message about the importance of vaccinations. Certainly, those of you who see yourselves on the screen have been across for many months now using board members as influencers. Some recent things that occurred were booster doses taking place at our mall location. Both Supervisor Begay and Supervisor Vasquez participated in that. We're able to get some photo opportunities. And for Supervisor Vasquez, a video was produced where he was talking to folks. He also brought his son to be vaccinated as a youth and was delivering a message in both Spanish and English to our community. So that's one of the pieces that we've been utilizing, along with a whole bunch of others that I'm going to just highlight for you. But if you go to the next slide, please, This is really exciting as part of this whole how we're trying to really target all the different places that may have concerns or questions, and entities that have concerns or questions about vaccines and the safety and making those decisions. The communications team has been working on what we're calling parents as influencers. Many of you may have seen this last night. It actually came out on the Facebook, this video, but I'm actually going to share this with you. It's just less than 2 minutes. I think this is really great, and hopefully you'll appreciate where we're going with this, and I'll explain kind of what the path forward is. So go ahead, Lindsay. Oh, Lindsay, I'm not hearing the audio on our end. We'll give Lindsay just a second. I know we were trying to make sure we could have the sharing the audio, our sharing on things gets a little technical. While she's trying to find that, what I'm going to share with you is, so this is the first of the video series. The team is working on several getting other parents who will share their stories and answer some questions. And so this is going to be a series. You're going to be seeing more of these over the course of the next few weeks, and really getting a good representation of our community, and also what our community, from a cultural perspective, what our community looks like as well. So if we're not able to play this, I do, and maybe we will, because now it's not yellow, Lindsay, maybe it'll work.
Vaccinated.
Oh, yes.
I'm Haley, and we got our daughter vaccinated back in November, and she's 6.5. Yeah, it certainly wasn't a done deal the minute that the authorization came out. We thought about it, and we did our research.
Well, of course, we're going to have technical difficulties because it wouldn't be.
Our research. We did have an appointment with our pediatrician for the kids and talked with her, and she was very confident that the vaccine is safe and effective. And I think the thing that kind of put us on our positive, we're going to do this path, was also talking with our sister-in-law, who happens to be a physician as well, and she has a daughter the same age as ours, and we said, "Are you gonna get the COVID vaccine?" And she said, "Absolutely." I think for us, a really big motivation to get our daughter vaccinated was the staying in school factor, and just knowing that we are doing everything we can to protect her, to be able to stay in school so that she stays happy and healthy. Because coming back from winter break, I couldn't count the number of times she said, "I'm so excited to go back to school." And so just knowing that we had done everything we could do to get her back in school really made me feel good about our decision. I think we didn't treat it that much differently than her other childhood vaccines. And that's how I also see this. It's just another tool in the toolkit of protecting her. And it's the best science that we have available. And we've gotten all her other childhood vaccines. Yeah, I think it's certainly understandable that people are going to be hesitant that something's new. But I think once you talk to doctors and people that can really, recommend the pros and cons, I think you'll rest easier, rest better when you have made your decision.
Thank you, Lindsay, and glad that you were mostly able to hear that. Certainly it is out on the Facebook page. Please, we encourage you to share it across your channels, and stay tuned for more to come, because there's more interviews that have been scheduled, and they're also still reaching out to others who will participate. So we're excited that this is a piece of just one more piece of how we are trying to communicate and address issues and concerns of our community and those who may have questions or concerns around vaccinations. Next slide, please. Thank you. Just a few other things. Hopefully you've all been seeing this with respect to additional outreach that's been ongoing. Lots of stuff. I would say almost daily there is a new slide on social media, both on our Instagram and our Facebook, as well as making sure that we're keeping things current on the COVID information page on the website. These are just a few examples. I know we spoke briefly and some of you had heard some of the holiday radio ads that we had out, continuing to update as it changes daily, as you'll see the little slide down in the bottom, that 5 months after the second Pfizer or Moderna shot. We've now even updated that as of last night, that only has 5 little calendar, 5 months showing, because of course everything keeps changing. And then also a return to reminding folks about what they should be doing when they are sick and have symptoms, and revisiting the things that early on were part of the COVID messaging, but bringing them back to the surface and reminding folks that when you are sick and you've tested positive with COVID, these are the things you need to be doing to monitor your own health, to be caring for your symptoms, and making sure that you are recovering and staying safe and healthy throughout your illness. Next slide, please. A few other things, and thank you. We've had some input and updates regarding trying to make things as usable as possible on the county website. We have made a couple of changes with respect to the COVID information. I will give a caveat that it looks very different when you log in from a desktop onto the county website versus your phones. And that's a challenge with just the software system and platform that we have as a county. And I know that there's work on that going forward, but in the meantime, we're doing everything we can to help our community navigate. Yeah, just a couple highlights here on the county news. That is a spot on the front, the county's main page where county press releases are posted. And so anytime a Health and Human Services COVID related press release goes out, it is posted on that page. And so I know, and I don't want to step on anyone's toes because this is not my world of span of control, but it is, as new press releases come in, then they take that top spot and others roll down on that page. So just as you all know, we just put out a press release last week, so you see that highlighted there. We also moved on the popular links. We made the COVID-19 information the top link on that popular link that will sit there. And then also working with IT, had them at the top of that web page up where it says emergency alert. To the right of it is click here for COVID-19 information. If you click on that, it takes you right to what is the page showing on your screen to the right, which is the Health and Human Services COVID page. Actually, this is the testing information, but it'll take you to the COVID page. Just point out a couple things on here that are new additions. Of course, we have the saliva-based testing available at the Fieldhouse location and continue to have that as a primary link. Just point out that under there, I know we get lots of questions about this, that bottom line underneath that green box says register for saliva-based testing here. Note the agency code in all capital letters is saliva test, because when you click on that link, it takes you there and asks you for an agency code, and sometimes people don't know where to find that. So we do our best to help people in navigating that. But then also really important that what is highlighted in green, clicking at that link for a list of all the COVID testing locations in Coconino County, recognizing that we have many locations throughout all of the county. The newest other piece that we've just added is with respect to at-home COVID-19 tests, which is the next highlighted green item that the arrow is pointing at there. And this is really important, and I wanted to point this out. We all recognize that there's a lot more at-home testing taking place, and those are not tests that are necessarily reported. So when we looked at those numbers that I showed you earlier, that we were sitting well above 2,400 cases for what is going to be our week ending on the 6th, or excuse me, on the 8th. We all know that that number is likely 2 and 3 times higher because we have lots of people taking at-home tests who may not go get a PCR confirmatory test. They may know my family all has it, I have symptoms, I tested positive, I'm not going to go do another PCR test, and that is okay. We don't want anyone calling to report their positive test to us. And the reason is at this point, we have so many cases that there is not a mechanism for if somebody calls in to report that to enter that into the laboratory tracking from our HHS staffing. We cannot do that and enter that into our database. And so what we're encouraging people to do is if they want to go get a confirmatory laboratory test, by all means, you may do so. That information does get counted as part of our numbers and then goes into either ADHS or our own staff to make investigation calls related to those positive tests. What we're encouraging people to do now with the influx and very high numbers is we want folks to, if you test positive with an at-home test, you can certainly go get a confirmatory laboratory test. But if you choose not to, we urge you to please follow the CDC isolation and quarantine guidance to stay home until you are, for at least 5 days and until you are symptom-free for at least 24 hours, and that you notify those around you who may have been in contact with you that may have potentially had an exposure when you were symptomatic or right before you became symptomatic. It's up to all of us now to work together to protect one another, to share information as we move into this incredibly large surge related to Omicron. So hopefully that is some helpful information that we're putting out to the public as well. Next slide, please. So also with respect to communications to our county employees, the employee intranet location has been updated and continues to be updated by our team here at HHS with respect to the COVID information, to make friendly links to where folks can get this very same information internally on our internet. So that's looking really great. Encourage you to take a look at that. Next slide, please. And then wanting to kind of wrap up with a few other things specific to vaccinations and a few more things on testing. Of course, reminder that we continue to have our Flagstaff Mall location on Wednesdays and Fridays. You'll note that this past Friday, we did not hold hours there, and that was because our team was up in Tucson performing an event specifically because schools were out that day and wanted to make ourselves available up there. We are open again this Wednesday and Friday and the subsequent Wednesdays and Fridays going forward. Through February now at this point, we've extended our ask in terms of utilizing this location, and we will be considering that on a week-by-week basis as we go forward. So continuing to provide all of the vaccines for all of the ages and booster doses at that location. And next slide, please. Continue to also provide our pop-up events around the county. We were at the Grand Canyon in Tucson, as I just mentioned on Friday, did another about 160 vaccines up there. Also did some work at the Peaks long-term care facility and administered 83 booster vaccines there. Our teams do go on site to some of our long-term care facilities to assist in vaccination. And then we're headed back up to Page on the 22nd of January in partnership with the mayor of Page, Canyonlands, just amazing teamwork up there and getting these events planned, scheduled, and indoor locations. This will be taking place again inside the cab lobby of the Page High School on the 22nd. And we also, again, continuing to have events at nursing homes, shelters, and also doing some planning with respect to a few homebound individuals that still are needing some booster vaccinations. Next slide, please. And then last but not least, I would be remiss in not then reminding everyone of our partner vaccine events. We could not be doing the heavy lifting that we are doing right now without, in particular, Premier Medical Group running events on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, both at the NAU location at the Flagstaff Elks Lodge, and then also partnering with Mountain View Pediatrics, running child vaccine events on site up at Mountain View Pediatrics location. So I'll just give you when I mentioned about vaccines increasing this past week. We did just under 600 vaccines at our mall location over the course of a Wednesday, the Friday and the Wednesday, and then in between the Christmas holiday and then, or after the Christmas holiday. And then just this past weekend, which the PMG group, they had not done vaccines over the Christmas and New Year's. They did over 1,100 vaccines just this past weekend. So when, as I was indicating, when you see that update in our weekly about the number of vaccines and boosters, you're going to see a substantial jump in that, which is great news. There is definitely increased interest in both first doses and second doses, but also in those booster eligibility. Next slide. And the last piece that I want to cover before turning to the board for questions is finishing on this idea of safely continuing our essential services and keeping our schools open. As you're all aware, the recommendation of HHS and going out in a press release to our entire community is that, recommending virtual meetings when possible until our community transmission declines, and really looking at, from a community perspective, is this group gathering essential right now, or can it be postponed, if at all possible? And I'll let you know, I'm getting calls from the community multiple times a day asking about recommendations around this. And this is my message, that really looking at, is this something essential? Because what we view as essential is keeping our kids in school. And so if we can limit the other places where we might have exposure so that our kids can be in school, our economy can be operating, and we can still be providing services to our community, both as a county and as our community as a whole, making those good risk-related decisions about minimizing the spread as much as possible. We did update our letters to the schools just right after the return from break regarding the new quarantine and isolation guidance around the change with the 5 days and the return with strict masking to 5 days post for both quarantine and isolation. And then we're also collaborating with the school superintendent. They recently filled their position that came from a grant for a community relations specialist to help increase testing availability and vaccinations, working with all of the schools around Coconino County. And then the last thing I wanted to touch on is the self-testing kit distribution. You're hearing a lot about that. You had an agenda item on the that you approved earlier today, and so I want to speak a little bit about that. We have been providing BioNX Now kit distribution, self-testing kits for more than a year to schools, healthcare providers, and daycares throughout the county. And these are kits that we've been receiving through the Department of Health Services that we order. All of our providers received a form that they can submit weekly requests, or as frequently as they need, requests to order self-testing kits. Now there's two different kinds. One is called in-agency kits and then self-testing kits. And I just want to clarify this. We've been distributing those in-agency kits, and what they are, we call them the big kits. They have 40 tests in a box. And in order for locations to administer, they're still rapid tests. They're just like the BioNX self-testing kits, except they don't come with their own little vial and their own individual solution. It's in a bigger box. They have to have what's called a CLIA waiver. It's a laboratory waiver requirement to administer those. And we've been filling those agency requests since December of 2020. So almost 2 years for those big box test kits. And we've distributed over 51,000 of them to schools. We have a few schools who have CLIA waivers, not all of them, and many medical providers, shelter locations, other places that were able to get CLIA waivers. Then in August of 2021, so just this past August, we started receiving individual self-testing kits that come 2 to a box in the BioNX Now kits. those we also put out and offered up to those same schools, medical providers, shelters, long-term care facilities, all the places that are high priority for making sure that there is testing availability, in particular rapid testing availability. And we've been distributing those to those locations since August, and to date, we've distributed over 12,000 of them. So now, and if you want to go to the next slide, please, Lindsay, and which is my last slide, how we're looking at increasing at-home testing. The latest thing, and I just wrote this down because it just came out in the news either last night or this morning, kind of the follow-up on the federal component is that beginning Saturday, insurance, those with private insurance are going to, according to the Biden administration, your insurance will be, you will be able to have 8 tests per month reimbursed or even purchased through your insurance, depending on how they're going to roll this out with participating pharmacies. So those will be at no cost already to those who are insured. And then, so that's exciting news because many people have been accessing those by buying them over the counter. They cost about $25 for a box of 2, depending on which brand you're getting. And we know that those are often sold out. Right now, the demand is definitely exceeding the supply. We are finding the same thing with our supply coming from ADHS. We continue to ask and have increased our ask to ADHS and continue to receive those kits, that we are prioritizing our schools, our preschools, our daycares, and shelter locations and others that don't have a CLIA waiver for those individual self-testing kits. And then all those with CLIA waivers, prioritizing them to get the big kits that I explained, that they can still have those rapid test kits. We're continuing to ask and push those out in that prioritization. The other thing we would like to do, and this was the purpose of putting that $400,000 agenda item for the purchase order, is to purchase an additional 20,000 kits. And that's because that's how much we can purchase for that $400,000. These are not cheap. This is on a state contract. This is costing us about $18 per test. So we're going to be making a purchase of an additional 20,000. What we'd like to do is work with our communities around the county and identify other partner locations who have the capacity and the willingness to help distribute these for us. We are working on a specific protocol to assist those partner entities in being able to distribute these effectively and equitably. We don't want to have locations where it's a free-for-all, where people can come in and grab 10 or 15 boxes and turn around and sell them or do anything that we wouldn't want them to do, so that people have access, and make sure that we're also helping our schools communicate that the schools have them. So when your kids, when you get that letter that says Johnny was in a classroom where and is named as a close contact or potentially exposed, the schools have those kits to send home with the parents and the kids so that they can test in 5 days with that free self-test as well. So we have lots of places that we're already prioritizing and distributing. And after we get these other kits, then we're going to be looking at other locations, including working with our fire districts, those that are interested in being a point of distribution for the community at large, to be able to drive through and get 1 or 2 testing kits so that they have access to those free of charge. So I hope, and I'm certainly happy to entertain questions, but I hope that that helps explain what we've been doing, how we're prioritizing testing, the importance that we place on testing, and also the need to work with partner entities around the county as we get some ability to purchase more. And so that you're all aware, we were able to purchase these utilizing funds from one of our ELC specimen collection grants that we still have remaining funds that we are wanting to make sure we spend every last allocated dime. And this is an eligible expense for that. So we're excited about this opportunity. I know that's been a lot of stuff I've covered, and I'm going to now pause and take a breath, and Chair Ryan, turn back to you for questions from the board.
And get a drink of water too, Kim. All right. All right. Well, let's turn back to the board. And, I'm going to suggest when we do take a lunch break, we'll punch it out an extra 15 minutes to make sure people have an opportunity to get their lunch. So let's just go ahead and roll through numerically as we usually do. Supervisor Horseman, District 1.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Ryan. And Kim, as always, to you and your staff, thank you for being on the front line and, doing everything we can for our residents here in Coconino County. So that's number one. And I know that it is alarming to all of us that we have now exceeded the top infection rate than we ever did when we were in the very midst of this pandemic, and I still see it as a pandemic. And it is so disheartening to see the numbers and to see our friends and family members fall ill, and unfortunately, many pass away from this still. And I know that means that we are not done as a county health, and we must, in fact, reach out as much as we can. And I know everybody is tired, but yet we still must, fight on and reach out and do what we can here. One of my concerns is, and I'm getting emails and text messages and people who I run into, and I'm not out in public very much right now, is that they're having difficulty with testing, and I'm not sure in finding testing, and they have to schedule, and scheduling testing is out a few days, and there's a certain panic of trying to get tested sooner rather than later. And I guess, do you have any idea what the capacity for testing is at NAU and at the county sites currently?
Thank you, Chair Ryan, Supervisor Horseman, and thank you for reminding me of that, because I wanted to actually make a comment about that. Right now, we all know that there's a high demand for testing at all of our locations. Many of you are aware that Embry Health had some difficulty, and it's not just in Coconino County. Actually, they've been having difficulty around the state with their operations because they also have staff out sick. Lots of people have staff out sick, and this is kind of that rolling effect of where we are now. I mean, we have staff out sick, and it's really, how are we mitigating the best of our ability so that it is really a rolling situation, so that we can keep operations happening, but they may be interrupted. And so that was what was happening. And I think we'll probably still continue to see. But with respect to the capacity at NAU, one of the things I wanted to mention is during their hours, they are serving anyone who shows up there. Now, you may have to wait a substantial amount of time. So I want to be very clear to the public, because there's such a high demand and a sense of urgency about getting testing, you may have to wait. But what we did get assured of, we actually went over and talked to their staff over there with ASU Biodyne, is it is recommended that you pre-register, that you go on and register and make sure that you have signed up and have that. If there's not an available appointment on that date, but you feel very incensed that you need to get tested that date, you can still sign up for an appointment, and you can show up for another day, and you can show up on that date and wait in line, and they will test you. So if you don't sign up online and you show up in line, they will assist you in registering and will test you on that same date. So we did get clarification about that. If that is something that you need to do, they will accept that. Now, Embry Health, on the other hand, I don't want to speak for them because that is, but I know they have appointments. They have now 2 locations, which was news to us when they'd been talking about opening another location. So right now they have the mall location, and then they are also at the YMCA,
right,
and operating. Their information is, we try to keep our partner information as up to date as we possibly can, but if we don't know about the changes for our website, we can't put them on there. We did update what we believe to be the most current at this time, and also directing people to the links for those specific locations. So I hope that answered, did that answer all of your questions, Supervisor?
I have a lot of questions, but I'm gonna
That, the
try to
one you
keep it-
asked, I mean.
Yeah, very brief. To follow up on that one is that, number one, thank you. That's good to know. I will get that message out. And I think it'd be good to get that on the county website. I'll certainly put it on my social media, but I think that's important because there is a certain level of anxiety out there with regards to difficulties on getting these testing. And then the second thing I know Embry is doing, drive-up testing. Is the county considering opening a drive-up testing site? That's the other comment I get from my constituents, that they would prefer drive-up testing, especially given the contagious nature of the Omicron.
So thank you, Chair Ryan, Supervisor Horstman. What I will say right now is that the county, in terms of our HHS teams, we are not considering opening up additional drive-through testing. Embry does offer that, as do the pharmacies. You can drive through Walgreens and you can do a COVID test through the Walgreens pharmacy from your vehicle. And then, of course, any of the distribution at these at-home tests, as we go to roll that out even further, the idea will be that people will be able to receive these, if depending on how our partners are able to help us distribute them, be able to receive them in a vehicle or that such something like that. But other providers are providing testing in various forms. I encourage people to contact, their medical providers, places that they go. They are doing testing. All of them are doing it on some level differently. But at this point in time, with respect to resources, the efforts around vaccinations, the testing options and availability in Coconino County, we as a county are not looking at opening up a drive-through testing operation.
And I know we're going to have to look at it. I hope we aren't going to see these numbers go up anymore. I mean, these are astronomical numbers. But I can tell you what I'm hearing is at Walgreens, to try to get testing and to book testing, it's over a week out. And I don't know what Embry testing is, but I know that there has been days. So, and so I think we really have to take a look at that. And I know we have staffing difficulties too here in the county, but it certainly is a need here in our community. So thank you. I'll let other supervisors, they probably will ask other questions that I wanted to ask. So thank you for your help very much, Kim. And I got to put a plug in for Kim. Yes. And that is that we're going to be doing a Facebook Live for Kim and Matt Maurer on Thursday at 5 o'clock. So, and talk about this further. So thank you for your willingness and your outreach, Kim.
Thank you. And if I could just, with respect to the concerns about people getting testing, one of the things that I want to also ask all of you to help us message is, at this point in time, people are going to get tested for basically one of two reasons. One, they have symptoms. They're starting to have cold-like symptoms, or they know somebody that they've been in close contact with who has had COVID. With that being said, certainly I want people to continue to get tested. But if you have symptoms of any kind, we want you to make a good, solid judgment that it's likely you have COVID. So whether you go get a test that tells you that or not, we need you to stay home until you don't have symptoms anymore. And we need you to wear masks when you're out in public and in public spaces to protect one another. So I think we're at this really interesting place in this response where we kind of have to change how we're responding. That getting tested is still absolutely something we want to be a priority. But if you can't get a test right now or in the fashion in which you'd like to receive it, that you operate as if you have been exposed and that you're monitoring your symptoms. Because at the end of the day, the test just tells you, yes, you have it. And if you already have those symptoms and other things, it's likely that you have it. And either way, even if it isn't COVID, we don't want to keep spreading what you do have. So please use those isolation guidelines in general. So I think that's the other message that if you could all help us share would be really beneficial.
Excellent, Kim. Thank you for that.
All right. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, first off, I just want to say thank you, Kim, for your continued work and your team's work. This is 2 years in, and we're still having some of these same conversations. And it's fortunate to see the spike. is there anything we can do to help support with masking? Because like one of the things I've noticed is in town, I see a lot of people out and about with no mask. And, you know, it seems to me if we want to contain this, it's masking and vaccination that we really need to help curb the flow of COVID or whatnot. And so I just curious about that because I've just noticed a lot of people around town who are not masking.
Yes, Chair Ryan, Supervisor Vasquez, it's a really difficult position to be in. I mean, you all know that as a county and as county elected officials there, you know, certainly we have the county mask mandate in our county buildings, which we have authority to do, but we don't necessarily have authority to mandate masking outside of our communities, you know, for our businesses and other locations. And it's really how we continue to urge those businesses and other entities to, you know, make that a recommendation, a requirement for entering facilities. It's, you know, as we are 2 years into this is a difficult piece of those that, you know, who they're enforcing it with. You know, certainly they can all enforce it with their employees. You know, at a starting point, I would love to see all of our businesses requiring their employees to wear masks in those places, because that actually helps encourage the customers to do the same, because you kind of have a sense of like, oh, they're trying to protect me, I should probably do the same. I don't know that I have a solution for that other than to continue to put out that messaging and say that, and to model it, that we're continuing to model it as a county, that we are masking in those public settings. I truly appreciate the schools. Had some, you know, conversations with several of the superintendents or principals of the various schools. And while not all of them have strict masking policies, most of them do. And that's really a huge key piece to keeping our kids in school while we are in these super high numbers. And just continue to urge everyone that yes, masking in public places and is absolutely imperative. And as the message that went out, not only is it the masking, limiting our in-person meetings and in group settings, you know, we're modeling that here at the county. Steve and I talked a lot about this in terms of like, we have to lead out on this. You know, my management team, there's about 10 of us on it now. You know, we're all in the building working, but we have our meeting on Wednesday tomorrow, and we will be meeting in this same format that we're all sitting on today, so that we're not sitting in rooms for an hour and a half. Even though we're all masking and doing distancing, we're trying to do our best to keep one another as healthy as possible, and just urge all of our communities to do the same. So Supervisor Vasquez, yeah, whatever other messaging you can help spreading the word, all of you, is, I think, at this point, unless you've got any other ideas, that's kind of where we're at.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate that, and definitely going to continue modeling the behaviors we want to see and really encouraging our community to mask and protect themselves. I did have a question about the vaccine, because I know they've changed the dates a little bit in terms of the amount of time between the first dose and the second dose. Could you go over that real quick, please?
Absolutely. So actually the time frame from a first dose vaccine is either 28 days or 21 days, depending on the type of vaccine that you're receiving. So Moderna is still 28 days between first and second dose, and then also and then 21 days for the Pfizer vaccine between the first and second dose. There are different numbers with respect to that third dose immunocompromised. And for Pfizer, because heaven forbid it be simple, I think that is now 28 days post the second dose for an immunocompromised. But we have all that information on our website. At our vaccine sites, all of our health professionals are happy to discuss and talk through that information and make sure that folks are in the appropriate timeframes as well for when to receive those doses. And then the most recent change is, instead of being 6 months post your 2-dose series, you can now, it's just 5 months post 2-dose series for when you're eligible for a booster.
Great, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Supervisor Begay, Judy.
Yes, I do have I did have the same question, some of the questions that my previous colleagues had asked, but the only thing I'm going to add is that I think we need to do radio spots in the native language, and then also possibly get that out going to different tribes that live within Coconino County. And because a lot of people do listen to radios, and if they, especially if it's in their own native language. So that's the only thing I would like to add. And then thank Kim and the staff for really keeping a tab on what's going on, what needs to get done, and where this thing is going, and explaining everything to us, regarding what's going on with the Omicron. And so I just want to say thank you to the staff and Steve for your leadership and others. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. And our Vice Chair, Lena Fowler.
Well, thank you again, Kim. This is so complex, and yet you just cover it. It is just has the, from the time that this hit us to now, you've really gotten organized, just really paying attention to public messaging, all the partners that you're working with, and just the outreach that has poured out. And I just really want to just appreciate your work and all of your staff. I know that you all are tired at this point. Hopefully you do take some time off to rest and be able to take your mind off of the pain that is in the community. Even just during this board meeting, we were presented with cases where we have lost people. So that's very painful. And I just hope that your staff and people, you're the frontline workers, and I hope you are able to take some time to be able for yourself. I did get tested, and the lines are long. I was on Tuba as well, and I had to go by, and the lines for testing every site is really long. And I didn't register, and I was able to get tested. Thankfully, it was negative. I was in contact. I learned that I was in contact with someone that had COVID, and I didn't know that. So just the opportunity and trying to provide the service where people be able to get the testing and getting their vaccination, and every day encouraging people to wear your mask and get your vaccine and your booster. I don't know how many times we have to say it, but we just have to continue that. So it's very sad that we now had to cancel all our meetings. All my meetings are all canceled. I had some in-person meetings and really thought I was going to be able to take these meetings to the next step. And, it just, with your advisory that went out, and thank you so much for really caring and saying, hey, this is what's happening. And you might want to take a second look at your in-person meetings. I took it very personally. You sent it to everyone, but I had to cancel all the meetings for this month in person. So now we have to say, okay, how do we address this and how do we move it forward? So I really appreciate your guidance. Thank you to you and all of your staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate that.
Right. And then just quickly myself, I've not only talked to people, but I wandered around town and tried to see about self-test. And sure enough, everybody's out of self-test right now. And even when they know they're getting an order in, they don't know if they're going to get an order, filled. So yeah, we're hitting that spike. I'm glad you made the point of the self-test, and comparative to our numbers, there are many more cases than what our numbers are showing. And it's that reinforcer for people that, we have a virus out there and we just need to good practices, be cautious, a little extra cautious, especially with the spikes we're going through. And yeah, there are people that are actually hospitalized and losing their lives as well. So continuing to encourage. So when we see Kim, and Kim, you are a superstar now, you have a special status there, but you have a big group of people that have been working really hard behind you. So, and that goes out even beyond your own department to a lot of our own staff and our sister agencies. There are a lot of people that because this has been going on so long, it's assumed, but there are a lot of people working really hard. And there's a fatigue factor as well as an illness factor that's out there. So it's a big thank you, I think, from all of us for everybody, all the hanging in there, making it through that perseverance that's needed for this. So compliments on that.
Thank you, Chair. And I will make sure from all of you to share that with our staff, because you're absolutely right. I just am the one that stands up here and puppets out the information, but none of this could be done without all of the team behind us and us alongside of us, outside of our department as well. And I, absolutely hear that, and I appreciate that, and I will be sure to share all of your sentiments with them, because they appreciate hearing that, and they are amazing because they show up every day and keep doing the work despite the numbers and the constant change. So thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Just a couple of quick comments. So as you've indicated and we've said, for the foreseeable future, board meetings are going to continue to be virtual. There's just no way to predict. At the same time, I've also directed and asked Sue and Tom within facilities management to do a redesign of our dais downstairs, because at some point in time, we are going to come together. That is going to happen. But more than likely, in order to do so, we do need to open that up. We can increase the size of the building. So it's spreading out the dais, doing some more there, and then doing more of a hybrid so that the board is able to conduct the business of the body collectively in the same room, spread out, but also ensuring that with social distancing, we would have to probably limit the number in the auditorium itself. And so we're going to be taking those steps. And then one other comment, I think all of you have outstanding radio voices. And so we will be enlisting your voices in your native language to provide messaging to the public about the need for masking, vaccinations, boosters, social distancing, all of the necessary messages. But again, I think you all have outstanding radio voices, and we will be enlisting you for those reasons. So. And I think we already have, we've got.
They're all blushing. They're all blushing. Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, but again, this is very timely because after lunch, we'll be following up this discussion with regard to employee supports. And, you've all said it very succinctly. The organization has gone a long way. There's still more to go. COVID has impacted county operations. In addition to impacting lives and families, it is impacting county operations. And so some of the supports that we'll be discussing after lunch really gets to how do we support employees through this journey that we're taking as an organization, because at the same time, we're a service organization. We provide services. And so when our staffing is not in place, that means the services are limited or even delayed. And we want to make sure that that's not the case. So again, we'll be talking about employee supports after the lunch break, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. Well, excellent job, everybody. Now we need to take a lunch break. Why don't we make it? People need an hour to really get a decent lunch. So why don't we come back at 1:45? I have 12:45 right now. So that'll give us a reasonable opportunity to take a break here. And look forward to the next discussion. With that, let's take a break and we'll come back together then.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, everybody.
Hang on a second. Good. Okay. Is it working? Yes. Hang on, let me mute that.
Oh, yes, I see it. So say, Matt, I canceled going back to NACO, and I hope it's going to be hybrid. So you're on mute. You're muted.
Sometimes it's good I'm muted. Yeah, I think I forget who did. Somebody sent out an email just or text or whatever saying that we're all canceled right now and we'll see what ends up transpiring.
Yeah.
So all schedule wise. Yeah. I last chance to bail out before they get the penalty of fees and doesn't seem to make sense.
That's why I did it, but I hope it's going to be hybrid. It's just crazy that they won't turn it into a hybrid meeting, but we'll see.
Well, so we get, on the transportation side, we get weekly meetings, or not weekly, monthly webinars that we have an opportunity for. So it's not like we're losing ground, but yeah, I hear you.
Well,
so it helps come together.
Yeah, and they're having a big WIR and public lands, and so like I said, I just hope they'll make it hybrid. So.
Yeah, it's wonderful you're on WIR. Oh my gosh, I'm on WIR.
Lots going on there.
Yeah. Okay, we're kind of getting people together, and we got a couple minutes here, which is good. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Hey, Steve.
Is my volume coming across okay?
You are. You're well heard.
His radio voice is great.
No, you all have the radio voice.
Your radio. Yeah, that's right. Your
all
radio.
Of you. You all do. You can speak in Minnesotan. You can speak in Spanish. You can speak in Navajo. You can speak in Philadelphian.
Whatever.
Yeah, that's right.
I think we have a great broad bench strength of a lot of multilingual elected officials.
It's that egocentric, we're the best of the best of the best.
You guys are going to do it. You guys are going to be it. You're it. You'll be known for your radio voice.
Our team's the best. Any team, whichever our team is the best.
Yeah. Years and years and years ago, when Kim Ott was with the radio station, she and I did a Monday morning.
TV or radio?
Radio, rather. Radio.
Okay.
She was with radio station. Kim Ott. We always did a weekly Monday, what's happening at the county. And she was on radio. I was the voice on the county side. It was kind of a fun thing to do. So
Yeah. Oh, and Kim would be a great host for something like that too.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Yeah, you remember Kim being at TV, back on the Practice Channel, TV, Channel 2 here?
Oh, way back. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of folks graduated from Channel 2 years and years ago that are down in the valley. And
Oh, yeah.
A lot of folks came through here, and because we would get them when they were here, they would always interview us for different things, elections and whatnot. And so Donna Rossi and Heidi Fogelsong and all of those personalities that are now in the valley and many others. So it's good.
She retired, Steve. I don't know if you know that. She finally retired after many years down there in Channel 5.
And the number of radio and TV folks are actually going into public affairs and local governments. So City of Phoenix has picked up several TV personalities out of the Valley market. So anyway, I digress. 145.
Now it's producing air from up here and good runners. And by the way, the other silent sport that's out there that's doing wonderful is the swim team, NAU swim team.
Yeah.
You could track it out, and their divers, oh my gosh, they're phenomenal. We haven't heard too much about them, and yet they're doing fantastic things. So yeah. Okay, well, let's just check and see. Steve, you check on your end first and see if you have who you need out there.
Yeah, Erica Philpott is going to be helping me. We're going to be tag teaming the presentation. Hi, Erica.
Hello, how are you?
Good. So,
all right. Hey, Erica.
Good afternoon.
And that's it? You're good, Steve?
Yep, everyone else is here. We're good.
Okay, it looks like we're going to go through this.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Is Siri on the attendee side? We want to pull her over to, if you see her pop up, she may be, we want to pull her over to panelists in case we have any questions on financing our costs. So other than that, I think we're ready to go, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I'm looking at just checking in with the board. We have Supervisor Horstman, Patrice here. We have Supervisor Vasquez, Rima. Let's check and see. Do we have Supervisor Judy Begay? I'm not seeing her popping up on this side. Is she on the other side?
No, Chair Ryan, she's not on yet.
Okay. Okay, and oh, I just saw that, Lindsay.
I see her on the attendee side, Lindsay.
So we'll try and move her over. In the meantime, do we have Vice Chair Alina Fallon? Are you out there, Alina? I'm imagining Lena walking across the room, going to push.
I'm here.
There's Judy. Okay, we hear you. All right. And then Lena, just checking in.
I don't see her on the.
Yeah, we've given it a. I think we're doing okay here.
Yeah, we can wait till. Let's see. I don't see her.
Just,
on the,
just giving it one more minute, and then we'll get rolling here. Just getting connected. Technology. That is why. That's what I'm going to blame. It's not me for our schedule snafus. To my loquacious board, it's not me.
Lindsay, can you pull over Lucinda from attendees?
Working on that.
Let's see.
Yeah, we got a big group of attendees out there. All right.
Oh, we do. Wow.
Yeah, 3 more than this morning. Let's see.
Let's see.
They heard about the radio voices and they wanted to come and hear.
We'll do audition.
You won't get me to sing, I'll tell you that. Only my grandkids hear me sing when they go to sleep. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, I think we're good, Steve. We want to try and Geronimo might have to leave towards later end of what's going on, and the more we can get in, that would be good too.
We can jump right in, sir.
Okay. Just we're reconvening the board into, in this case, we're in a work session. Actually, in possible action, to be honest with you, it's discussion, consideration, and possible action to support employees due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As Steve will note, we did have an original presentation and we've done follow-up, and here's our report out. Turn it over to County Manager Steve Brewer.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, staff, and others that are attending today. This afternoon, we're presenting a follow-up discussion on COVID supports. You will recall that I brought to the board a couple of weeks ago a discussion item and a recommendation to look into a vaccine incentive program. At that time, and I do want to credit Supervisor Fowler for recommending back to the staff that we go back and survey our workforce, which we have done, and so we'll be covering that. But at the same time, I think one of the big takeaways from returning to the staff and having discussions in certain areas was to gain really excellent feedback on how COVID is impacting all dimensions and all corners of our county organization. This morning, listening to Kim Musselman speak of the numbers and the impact certainly provides a broader view of COVID here in Coconino County that's affecting the public, families, individuals. At the same time, we're looking at the impacts within the organization. And so what I want to do today, and with Erica Philpott's assistance, we're going to be tag teaming, but we're broadening the conversation to go beyond incentives. We're looking at supports in general. And as we've talked about, COVID has impacted all of us in different ways, in some cases in tragic ways, in some ways other types of challenges have been created. And as we talk about those realities, we also take into consideration how it is impacting our employees, our team members, our family members in our service to the county. You know, we are a service organization. Since 1891, we have been providing service, and we're going to continue to do so. Although when we look at COVID, that is thrown a completely different curveball in anything the county's ever had to endure in the past. And so if I could have the slideshow brought up, please. And Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Fowler is here. So let's go to the next slide. If I could, Sue, are you running? Are you driving? So putting in context or broadening our awareness of COVID, we look at the faces within the county, and this is a snapshot. And some individuals, top left is a good friend, Freddie Sanchez, who left us this year. And you look at individuals like Van over in mechanical services, working on a sheriff's vehicle, over to facilities crew clearing snow, Sheriff Driscoll swearing in new staff, Gretchen Hornberger, which is right at the top middle, who is in charge of the law library, Jenny and Shirley. So we've got names, and we know that, and you know that, because you're all part of the county family, and putting to our awareness and our perspective, these individuals, all of the individuals, the bottom left, you have Chris Tressler and Donocio, Irasun doing good things out in the field, and Mark Yarnell. And then you've got over towards the middle, the finance department down at the bottom. You name it. This is who we are. We're an organization made up of a lot of different individuals. And if I can go to the next slide. So you saw the faces, these are the numbers. About 1,100 strong, service and resilience. And that's how we are in the business. We're in the commitment of public service. And that's what we do. So service and resilience. So 1,100 strong, 846 full-time equivalents, 41 elected officials. So 41 of your colleagues here at the county are elected individuals. When we look at the governance, you look at the judiciary here at the county by statute, elected positions. We look at our constitutional officers, assessor, treasurer, recorder, superintendent, constables. And so we have a team of elected officials that help here at the county in terms of providing leadership. 51 part-time individuals, limited appointment individuals, 24, temporaries, 177. And so again, all of these individuals have been assembled here at the county to carry out the mission of our work. You know, whenever myself and Sue or Lucinda provide welcomes to new employees, we always begin with thank you for considering Coconino County, because oftentimes I think we talk about the employment situation, the employment and employer is making a decision, but to us, we feel the most important decision was made a long, long time ago when employees chose us. And we feel that there's a special obligation on our part to support and to do everything we can and to live up to the expectations of those individuals here at Coconino County. And so with that additional information, 252 staff members have qualified for Family Medical Leave Act time. 31 individuals here have entered a military leave of absence in order to serve our country. The next statistic, over 9,500 hours of bereavement leave have been taken. And one of the supports we're going to be talking about is looking at our bereavement leave policy. And then 79 of our individuals here have chosen to retire and to hopefully, we hope that they're having a happy, although probably challenging with everyone else encountering COVID, but enjoying a retirement that they've worked so hard for. So again, these are the numbers with regard to the county. The next slide, please. And this is the slide that certainly creates the emotion when we talk about individuals who we've lost. You know, Vilma Cabrera started out in HHS for many years and then transferred to the Sheriff's Department, left us this year. Federico Sanchez, Facilities Management Department as a service worker, left us this year. Salithia Lita Lester, Public Works. I had the honor of attending her family's celebration of life for her a couple of weeks during Christmas break. Alta Edison, I'll always speak highly of Alta. You know, I always said, when I was in elections and after that, if there was a new law that came down, we'd always check with, of course, the county attorney's office and Alta Edison. Those were kind of the bellwethers of how we would implement election practices. And so losing Alta last year certainly left a big gap in our being. Daniel Miner was an HHS, a team member in HHS. He left us last year as well, and so created, again, another big gap within the program he was working with at HHS. Laurel Matsuda, Brian Matsuda's wife, worked here in the county manager's office and board of supervisors office, left us as well. I did see Byron, he did relocate up to Utah, but Laurel was a big part of the county family here at the manager's office. Clarence Casium, Public Works, worked in the field there, doing great things, along with Steve Sanders out of the Williams office of Public Works. And so, you know, and while not all of these individuals left us as a result of COVID, these individuals are those employees that we had here on staff that did leave us in their departure, and they're leaving us, leaves a big gap in us. And then when you multiply that by the fact that all of us as individuals, we've had our families, we've had family members lost as a result of COVID. And so the point being is that COVID is taking its toll. It's taking its toll on the team that we have here. But it's the team that says, you know what, we're still in it. We're still in it to win it. We know curveball has been talked about with Omicron, and we're going to see it through, and we're going to continue to be of service to the county. But at the same time, while we do this, and I do want to appreciate Supervisor Fowler's kind words this morning, is that we need to take care of ourselves as staff, as individuals. Pace yourself when you have the opportunity to get some downtime, recharge, reflect, and then go again. And so that's the care that I think you all want to see in the organization that you govern. That's who we are at the county. So the next slide, please. So service and resilience, that's what we do. And when we look at all the things that we've encountered, and this is a snapshot, and this is since 2020 of March, a little even sooner than that. So February, March, and ongoing is the COVID. COVID-19 began actually earlier in 19, or earlier in 20. And then looking at, we stood up an emergency operations center. And so that's been going on. That's still happening. We still have a declared emergency. As a result of that, during March 2020, virtualizing or sending our staff where they could to work remotely. And that was a huge undertaking led by our information technology professionals, and a lot of service to those. But as important are those individuals, because of the design of their positions, did not go remote. They remained at the front line. Our deputies, individuals in the detention facility, individuals in our justice system, individuals in health and human services, our constitutional officers, each of their departments constitutionally are required to remain open. So we have a lot of individuals that, while we did relocate to remote service, a good majority of our staff, we also had a number of individuals who helped keep the doors open, because again, public service, that's what we do. And then we talk about other events, August of 2020, June, July, Magnum, we had Slate with Raphael, July of 21, museum and monsoon flooding. That is, with the discussion we had this morning, really did provide the opportunity and the commitment for us to work in partnership with the city and other organizations to help manage the impact of the museum flooding within the county area, as well as, of course, within the city. We've stood up testing sites. I was at CCC when the county approached us to set up the first testing site over at 4th Street at CCC. And then from there, I think at that time, we were the first county in Arizona to stand up a testing site at the county. And so that was a huge undertaking. All the vaccine sites and all the information that Kim provided today is part of what we did in terms of the mission and serving the community, coordinating partners and facilitating partnerships, and then just sourcing all the PPE that came with the pandemic. And we're still managing some of the inventory that came in as a result of that. And so it's a huge undertaking when we look at just the support and the logistics, as well as the direct service to the community. So that's a big undertaking as well. The next slide, and let me see, is this where you take over or Mike? Erica?
Yes, thanks, Steve.
Okay, this is you. Go for it.
Good afternoon, Chair Ryan, members of the board. So the Board of Supervisors, and specifically Vice Chair Fowler, requested that we survey employees and hear their thoughts on vaccine incentives. And I'm about to share those results with you. And we had an incredible response to that survey. One of the most incredible responses I've seen to any survey in my tenure here. And we're also going to talk about some of the things that we did in spring of 2020 to support employees, as well as talk about what possibilities might come next as we talk about the extended nature of the pandemic and really honoring the different experiences that employees are having and the supports that they need to help them in this difficult time. So we did send out a survey through SurveyMonkey, and that survey was open from Thursday, December 9th through December 20th. And originally we had that survey open just from the 9th, Thursday the 9th to Monday the 13th, and did decide to extend that for another week. But that Thursday, Friday, over the weekend, and Monday morning until 10 a.m., that was an incredible response. As I said, the greatest that I had ever seen in the many surveys that I've sent out as in working with HR. And so in all, by the 20th, we had 589 employees respond to the survey, more than half of our employee base, including the temps. And so that was really incredible. And then we had 251 respondents share additional thoughts and comments on the last slide. And so Dana Grisbicki from our office went through and categorized some of those. So we'll be able to share those quantifiably with you as well today. So thanks to Dana. So there were only 6 questions on the survey. And there were other options for comments on each question. The analysis provides some kind of sharing of how of those other responses kind of came out. And that final question, the 6th question, was just open-ended. So the first survey question, the verbiage on that question was, do you support an employee incentive payment of $300 for full COVID-19 vaccination by January 31st, 2022? And 588 employees responded to question 1. And you can see here that 437 of them said yes, they do support an incentive. That's 74% of the respondents. You can see the number of no's there, 126. You can see the other in that teal bar in the big box of 25. And then in the upper box on the right, upper right, breaks out those 25 other responses. And of the 25 that put other, 21 of them did not support an incentive. So really wanted to show kind of what the other, kind of what their comments were and show if they were for or against or neutral in this case. The pie chart below that other response on the right-hand side shows the reasons for do not support, and we've categorized those as well. So use of the funding inappropriate, the funding was too little, the incentive will be ineffective, prefer a non-monetary incentive, support a mandate instead, and other. So again, you can see how those 21 who did not support, what kind of categories those were in the pie chart below. And this pattern of looking at that big chart on the left, the other up into the upper right, down into the pie chart will follow on the next couple slides as well. So on survey question 2, the long question was, if you are not presently vaccinated, would a Coconino County COVID-19 vaccination incentive program using ARPA funding incentivize you to get vaccinated? If vaccinated, please skip to question 3. So that was what the question on the survey said. There were 207 people who answered this question. 382 skipped it and went to question 3. So 64% skipped this question. And then you can see the yeses. If you're currently unvaccinated, would you get vaccinated with the incentive? 36 people said yes. 116 people said no. We have other of 55, and then we broke out the other that indicated they were already vaccinated as well, who didn't skip this question. And then how many others were there after removing the vaccinated responses? There were 16. And so those 16 comments are in that teal box in the upper right. So out of those 16, 11 said no. 3 said yes, 1 unsure, 1 neutral. And then of those 11 that said no in the teal box, when we drop down to the pie chart, the reasons for that other no were personal choice, infringement of HIPAA, the vaccine is unsafe, and incentive is not enough money. Just 1 person said that. So you can see those different colors there. And if we look at the number of people who skipped this question, plus the number of people who indicated other already vaccinated, then we're looking at, of the respondents, about a 71.5% vaccination rate based on this question. So on the next question, survey question 3, if Coconino County offers a COVID-19 vaccination incentive program, employees would need to upload a copy of their COVID-19 vaccination record to Human Resources via secure portal by January 31st, 2022 at 5 p.m. and actively be on the payroll when the incentive is distributed. Would you upload proof of vaccination to receive the vaccine? And so you can see that 453 said yes. That's 78% of the respondents to the survey. 108 said no. 19 said other. Of the other, 9 put a comment not related to the question. And so when we say that, what we see in these surveys is that people put comments about compensation and other things that are not related specifically to the survey. Sometimes employees will tell me, that's because I know you're going to read all of them, Erica. I know you're looking at them. So I did see them. For employees who put something unrelated to COVID vaccination incentive, I read your comments. And so we also, of those no's, the 7 no's in that box, not secure, the portal wouldn't be secure. 3 people said personal choice, again, for 3, and then not tech savvy for 1. So those were the responses to question 3. On question 4, what type of COVID-19 incentive is the most effective? Monetary, 421 employees, respondents to the survey said that, 74%. Then time off, 184. I hope to participate but do not desire an incentive, 31 employees said that. And then other, of those other responses, 95 said they were against any incentive. And 9 were positive and offered an alternative, and 12 commented with comments unrelated to the question. And then you can see this block chart rather than the pie chart here. 21 people indicated personal choice or individual freedom. That's that yellow box, the large yellow box on the left-hand side of this chart. Moving kind of in a clockwise, the gray says 8 people will be ineffective. Inequitable was 6, discrimination was 4. Inappropriate use of funds is that dark gray on the far right-hand side, that's 2 people. To the left of that, prefer a mandate was 3, coercion is 4. The big blue next to the yellow, I didn't actually go clockwise, I'm zigzagging, and my apologies. Bribery is 7, inappropriate manipulation with guilt was 3. Unconstitutional 2, breach of HIPAA 1, doesn't address the real problem was 1, a form of punishment was 1, divisive, 1 person said, the vaccine is unsafe, 1 person said, will cause employees to leave, 1 person said. So those are some of those. And then there were 28 with no reason given there as well. So some of the big categories you can see represented here. Question 5, if you feel comfortable sharing in regard to the COVID-19 vaccine, which best describes you? And so you can see 409 put that they were fully vaccinated, and then 5 received their first dose and plan to receive their second. 11 will get the vaccine but haven't gone to do so yet. 75 didn't plan on receiving a vaccine, and there were 74 others. Of those others, 41 indicated they were vaccinated, 2 indicated the incentive was a good idea, and 31 were not comfortable or wouldn't participate. And on this slide, if you look at the 409 who indicated full vaccination, the 41 who indicated other and vaccinated, 450 people on this question said that they were vaccinated, which is about 78%, compared to question 2, where we had about 71%. So the reasons for this discomfort or non-participation, the big blue box on the left there in the block style, 13 people indicated a personal choice or individual freedom. 5 indicated no reason in that gray. 2 said they had COVID and didn't need the vaccine. 2 indicated the vaccine was unsafe. 1 said they didn't want to experience side effects. 1 said they could not receive the vaccination for medical reasons. 1 said it felt like a job threat. 2 said bribery and inequitable. And then the orange box 4 said it was a violation of HIPAA.
Okay, and so the next slide, I'm going to speak to a largely representative sample of the narrative responses to the question you'll see here. Let me just kind of go through a few of the numbers before, because I do want to read each of these quotes because they're important and it provides perspective on the question. When we looked at the responses, strongly against, we had 74 individuals, reasons given for these responses, reiterated objections described for previous survey questions. 19 were moderately against, 63 moderately for, and 79 strongly for. And then also a couple of other numbers, 16 had no additional thoughts. But some of the comments here are really important, and I'm just going to go through them for the record. So the bottom left, I feel an incentive program beats a mandate. I think the federal government has made it harder for local government to get people to protect themselves. I understand some people are against this and will say it's negative. The reality is it is no difference than the health insurance incentives we get. The county stance is the vaccine works and saves lives. Why not help those that have taken steps to protect themselves and others? Up at the top, though I am fully vaccinated and boosted, I still don't feel the vaccination should be mandated. I know this program isn't that, but it almost feels like that. Other comment, an incentive would motivate me to get the booster. Another comment, while I believe in vaccination, I also believe that it is not right for government or business to mandate any medical procedure on Americans. It is a citizen's choice to do what to do medically. Choice what to do medically. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback. Next comment, feels against my HIPAA rights. Other comment, the incentive does not seem appropriate as everyone has a choice and different reasons for not getting the vaccine. There aren't incentives for getting flu shot. Other comments, regular paid time off and work from home after getting the vaccine side effects without using sick time or COVID-19 time off. We should be given more than 40 hours for sick time if we or our immediate family, kids, spouse get COVID in order to take care of the family. Top, I don't think it's right that making a vaccine is mandatory. Vaccines, including boosters, should be mandatory for all employees. Other comment, would feel safer if everyone got vaccinated. Next comment, although a vaccine incentive is nice to offer for those willing to, those already vaccinated, it will not change my personal stance on getting the vaccine. This has nothing to do with science or politics. It's a personal choice for me and my family. I believe the COVID-19 vaccine goes against my religious beliefs. I will not get the vaccination and I do not agree with the incentive program. It should always be optional no matter the circumstances. Another comment, if a mandate is required, I will resign. Next comment, this is a great idea. The final column, encourage people to do their own research and come to an informed decision, whatever may be. Wasting county resources to convince people to do something they would not otherwise seems like a bad policy. I don't believe the vaccine fully protects us against COVID, but I hope it will make the COVID virus milder if I am exposed and get sick. A $300 incentive will not change the minds of individuals who are not vaccinated. All it will do is reward those who already have received it. I appreciate your efforts to keep us all well. And then the final comment, I wish that everyone were on board with vaccinations, but even in medical professions, they aren't. Monetary payments have been proven to be the most successful at getting higher vaccination rates in other cities, and we need as many of our employees vaccinated as possible. I would like the option for employees to choose either monetary or time off, because being vaccinated, I would choose the time off and leave the funds for incentivizing those that have not. And these are, again, this is a sample of comments. It was an important opportunity for employees to share their thoughts. And so let me go to the next slide when we talk about some of the takeaways. Again, county employees had a lot to share, and we appreciate that. You know, we want to have meaningful dialogue and feedback on anything that we sort of send out as a survey, but county employees did have a lot to share. There's a broad spectrum of opinions and thoughts on vaccine incentive and other COVID-19 supports. There are challenges for many in coping with COVID-19, exposure, social, emotional impact, childcare, school schedules, increasing cost of living, staffing shortages, and more. Again, these are challenges that many of our team members are experiencing at this time. And again, employees are weary after nearly 2 years of COVID, and a range of employee supports is advisable. And so I'm going to turn it back to Erica to go over some of the other supports that we're proposing today. Erica.
Thanks, Steve. So we wanted to talk about 5 different areas. Additional COVID-19 emergency leave, which was mentioned in the survey and has also been mentioned to Human Resources, how much people appreciate the COVID-19 emergency leave. And so to take a slide to talk about each of these adjustments to the vacation policy, which we've done in the past, additional leave donation flexibility, again, which we had earlier, adjustments to bereavement leave, which we have not done previously, and then the monetary vaccination and booster incentive as well. So on the next slide, talk a little bit about additional COVID-19 emergency leave. So prior to the FFCRA, the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, the county did approve leave on March 18th of 2020. And then when FFCRA was created, that leave expired and the FFCRA took its place. But on October 26th of 2021, we created the COVID-19 emergency leave, which gave employees, regular employees, 40 hours of leave to use for any COVID-19 impact, whether they were sick, they were taking care of someone who was sick, they were quarantining, their place of childcare was closed, a multitude of different reasons. And at this time, we're recommending granting an additional 40 hours of COVID-19 emergency leave, so a total of 80 hours to support employees, because this leave has been so well appreciated. It can be used for a variety of reasons, and we have seen quite a few people using this leave. So we pulled a report in HR to look at the number of employees who have used PST, PTO, or COVID leave since October of 20, going back to look at that broad total, and over 13,000 hours of PST, PTO, or COVID emergency leave have been used since October of 2020, which is over 1,600 days, 8-hour days. So a lot of use, and we saw a lot of usage between December 25th and the 7th of January, just recently, this last pay period, we had 42 employees use at least 24 or more hours of PST, PTO, or COVID leave, or a combination of those leaves. So something that is being utilized and that employees are really appreciating. On the next slide, talking about adjustments to the vacation policy. In March of 2020, the board adjusted policy 6.1 and lifted the vacation cap, which is 240 hours according to that policy. And then on January 8th of 2021, that vacation cap was reinstated, and employees above the cap of 240 were frozen at their balance. So they didn't lose those additional hours, but they were frozen there until they could get that cap down. And at this time, we're recommending that we temporarily remove that vacation cap of 240 and raise it to a temporary vacation cap of 320 hours to really help employees who are not taking time off when their departmental needs arise and they're needed. Because what we find is our employees continue to answer the call for help and for service. And so when others are out ill, when others are out using PST, PTO, and COVID emergency leave, that our employees give up those vacation days, that time off, to help make sure that we can open the doors. And so we want to make sure that they're not losing vacation while they're doing that. And so to raise that to 320 allows us to honor those employees who are giving up that time, but also encourages them to take the time when they can, because this has been a marathon of a pandemic. And so we want to encourage employees to take time when they can, when there is that coverage, so that they can recharge and take the time that they need to come to work as their whole self. Additionally, our other recommendation here is to allow employees to have a negative vacation balance. So if instead of having to choose between pay and coming to work sick, we want employees to stay home when they're sick. And we would recommend that this negative vacation balance be capped at -40. So they couldn't have more than a -40 hours. So really, this is for people who've exhausted their paid sick time, their PTO, the COVID leave, their vacation, and they just really can't face a way of going without a check, that they could have a negative vacation. So why vacation and not PTO? Employees accrue vacation more quickly than they accrue PTO. And so that would allow them to earn it back when they're back at work more quickly and not have that negative balance for an extended period of time. On the third slide, the third thing that we wanted to discuss was additional leave donation flexibility, which is under County Policy 6.7. And so the leave sharing program allows employees to make donations of vacation leave to other employees in need. In March of 2020, we temporarily changed that policy through your approval to allow employees to donate not just vacation, but also PTO. And in October 30th of 2020, we ended that and changed it back to its original form to only allow employees to donate vacation. And at this time, we're recommending the allowance of both the vacation and the PTO again. So in addition to the vacation that's presently in policy, to allow up to 80 hours of PTO to be donated to other employees. And that cap was partially due to looking at how much other employees did donate, because we know that employees may want to donate their PTO to others, but they also need to make sure they have enough PTO for themselves if they're sick. And so we're recommending 80-hour donation of PTO in addition to vacation time as well. The fourth item is adjustments to bereavement leave. And so that's not something that we have done previously. Our policy is 6.11 bereavement leave presently allows for 3 days, up to 3 days for in-state travel, or 5 days, up to 5 days for out-of-state travel for the passing of an immediate family member, as outlined in that policy. As also wanted to mention that the policy also offers a 10-day bereavement for the death of a child under the age of 18, including a miscarriage. And so at this time, we would like to temporarily change the bereavement policy to allow up to 5 days for either in-state travel or out-of-state travel. So to have the 5-day limit, not the 3-day and the 5-day limit, because we are seeing the cumulative effects of grief. We're seeing employees who are going to multiple funerals and have had numerous losses during this pandemic. And so we just want to acknowledge that has become part of this pandemic, and have each person take up to 5 days. Now, if someone didn't want to take up to 5 days, they wouldn't have to. Also, this bereavement policy doesn't have a time frame in which people can take these days, which has been really helpful for people because some families have been unable to have a celebration of life or a funeral or to travel because of limiting gatherings. And so some of those have been pushed off to later when they can come together, when there can be a large family gathering, when they can feel comfortable gathering in those numbers. And so even though our number of bereavement leave hours has been so high, I do know in talking to employees that many employees have put off some of those celebrations of life until a later date as well. And then the fifth item on the list was the monetary vaccination and booster incentive. And so what we are proposing today is a $200 vaccination incentive for full COVID-19 vaccination by a determined date, and a $100 vaccination booster incentive for receiving the COVID-19 booster by a determined date. And so in the survey, we talked about a $300 incentive, but here we've broken it out into two different incentives, one for full vaccination, either the 2-shot series or the 1-shot series, and then a separate monetary amount for the booster incentive. All those benefits of the booster that Kim Musselman talked about before lunch today, and as we look at the numbers. But employees would need to upload a copy of their COVID-19 vaccination record to Human Resources via a secure portal. And by secure portal, I mean that IT and Matt Fowler and Matt Malik and their team have worked really diligently to look at how that could best be done, looking at cybersecurity, looking at what some other organizations have done, and ensured that that portal would be secure. And that way, it would be viewed only by the employee and come to HR and be stored in a similar way that other HIPAA documents are secure in HR. So, and then employees would need to be actively on the payroll when the incentive would be distributed and paid.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you, Erica. Again, we've taken, with the suggestion of Supervisor Fowler, the survey, had the opportunity to have more conversations with the employees and the teams. And of course, as a result of that, have brought to you a variety of supports for employees that employees can look at and consider. All of the items that we're presenting today are items that the employee can choose to participate in. And that is something that even if they're granted, the leave, the policy is that they can choose to use that as they see the need to do. And that's an important consideration. And that's something we heard several times in the survey is individuals' rights to consider and to choose. At the same time, what's still in play is the federal mandate on vaccination. That is still going to play out at the state level, because our agency, Cognizant Agency for Workplace Safety, is the Industrial Commission. And we've had conversations with Rose about the process there. So there's some steps that if it does go, and I know the Supreme's heard arguments last week, the Supreme Court heard arguments on that. If that does happen, at some point in time, we will need to, depending on what the court decides and the state agency does do with regard to Arizona State, we may have to shift gears. But again, at this point in time, we're here to present the options that we've talked to you today. So we're here to answer any questions. I do want one more final note, is that the payment for the incentive that has been listed in the American Rescue Plan as an allowable expenditure. So in terms of the local tax dollars for the incentive, that would not be the case for the incentive program as presented. And so, Mr. Chair, I am done now. We're here to answer questions.
All right. And so, I'm going to suggest this for our format here is we just got a lot of information. People will have comments and questions. And then once we go through that with the board, I would suggest that we walk our way through each of the recommendations and decide, where are we associated with those recommendations. We could also, have questions as it applies to that specific recommendation if we don't get it answered in this initial comment and question period. So let me, just for the sake of offering everybody an opportunity, roll through the board, but then somebody's question might trigger another question associated with that topic. So,
Mr. Chair, do you want us to show the list of the items? We can show that slide.
I think it'd be helpful if you did, Steve, just.
So we could show slide 17, please.
And we can always go back and forth if board members want to. Now I know everybody also has the paper copy. They have just about all of this in front of them as well on that. So let me go ahead and start out and roll through with Supervisor Horstman. Let's go through the comment, question, and answer type of format first here.
Yes, and thank you, Chair, and thank you, County Manager and Erica Philpott. I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. I know that this is something we've been talking about for a while, and as I've said from the very beginning of this discussion, I think it's important that we walk our own talk, and part of that is to provide an appropriate incentive plan for our employees, for encouragement on not only in terms of getting vaccinated and getting boosted, but also to take care of them in the middle of this pandemic and make sure that we are providing for the appropriate leave and the appropriate accommodations to protect our staff, quite frankly. Many of them have been on the front line. And quite frankly, all of them have been working overtime, whether they've been on the front line or behind a computer to get the work done for residents in our communities. So I think it is important, and I'm so glad that this is here and that we can make a decision on this today. I do have a question, and I probably will have some more comments, but hopefully we can roll through questions first. And that is, has there been a determination on the cost associated with these various incentive plans?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Horstman, I guess one of the easier items to calculate is the incentive based on the maximum allowed and the number of employees that could qualify. So doing the simple math, and that's why Siri is with us today to provide that background. But in terms of $330,000, if you take 1,100 employees and the 300, and again, that's just a very simple. There's a lot of, in terms of, are all those employees qualified based on status and all that, but approximately $300,000 for the incentive alone. Now, with regard to the others, that may not be as easy to calculate because that's based on how we calculate usage. And so while we may be, so with regard to the cost of annual leave and the other leave items, I'm going to defer to Siri, but I'm going to say that that's going to be a little more challenging based on that's calculated on how utilized that particular option is going to be. Mr. Chair, if I could ask Siri to respond.
And Siri, we're I'm not going to see you. There you are. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, Supervisor Horstman, and members of the board. So yes, to Steve's point, so around $300,000 plus benefit costs, again, depending on the utilization for the vaccination and booster incentives for the $300 portion of it. And then as we're looking at the other policies, really it depends on not just utilization, but other factors in terms of coverage, because we do have, as we offer additional benefits, when they are taken advantage of by employees or utilized by employees, for example, adjustments to bereavement leave, it may result in a kind of a net zero difference because employees are using one type of leave versus the other, but then it increases our liability for future leave of the type they might have used. But we do have departments where when additional leave is used, it becomes a productivity issue, and there's just fewer things, right, that can happen in the department. They don't do overtime or temp to cover the difference, whereas we have departments that are very impacted, with public safety and have mandates to have minimum staffing levels where any additional hour that is taken in leave results in overtime for someone else covering that. So it is very difficult to come up with a cost estimate, but if you would like some specifics, we can follow up with the board and provide, we can run some estimates and provide that.
Bruce, can I hop on that one for a second there?
Sure.
Okay. And so, going to Erica and to Siri on this, and I understand the dynamics can flux. Overtime would cost more, quite frankly, depending upon what the option is, and there's a variable there. But generally speaking, we have a general idea. If we're suggesting temporary, for an accumulative effect associated with it, and we're also putting a cap on it. But we also get into, there's a certain value component that's sits out there. People go through a buyback, so to speak, should they choose to leave the organization. And so that's a cost that, generally we try and, at least keep an idea of what it is, so that we have that covered. We understand it's a general average. We don't have it fully vetted, but there should be a little bit of a bubble effect associated with that. I would suggest that, we just take a look at what that average is. As good budgeting, we're well aware of it. We know we can cover related to that. Back to you, Patrice.
You just followed up on it, so that's just fine.
Oh, cool.
I think it would be, and I appreciate that actually, Chair. So I think it would be good just to have I think it's important for us as our Board of Supervisors to have at least a ballpark estimate on this. And I'm really anxious to get this moving forward. It's been delayed already. And so I don't know if that's something that can be kind of figured out now. Or give us some kind of idea would be very helpful. I really don't want to delay a decision on this. So thank you. And I'll have some other comments later, but I'd like to hear from the rest of the board.
Sure. Let's go to Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you for the presentation. It's definitely goes to show how much the county staff has had to endure over the last 2 years. And it was very gratifying to see so many staff that contributed to the survey for the data that to make these decisions. So thank you for delaying for this data. I agree with Supervisor Horstman. I'd really like to see this decided on today. My one question is, all these packets here, like all the 5 different employee supports, all employees are eligible for those, correct? And is it opt-in, or is it pretty much like for some of them, is it just automatic?
I'll ask Eric to respond to that.
Chair Ryan, Supervisor Vasquez, thank you for that question. So most of these are for regular and limited appointment employees. Our temporary employees are not eligible for bereavement leave, for example, for vacation leave, for PTO. So the one benefit that really would apply to temporary employees specifically would be the vaccination incentive and the booster incentive. We're recommending that for those incentive eligible employees would include any regular status, limited appointment status, or temporary employee, including paid interns or temp on call employees on the county payroll who have worked and been paid since October 30th, 2021. So when we look back, we have temp on calls that are available to come in when we need them to work. Some of them work quite a bit. Some of them have been working much more during this pandemic. And so one of the things that we wanted to look at is those temps who have been working since October 30th of 2021.
And just to kind of elaborate on that question, those temps and limited part-time folks who are not eligible for some of the policies, but are for the booster incentives, how many employees is that total, roughly?
Yes, of course, Supervisor Vasquez. So there are 177 temps on the payroll. That number fluctuates, but when we ran this presentation, there were 177 temporary employees.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm just looking at you know, for those employees, this is the one incentive for them, but for all the rest of the employees, in particular, the full-time employees, all these other benefits are part of this package. And so I just wanted to point that out, you know, and if that means that to get all of these the whole package, we need to subsidize those temporary employees with the vaccination booster incentive. I'm in support of that. I think that's a worthwhile trade-off in order to get this package for our employees. So thank you.
All right, let me roll through Supervisor Begay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, staff and county manager. Just sitting here thinking about some of the staff that are not wanting the incentive as far as monetary and how is that compensation, or in what way would those people get something out of this, regardless of other incentives there are? Because we really have to be careful. For one is that we have to see treat all staff alike, and that they should be able to be together in any kind of decision as a whole. But we do have some here that feel that it's not a good idea, or they as far as getting, or and then if that, you know, things like that. So that's the only question I have, is how we're going to be dealing with staff that don't want that incentive, and or that they're saying that it's not going to help them, you know, even to change their minds. So that's the area. And otherwise, I'm for the incentive, and I would like to see that, you know, we come to consensus as far as how everybody benefits from this whole package itself, and for the staff. So that's the only thing that I have right now. Thank you.
Yeah, and oops, Daisy, I'm off mute on that. And that could be also a dialogue with the board associated with in terms of, you know, an example would be the money that's going to be used for that package is coming from federal government. So nobody is going to be punished by a reduction in any salaries. Is that correct, Steve?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. There's no impact on salaries with regard to participation. Participation in this particular option, or all options, is voluntary. So employees do have that choice to, if they do need it, they can participate it. If they choose to qualify for the monetary incentive, again, that's a personal choice that they can make.
And if I can, Chair, they would have to submit a vaccine card. So if they elect not to submit a vaccination card, they're opting out.
In essence, yes, by not providing the documentation. But, and again, also, there was a couple comments on HIPAA. There's not, you know, obviously we want to make sure that we're not violating any policy, but HIPAA is not an issue, because we're not asking individuals to disclose anything. Even the survey was voluntary. And that was an important part, that people could choose to participate. But again, we're very mindful of the fact that we're not in any way wanting to, and would we ever violate any HIPAA. And that's why the protection of that information in the secure portal is very important, because vaccination record is a HIPAA eligible data point. And so being able to provide that through a secure portal, along with all the other information that employees submit to us as their employer, some of that is sensitive information. We do have to make sure that that is safeguarded from any kind of external review. Thanks.
All right. Supervisor Begay, Judy, you still have the floor.
Yeah, I guess as long as the staff are aware that it's all voluntary and it's there for them, and it's up to them if they choose or not to choose any of these things that are being offered to them. A lot of times, you know, you have to have things in writing too, so that it's not it's something that, you know, they that can be on file too. just like the vaccination records, we need to have, be careful all the way around, I guess, in trying to help everyone here. Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Vice Chair Fowler, Lena.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the report and the presentation. I'd like to thank the board and the staff, the board for delaying the last time and including the staff, our staff in our decision and coming up with and county manager and staff for coming up with additional opportunities for benefits for our employees. I fully support this. I just want the staff to be involved and to inform us as to where they are. We keep hearing about the burnout, just a lot of emotions that are great that people are facing, and just the great challenges that is happening with our employees and in our communities, and our employees always trying to help others and taking care of themselves and their own families while they are taking care of the communities. I just think that it's important for them to be involved in these major decisions that we're making here as a board. And I fully support this. Thank you for coming up with all these additional benefits that you have identified. But I also like to add on, but from the survey, what I'm hearing is that there needs to be a educational component to this incentive, that it's not gonna infringe on their personal rights. It's not gonna be, you're not going to lose your job. You're not going to, but we're not going to violate your HIPAA. It's not going to violate that, and anything else that they're not going to get fired if they refuse it. I think there's an education component of that, just that misunderstanding. And it happens with, programs that are being rolled out. Everybody's on a very cautious stage right now. And that's just where we are emotionally. We want to protect ourselves and our families, and we don't want anybody else to, to be able to hurt us in any other way more than we're already hurting. So I can understand that. So thank you so much. And I do support the proposal. But I do also want to add on another something else to consider, and is probably just for future discussion. And I don't know if it can be done, but I want to just put it out there. It's just an idea, is to, our county, we're a local county, we're local government. We have to be open 5 days a week, in some cases on weekends, and we're a 24/7 organization for the most part, depending on the needs of our communities. And that's just the nature of work that we hold. We're public servants. However, I was wondering if maybe there might be an opportunity for a 4-day work days. How that works out, it would depend on each program, each department, and each, it would be staggered, I would think. I'm not sure, but you all know the personnel, how each program functions. And I'm just thinking that people, we're talking about time off. People need relief from work. 2 days may not be enough. If it was maybe 3 days, for making a 4-day work week, and everybody within that department, within that program, they would all decide when to work, and it would be their decision. But it's just something that I like to have management, our county manager, Steve, if you could consider with your staff, and board members, if you could all think about that, and if that's something that might work out for our county. We know that we have to stay open to meet the needs of our communities. However, I think that we can still be creative in the 4-day work week and be able to accommodate each other on our hours, and then be more productive at the same time, because we'll be resting more. We'll be able to take care of ourselves and our families more than we are right now. And so that would be something that I'd like to just put out there for you all to consider. With the presentation that was provided today, I am very supportive, and I'm very happy to hear from the employees as to what they would like. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Steve, County Manager.
Okay. Oh, good. I don't have my mute on. See, I don't owe you guys anything yet. In terms of just my observations associated with it on the individual side of this, first and foremost, try as you may, you always think you can create a template, but when you pause for a moment and say, hang on for a second, Lena, a really good idea of, let's go back and check, and for the sake of Steve and working together with Eric and the rest of the staff, providing that opportunity for our employees so they could comment, so that we could listen. Actually, the virtue I saw associated with it, not only the numbers that have come in and additional stories I've heard offline, is just our world's, this COVID has turned our world a little bit upside down. And because we are a service agency, the fatigue factor is very strong. And I think there's a lot of evidence that we see associated with this. Not only that, while we wanted to create an opportunity for staff, but also promote good public health and safety opportunities, it provided a chance for us to understand it better. What other options are needed out there that maybe we had capped off, but because of circumstance, we really need to look at. So, I really appreciate us going through this this effort of don't always get it right. How do you go back and have a discussion and try and present something that makes even more sense associated with it. Just for the sake of, before we roll through each one of them, I'm going to go ahead and work us through each one of these. We can pause for a second, see if there are any additional questions, then see if people are, if the board's okay with each of them, or if they're not, where we go. We can bring it back at the end associated with we're posted for action, a motion associated with that. Steve, for the answer, that I think Patrice and Geronimo were asking, we know we run into these things with HR. We always build in capacity to flex. Sure. Do we, and Siri, if it's in line with you as well, rather than me say anything, I'll ask the question, do we have the capacity within our reserves to be able to do this?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll ask Siri to come back on. She's been, like that supercomputer that's been crunching numbers. Some smoke is coming out of her ears. She's crunching. We have some very, very rough numbers, and they're very rough. That we're estimated. We're probably overestimating just to make sure we're capturing capacity. But I do want to talk to the issue that you spoke to, Mr. Chair. The county reserves do have the funding, adequate funding, not only in reserves, but when we look at the potential cost of turnover that could occur as a result of COVID impacting individuals and their choice to continue to work here, that is also the cost to the organization. So the cost of turnover, we look at this as well. We don't want to lose folks, especially if we're this close. And I said this 6 months ago, we're this close. And then Omicron hit. Who knows what'll happen? We're this close again. But again, we are factoring in, and it's important, not only the cost of turnover, but the cost of individuals who are leaving, who have institutional knowledge, who contribute greatly, but just given the circumstances that COVID may be bringing to them, they're just unable to navigate it. And I'm going to tell you right now, with all due respect, I may be back again in a few months with this conversation again, depending on where we're at. I hope not, but again, we just don't know what the future is going to hold, but we want to make sure that we're providing as much coverage and support to employees as possible. So I would ask Siri and Erica to look at the conversation, or at least the estimate, but again, it's very rough and it's probably overestimated just based on what ifs. Siri?
Thank you, Stephen, members of the board. So just to walk through some of the assumptions that were used, if we look at the first bullet point, so the additional COVID-19 emergency leave, and the cost I'm coming up with is about $1 million based on assumptions of about a 50% utilization and some amount of backfiller or resulting overtime. So when we look at the breakdown of that cost, some of it could be, again, more of a cost of lost productivity within there because we just have staff out working fewer days. And then some could translate to a higher overall liability, either through kind of a termination sick leave or vacation because it was reducing use of leave that might otherwise come from a different bucket. And so it's really hard to put an actual kind of cash number to that. But the majority of that cost really is in that sort of cost of the days, if you will, if we had 50% of our staff utilizing it at our average rate of pay. And that would be the majority of that is really lost utilization. So again, about $1 million. And we can assume, perhaps again, on that utilization, about 10% of that being an actual overtime cost we could incur for backfilling and coverage. On the second one, adjustments to the vacation policy, specifically extending the cap. If we look at data from the last time we extended the cap, we can make some assumptions on how many employees might be affected. Of course, during that time, we also had significant overtime hours being worked due to COVID response. We had people who were not able to take vacation as much as perhaps right now. So it may not hit the same threshold or the same number of people who have gone above that cap. And again, it really depends on the duration of this cap because it could be if an employee terminates while their cap is higher, it really does become another cash liability versus again, if they are able to use it in the future and kind of spend down, if you will, and get under the cap after having it relaxed for some time, then again, it's a little more of that softer cost of lost productivity or having more people out of the office, if you will. But again, just looking at the last time we did this as a baseline, the liability for that could increase about $500,000. And again, this would not be a strict cash impact. So, speaking to the capacity issue, it's likely it would not be a year one payout of $500,000, but rather more likely a small amount to be paid upon a termination of a retiring employee who had their cap extended and therefore received a larger payout than they might otherwise receive. But most of it would be spent down in the future again by having those hours used where they would normally have gone away. And then the leave donation flexibility really should be cost neutral, assuming we have employees who are donating back and forth, whether they're higher paid employees donating to lower paid employees or vice versa. I mean, if we just assume, that leave could go either direction, although more likely as we look at our leave balances, generally the longer longevity, the higher the rate of pay that we have, and those people tend to have more hours available to donate. So it's likely it could actually be a lower cost or cost neutral at the very highest end of it, if you will, because we would tend to donate to leave donation to those perhaps who haven't been here as long and don't have as much available in leave and are at the lower end of the pay schedule. So that one really, again, no cost there. And then as we look at the bereavement leave policy, again, we luckily we had the statistics already presented on how much bereavement leave we've used. So if we assume that half of it, I did not go into how much was actually a 3 versus a 5 day, but if we just assume about half is in state versus half is out of state, we would be looking at around a $50,000 a year annual cost to add bereavement at our current, again, bereavement utilization, which has been higher than we've seen in other years. And so longer term, very minimal recurring cost, but we would expect about 50,000. So in terms of budget impact to this is really all of these that we've discussed, really with the exception of the monetary incentives, come out as more of an unbudgeted cost to the organization because they do show up more in the form of time away from the office. And again, that productivity component.
All right, we'll check in with the board, but I'll start with a question on that. Siri, when you say 1,500,000 for the first two categories, are you considering additional costs or general costs that we would have over time, as well as the additional?
Thank you, Chair Ryan. So for the first one, we the cost itself, again, it is primarily in the lost productivity, but we're trying to come up with what is the actual impact to cash going out the door. It would still be part of the budgeted salary, just paid in a different way, which could cause eventual cash impacts through having higher balances when the employee who utilized that 40 hours may not have utilized a different bucket of 40 hours and it was paid out, right? So there's the overtime component and the payout component. Again, that usually takes quite some time because our employees, we have longevity in our employees. They don't turn over every year. So it likely would be about 10% in overtime if it were just for that year for those employees where it would have to cover that, those absences, because it is a time and a half impact. So around 100,000, again, against existing budgets though, in overtime costs or payouts.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. You're looking at the broader one, you gave the figure, but this is the additional associated with that. And then it just, one other question, I'll turn to the board members also on this is, you look at our budget, what our reserves are, as far as we're talking a couple $100,000. We do have that capacity within our budget to be able to cover this and fall within our, maintaining our budget. Is that correct?
Was that to me?
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so I believe that all of these would be covered by the existing budget. We would not need to make budget amendments to adjust for any of these, with the exception of the monetary incentive.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you, Siri and Steve. And let me just turn to the board. While we're on the budget, any additional questions here? And I'm not seeing anybody but one. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do is we're going to roll through each one of these. So you see them all listed there. So the next slide has staff recommendation. We'll pause at that one, check in, see if everybody supports, or if not, where we are with it, and then hop to the next one, and then we'll have a good idea of how we're shaping up for a motion related to this. So turn to 18. And Steve, here's your recommendation again here.
Yes, as you see each of the slides.
So
for the leave, as we indicated, to grant an additional 40 hours of emergency leave for COVID-related reasons for employees. So that's the policy or the recommendation.
Okay, and then board members, I'm just going to roll through and go numerically. Are you okay with this, or do you have questions or suggestions? District 1, go through Supervisor Horstman.
And I think actually one's one of the most important. And I know it's it is the most expensive. On the other hand, COVID leave, FFCRA granted this because of the importance of being able to take care of yourself and your family. And, we just talked about the fact that we are now topping the highest level of infection rates than we have during any time during the COVID pandemic. I think this is really important and I support it.
Okay. District 2, Supervisor Vasquez.
I concur based on everything we've learned today, based on the data and whatnot. This is obviously needed for our staff. And so I am also in support of this change in policy.
All right. District 4, Supervisor Bouquet. You might be muted. I have to look. I can't see you visually. Are you out there, Supervisor Bouquet? I'm not seeing her. In here, did we lose her? Lindsay?
I don't
Steve?
see her. Let me check. Lindsay, do you see her? I'm not able to.
Okay, while you're checking in on that, let me swing to.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Lindsay, I see her back on attendee. Can you pull her back over?
Yes, I'm trying to pull her over. There she goes.
Thank you. There she is.
Hello.
Hello, Judy, you out there? Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
All right. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello?
It doesn't sound like Supervisor Begay can hear us on this.
Hello? Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, something happened to my phone. It's overheating.
Uh-oh. You're thinking all that energy.
It's overheating.
Okay.
But anyway, I just want to say I fully support what's been presented by the staff, and I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you put into it, and there's staff involvement, and the board is considering this, and I'm in full support.
Okay, great. Vice Chair Fowler, Lena.
I support. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I most certainly support. This is the virtue of reaching out and further understanding the pressures that our employees are under. Emergency leave is just such a critical element associated with that. Okay, go over to slide 19. There are 2 recommendations on an adjustment to the vacation policy.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the 2 items on this slide are the recommended temporary lifting of the cap for vacation from 240 to 320. And then the other item is to allow employees to accrue a negative vacation balance up to 40 hours. So those are the 2 items on this slide.
Okay, roll through District 1, Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, I support this as well as a temporary vacation cap. I think, again, in negative vacation leave, all important to try to meet the needs of our employees and their families during this time. So thank you. I support it.
Okay, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, I also support this raising the cap temporarily while we're dealing with this pandemic. So I'm in support.
Okay, next we'll go to Supervisor Begay.
I support it. Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Fowler.
Yes, it's important for people our staff to take care of themselves. And it's very important. Thank you.
Yeah, no, under the circumstance, I support. Long-term, we always need to be careful associated with these caps, as wise fiscal managers. So once we get through this, I think we need to come back and revisit it. We've always done really well to try and take care of our employees related to vacation, consistent with that, but also consideration of impact of overall cost over time, especially when it comes to buyout. We want to allow for buyout, but you have to cap it at some point. Okay, let's roll through to the additional, slide 20, additional leave donation flexibility. Steve.
Yeah, and we can advance to slide 20. So this slide is on the leave sharing program, recommending allow employees to donate up to 80 hours of PTO to employees in need as outlined by the policy. So again, it's the final bullet on the slide recommending donating up to 80 hours of PTO.
Okay. Supervisor Horstman?
I'm for it. It's a neutral, so it's wonderful we can offer this at this time.
Supervisor Vasquez?
I'm also in support of it. I think it's important to have that flexibility. Thank you.
Let's see, Supervisor Begay?
I want to make a comment first. I know in some jobs they have that FMLA and allows this flexibility, but if I'm in support for what has been presented to me, to us today regarding this donation flexibility.
All right. Vice Chair Fowler?
It's really good that our employees can take care of each other in this way. So I'm very supportive. Thank you.
Oh, and I'll just add, yeah, we won awards on proposing this program once it's more than a couple of years ago now, but watching it in practice, they're really unique opportunities. Somebody under tough situation, others help them out. So very good program. I do support. Okay, now we have the adjustment to bereavement leave is our next one. Let's pull it, Steve.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, the change is to provide up to 5 days of leave in changing from the original policy of 3 days in state, 5 days out of state, to go to a 5-day period of bereavement leave for any type of bereavement related leave request.
All right, Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, to be honest, I absolutely support this, and I'm kind of surprised there's a difference between in-state and out-of-state. So I am very supportive of this.
Yeah. Let's see, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, again, I'm supportive of this as well. I think it's important for families to be able to be with their loved ones during time of loss. So very important.
All right, Supervisor Begay.
I'm sitting here thinking that should be a little bit few more days again, but first of all is that I think that we need to make sure that it's 5 days for both or 10 days or whatever, but what's been recommended is the 5 days, so I'm in support of it.
All right, Vice Chair Fowler.
Yes, whenever time permits to take care of your loved ones and be with their family, I think it's very important. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just add, you know, we can revisit when we go into get out of the unique times on it, but that question of in-state, out-of-state would be a good one to bring back associated with it. But absolutely, really, you know, it's one of those, I guess, simplistically no-brainer. We definitely need people to heal and have that time. Okay, next one is the unique one, a little different than working within the system. This is the opportunity associated with the money that's coming through ARPA through the federal government and what brought us here originally. So turn it over to Steve. Steve.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the recommendation is to proceed with the vaccine and booster incentive program, $200 incentive for full COVID vaccination, and then $100 for the booster incentive. The determined date, we want to, if we could have the staff discretion to insert what that determined date to be, we do want to look at a couple things that may have impact participation. So if we could approve it based on the date to be set by the county manager, I would appreciate that.
All right. Okay. Supervisor Horst.
Yes, and I'm in favor of this. You know, we've asked members of our community and businesses to launch their own incentive program. We obviously better than a mandate, and I'm glad the county is doing that as well, and appreciate the county's leadership on this.
All right, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, I'm also in support of this. Based on the survey results, the majority of our staff that participated in the survey were encouraged by this incentive program. I think the package that was presented encompasses everybody. And so even if one should choose not to participate in this piece of the incentive program, there are other incentives that are included in the package that they'll automatically qualify for. And so for that reason, I'm really encouraged to see that we put our money where our mouth is and model the proper behavior and support this kind of incentive program. So thank you.
All right, Supervisor Begay.
I just want to reiterate what my colleague has said. Geronimo, yeah, it's a voluntary basis. Let it be known that they have those options and that everybody should be treated fairly. And so that's all, and I support it. Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Fowler.
Yes, I do support this program, but I believe that we need a fact sheet with it. That could be the educational component. So that way people, the questions that have been brought up or misconceptions, that would be all answered. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, I could comment on that. We will put together the information for employees. We're also overdue for employee town halls. And so we'll be incorporating this in a series of town halls where we'll have conversations with employees remotely, of course, but nonetheless, we'll be able to make sure that there's a clear understanding on the various supports that have been approved by the board today. Thank you.
All right. And then, my perspective on this, first and foremost, we are the public health agency, and in a perfect world, people would be taking a look at the options. It's understood not everybody can for various reasons, but it is voluntary, number one. Number two is this is money where folks will not be, will not be punitive. It is an opportunity to incentivize. The more we can help protect the public health of those out there, the better. So I fully support the intent of what we're doing with this. Noting, Steve, you will do the education program. We're also noting you need to derive a certain date associated with this. So, the only other thing that I would throw in there is, and not part of the motion so much as a direction component, is you have an opportunity to take a look at the 4-day work week. You're not going to be able to do that overnight. This comes with, other, as we analyze, how we function overall. But it is an area of exploration that's being suggested that, does make sense, but I'd like to hear your response associated with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From the standpoint of the county's operating hours, those are actually set by the legislature, but it does not prevent the organization from creating alternate work schedules. So coverage, of course, needs to be covered statutorily. And of course, in some operations, it's 24/7. But at the same time, it does provide the opportunity to begin exploring alternative work arrangements. And so that is something that we do want to be able to look into. The other opportunity is when we look at the remote work. And so not every position, admittedly, not all positions are designed to be remote in nature. At the same time, when we're looking at the option of remote work, what we're taking into consideration foremost is how do we serve the public most effectively? Now, having said that, we are, by our direction that we issued last week, returning to more virtual activities, more virtual work than we have before. It's not to say, though, that we are going through the same process we did a year and a half ago of remoting everyone, but we are looking at positions, and we've certainly leadership, both elected as well as appointed, have that opportunity to schedule remote work within their department or office based on the needs of the public and then from there do some certain things. So again, I say that in terms of remote work, also alternate work schedules, and in some cases, departments may want, and I think we already have some arrangements where employees by design are working 410s and doing other things. And so, giving as much as we can, not as much as we can, but giving responsibility to the departments to make those decisions at their level is what we're doing right now. But we'll continue to refine that to make sure that we are acting on some of the discussion and the follow-ups that you provided to us today. Thanks.
All right. And so,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I may.
yeah, please.
Just one real quick comment on that financial incentive. I did notice there were people that had indicated that were already boosted, already vaccinated and boosted, that did not feel they needed a financial incentive. And obviously, if that is the case, I'm assuming they can opt out of that financial incentive and leave that for others who may need it to get boosted and vaccinated. And I know Chair Ryan, you indicated very strongly your belief on that, and I share that with you, and that is that most of us did not need a financial incentive to get vaccinated and boosted, and will not partake in that additional sum of money. But some, it may help, and for others that did, they may feel that it may be helpful for them and their family too. So it is a option, and you can certainly opt out of receiving that financial incentive. So thank you.
That is true.
And and as you noted, it is a voluntary. Yeah, and I'll follow up and state that I've been boosted. I don't need the incentive. I won't opt in, but it is. This is a voluntary program. If people have gone through it, they can opt in if they've already got it. Correct, Steve?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So it looks like our action would be to approve the 7 recommendations included in the 5 areas that staff brought before us. And so, Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, it's my pleasure to make a motion to accept the county manager's recommendation for a COVID incentive program in its 5 subparts: additional COVID emergency leave, adjustments to the vacation policy, additional leave donation flexibility, adjustments to the bereavement leave policy, and monetary vaccination and booster incentives. That is my motion.
And can you note the time to be determined on the monetary vaccination booster? That's part of the recommendation.
$200 for to be boosted, or I'm sorry, $200 for full vaccination, which would be both 1 and 2 vaccine shots, unless it's, I'm assuming Johnson & Johnson is just the 1, and that would be the $200 incentive. And for the booster, it's $100.
Time to be determined by staff.
The date to be determined.
It's a date to be determined.
There we go. All right. All right. I have a motion. I need a second.
A second.
Second the motion.
All right. I have 2. I probably have 4 seconds in there. So, but from District 2, I have a second, matching those numbers there from Supervisor Vasquez. Any further comments? Seeing any, I'll go ahead and call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Probably an expression. I'm sure the board members will continue to weigh in as we noted throughout the process. We got a lot of dedicated employees providing services out there to the public. Some really tough assignments. We really appreciate all the work that you're doing out there, and we're trying to adjust so that you can work your way through these unique times as well. Thank you all for all of us, as well as from management, the rest of the staff here. All right, so we've been going, we started at 1:45. I think we're doing, let me check in. Do we need a break or do we keep going here? Need a break, Steve? Or you,
5
what do you,
minutes.
5 minutes, okay. Definitely need a bio break, really important that we pause for a moment for that. Let's come back in 5, at 3:35 if we can. Please.
Thanks. We'll proceed. I'll just say.
We good?
Yep.
Okay.
Hmm. 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 Mr. Chair, before we proceed with the presentation, if we could do a quick couple seconds on the agenda. Just to do a check-in on a couple items we want to accomplish today and see if we can maybe some of the items we can wrap up at the end of the week, since we'll be coming together on Friday. We can do a roundtable and a couple other things then.
Yeah, let's see. Let's just see who we have out here real quick before we go and do that. There's Lena, so Patrice, there's Geronimo, and I see Judy's motion on Judy's as well. Okay, go ahead, Steve.
Mr. Chair, with we've gone through, we've covered a lot of material today. What I'd like to propose for the agenda is that we will hear the broadband update, which is scheduled right now. We've got the team lined up for that. And then Trey wants to do a legislative, have a small legislative participation with you. And then I would recommend that we do those two items and wrap it for the day. We have on Friday, we'll be coming together to discuss the policies. We can have roundtable then, as well as any other comments. So if we can do a broadband and legislative and then do a wrap on that for the day, I think that would be good at this point in time. So Mr. Chair, back to you, sir.
Yeah, so Patrice nodding. Lena, you good with that? Yeah, you're nodding. Let's see, Geronimo, where did Geronimo go? I saw him out there somewhere.
Yeah,
yeah. So checking in, Geronimo, you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Judy? You good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Steve. So, for the sake of the public, it looks like item 21, or, oh gosh. Sorry, guys.
23 and 24.
Yes, 23, 24, and 25 are what we were looking to cover for today. And then we'll come back on Friday. And also note that we will need a special meeting for a flood control district item as well on Friday.
We've got that set up. Thank you, sir.
Okay, all right. So I'll turn it over to Steve, presentation, discussion, possible direction related to rural broadband update. Steve.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We have with us today to present on this item. Sue Brown is going to be kicking it off in the manager's office. We have with us Mr. Matt Fowler, our information services, information tech director, and then Helen Costello, our assistant IT director. And so I'm going to turn it over to Sue to tee it up and take it away.
Thank you, County Manager Peru. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much for having us today. A long time ago, one of the first presentations I did as a DCM, as we did one of these updates, and the word labyrinthine was used when we talked about the idea of broadband across the state of Arizona, and it's a fitting word. It is a complex subject. It is a subject, though, that we can proudly say that we have taken a great deal of leadership in, due to the efforts of Vice Chair Fowler and to the director of our dynamic information technology department, Matt Fowler, our assistant director, Helen Costello. At that, I will turn it over to them to give you the latest update on rural broadband and SpaceX for Coconino County. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Ryan, members of the board, County Manager Peru, and DCM Brown. Matt Fowler, IT Director of Information Technology for Coconino County. We're just going to go through a brief update regarding our rural broadband and SpaceX updates. And so our agenda is to talk briefly about the historical challenge regarding broadband, our project overview to date, touch on a few milestones, a couple of the previous presentation topics, and then of course our right-of-way update. We're going to touch on the Arizona Commerce Authority grant opportunity that's being hosted by Jeff Sabatka and Sandra Watson. And then of course, SpaceX Starlink project updates, look at some staff recommendations, and then of course, seeking board direction, have an opportunity also for some Q&A. So historically, the challenge long before the pandemic has been, areas across northern Arizona and really parts of our region outside of the state of Arizona that have just degraded access and degraded services regarding reliable connectivity. And so that's not only for broadband regarding high-speed internet with fiber, but also with cellular coverage. And so this really, raised to the surface, obviously, with the COVID-19, around telehealth. Of course, a lot of our families have households that, have students, going to school, whether here locally in Flagstaff or in the city of Page and around our county, especially on the Navajo Nation. And so really the impacts around education, if you don't have high-speed internet at your home. And then, of course, with public and life safety, we all experienced the museum fire previously, and looking at a lot of single points of failure regarding our telecommunications equipment. And, the benefits to economic development, hospitality, transportation. We could talk about the benefits of technology forever, but there's so many households today that still don't have the opportunity to purchase and conduct any kind of e-commerce from their homes. Like many of us have that opportunity. We really want to make sure that our county is 100% equitable and that we can get high-speed internet, to the best of our ability to those that need it the most. And so taking a look at our project milestones, this is just a snapshot there's lots of historical data and effort that has gone involved long before 2019 regarding high-speed internet, especially on the northern region of Arizona. But highlighting March of 2019 is when I attended the Colorado Plateau Economic Development Conference with Public Affairs and Supervisor Fowler, District 5. And we discussed the opportunity of low Earth orbiting satellites, SpaceX, and also introduced middle mile potential opportunities at that time. And then in October through April of 2020, we had applied and received the feasibility study, through the Arizona Commerce Authority, Jeff Sabatka, and we engaged with Praxis Associates. And so in November of 2020 is when Praxis Associates partnered with Helen and I to present to our board and really seeking direction. What do we want to do with all of this data now that we know potentially how much it would cost to build out a middle mile from Flagstaff to the border of Utah? And so we were given direction to pursue grant funding. Just a couple of days later, we stood up a really nice public facing website, explaining our story, the situation that we're in and why our government's getting involved. Obviously, there's not a huge return on investment for this area of Cross Highway 89 and why historically a lot of the Infracom providers haven't built it out to date. And so a lot of community outreach, over 100 different meetings have been presented with various board members, various county managers, staff, DCMs, and really a community, effort and a large presence regarding letters of support. And then in February of 21, our board made the investment into the 45 households for the SpaceX technology, being an angel account recipient and, utilizing the beta technology. And that was very successful. Coming back to our board in August of 21, seeking their, permission for us to formally pursue right-of-way. It's not a requirement when applying for grants, but we want to make sure that we have everything possible to provide to FCC, EDA, USDA, or any granting authority, ensuring that we don't receive large funds, sums of money and not being able to actually, construct the project. And so immediately after, getting the approval from the entire board of pursuing right-of-way, we coordinated meetings with each of those landowners and presented for an hour and a half with each of those stakeholders and land entities, and wanted to make sure that they were aware of our SF-299s and the submissions to each of their respective agencies. So just as a recap, this is the slide that we presented back on August 24th of 2021. The land entities again are the BIA, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which also introduced us to the Navajo Nation General Land Development Department, the United States Forest Service, the National Park Service, the Bureau of Land Management, and also the Arizona Department of Transportation. And so now is where we're going to talk about, we haven't received formal responses back from these entities that are preventing us from moving forward. They're not, they are not approvals and they're not declining our request, but we have received informal responses from a few of the entities that are redirecting Coconino County to another Infracom carrier by the name of Arcadian. And so Arcadian has the right of way already established with the Navajo Nation along Highway 89 and other areas of 160, which is the same routes that Coconino County is pursuing. The whole reason, of course, that we have engaged in right of way and even trying to build this out is that historically we've been told, and the constituents have been told, that there would be a middle mile fiber network built several years ago, and with no shovel on the ground. That's why we're taking this as far as we can take it to date, and making sure that if there is a grant opportunity available, that we could bring that back to our board for your consideration to continue to pursue and build out a middle mile. So with us having to, normally right of way is only with the land owner that we would be communicating with. It is a little bit odd that they're referring us to Arcadia. This really comes back to a dig once mentality, which of course we agree on. We don't want to interrupt any of the soil or surfaces more than they need to be. But when speaking with Arcadian informally, not putting anything together from a legal perspective, of just asking, is there opportunities for us to partner and share conduit? Is it possible for us to install our own fiber? Those have all been declined to date. But we have put in an email, to the CEO of Arcadian requesting what would it cost if we were to buy fiber from you outright, whether that's one strand or 12 pair for that matter. What would the cost be? We've also requested right away, of course, from the other land entities, and we still haven't received any type of response from NPS, BLM, or ADOT to date. And of course, we want to take this as far as we can. Helen and I and the county have been working very, very diligently and very hard on trying to figure out ways to bring fiber to the northern portion of Arizona. But we also, we want to take this as far as we can until we know that we cannot take it any further. And so I think this is a good opportunity to pause and maybe answer any questions that the board may have regarding Arcadian and our current situation regarding right-of-way inquiries with those land entities. Chair Ryan, if you don't mind, is there any questions from the board?
All right, let's turn to the board. Questions or comments there? Supervisor Horstman, you're waving your hand. I'm kind of scrolling up and down to see.
I am, and I'm right in the sun is just coming in right at that horrible angle here. So I'm trying to hide away, but also behind the, utilize the computer camera. So yes, thank you. And I appreciate, Matt, your information, and this is very helpful. I'm assuming for these fiber optics and for cable, it's essential in order for us to proceed and for broadband in these areas that we need these right of ways. Isn't that correct?
Chair Ryan and Supervisor Horstman, that is correct. Without right of way, we're not able to construct any type of middle mile whatsoever. We absolutely require right of way.
So if we can't get these right of ways, then we're going to need to try to take a left turn or a right turn or some type of turn and look at other possibilities. If we can't do this, we're going to have to look elsewhere. Is that a true statement?
I think that's a very, very fair statement. I mean, right now is once in a lifetime funding opportunities via the infrastructure bill and the federal and state money that's becoming available. I don't think that in my lifetime we'll see this type of money again. Yeah. So, this is a very political piece. Obviously, it sounds like there's exclusive right of way between the Navajo Nation and Arcadian. Whether or not that will change is to be determined. But I'm certain that there's other areas across Coconino County and the state of Arizona, for that matter, that would be very welcoming to bringing more fiber and robust connectivity into those areas. However, I still feel that we should continue to pursue Highway 89 until we absolutely are at a dead end and have no other options. Right now, we have not heard that formally. It's been informal. And so all the work to date, I mean, obviously at some point, if we know that we're landlocked and we don't have the ability to install fiber, and just for clarity for those that are listening online and that are attending, it's that when you take a look at a map, with Highway 89 traverses from Flagstaff through Doney Park up through Cameron, Gray Mountain, and then that's our county boundary. And once you get onto the sovereign nation, the Navajo Nation, you obviously need right of way from that land entity, Bureau of Indian Affairs. And then right at the outside of the Navajo Nation, we would then be going northern into the city of Page and Green Haven and some other communities that are on our northern portion of the state. And so the way that some of the agreements have been written previously between the Infracom provider known as Arcadian and the Navajo Nation is to have exclusive right-of-way, not allowing any other carrier to build in that same route. Now they could Navajo Nation could certainly choose that to be their decision on the Navajo Nation, but where it impacts us is that this is the only highway, and that would mean that we don't have the ability to run through the nation to service those at the northern section of the state, right? We're really stuck. And so I know that Supervisor Fowler, District 5, and Supervisor, Big A of District 4, there's been a lot of conversations that have been had, with a lot of key delegates and others with the Navajo Nation and the RDC within the Navajo Nation, and also a very productive meeting that unfortunately was scheduled for, I believe, tomorrow or Thursday. That's been postponed due to the COVID situation that was being hosted with Jeff Sabatka at the ACA, in Phoenix regarding state broadband initiatives. And so there's still going to be a lot of dialogue. This is a concern not only for us as Coconino County trying to pursue our project, but obviously the Navajo Nation is a large landmass encumbering several states. And it's the same challenge in like New Mexico, for example, once coming out of New Mexico and then eventually tying into the 40, what fiber is going to be ran across the 40 and who's going to own it. And so we're being public, government, local government being a public service, our intent and our goals are much different than a private Infracom company. The whole purpose, obviously, that our board has given direction, and Helen and I have been so diligent on this, is to really enhance the quality of the life of the people that are in our communities, right? Our neighbors, our friends, our businesses, and to promote economic development and all the benefits from technology. And so our views from a public perspective are entirely different than monetary gain or private a revenue-based model. And so I'm certain that there'll be some really productive conversations to come in the future with the assistance of Supervisor Fowler and meeting with all the key delegates with the Navajo Nation. But that's a very long-winded answer that we're looking very optimistic to continue pursuing. But you're absolutely correct. At some point, the board will have to make a decision. If we know we cannot take this any further, then it would be a waste of our county resources of pursuing something that is not achievable. At that point, where do we start redirecting our time and our energy into other areas across Coconino County? We're aware that there's need everywhere. Some would even say there's, really inconsistency within even the city of Flagstaff, drop calls and degraded services and not really high-speed internet compared to other areas across our local downtown area. But, there's also other areas too, like, Valley, Tucson, Williams, Parks, taking a look at over off of Lake Mary Road, Happy Jack, and other areas that are equally important. And so, we'll talk about that a little bit more as we look at identifying areas that the board consider important, which all areas are important. But as we look at the ACA grant, what are we doing working with outside vendors and Infracom companies, cellular providers, to really try to enhance how our county operates from a digital perspective? And really not so much holding them accountable, but really getting them more transparent and more involved to communicate where their towers are located, what do they plan on implementing, in what time frame, and opportunities to educate each of our districts supervisors. So when you are meeting with those particular constituents, you have information that you could share with them versus right now just hearing that there's degraded services. So again, we recommend continuing the pursuit of right-of-way with landowners, in addition to pursuing opportunities with Arcadian. We're going to work really closely with Rose Winkler, who's fantastic, on any kind of legal language, and make sure that we're communicating following county protocol and best practices regarding some of these requests on this very important project. Is there any other questions, Supervisor Horstman, that you might have?
First of all, Chair Ryan, if I can I had two little questions, and thank you so much for going into detail on those answers, because it really does answer some of my concerns going forward. I would note that, as you said, we need to get the right of way. And so if they have exclusive right of way with the Navajo Nation Arcadian, I think it's important to see what, if anything, can be done with Arcadian. And I would certainly appreciate any assistance that Supervisor Fowler or Begay might have. And we might also want to look to getting the assistance of our new state Senator Teresa Hatathali, who also said that she was here to serve LD7, and certainly this encompasses a lot of LD7 area as well. So it may be something to look at to see if we can pursue that. But if we get nowhere, and we've got to get somewhere in order to do this, to do this middle mile and to do this broadband laying of the cable, we got to be able to look at other options. And I would hate for us to get behind the curve, if you will. In other words, we need to be looking at other options. We've been trying to get these right away since August. And we need to, I don't want to abandon that, because I'd like to see us go forward with it. But we also have to have something else in our back pocket so that we do not lose the opportunities of these grants. And that may be something, Mr. Chair, that we can also ask IT to take a look at in case we are not able to pursue right-of-ways with the Navajo Nation or Arcadian.
All right. Let me follow up with Vice Chair Fowler. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This broadband is very complex. Just the right of way alone through each of these agencies, just standing alone. So I started the Typicity broadband networking from that and into the Navajo Nation network. We have a Navajo Nation broadband initiative meeting that was canceled, and I'm really looking forward to our next meeting, and it will be with the state hosting the meeting. We have the first meeting was just to convene the counties. Navajo Nation has 10 counties that they deal with within Arizona, Utah, and New Mexico. Then it was the providers, it was all the providers that came, that we brought in, and was able to have get presentations from all of them, NTUA, Wireless, Frontier, Cellular One, Sacred Wind, AT&T, FirstNet, which is the First Responders Network, then the Verizon and T-Mobile. We have been working with, and we look forward to it, and this is the reason why we started these just looking at all aspects of broadband through this network that we have established. And this next meeting will be it'll be at the state and at the Arizona Commerce Authority, and we're going to bring in the landowners, where they're the ones that are doing the right-of-way approvals. They're the next ones to approve. So we are systematically have a process that we have thought out, and how we're going to get these approvals. It's not just Coconino County that is having this challenge with Arcadian and running into these not only just Arcadian, but BIA process, the ADOT process. So because of that, collectively, if we all work together, then we can do a lot more. We have a very small window of opportunity. We have what we bring to the table, the the dollars, and then we have the Navajo Nation, we have the ARPA funds that has come through for all the agencies. And then we also have the infrastructure bill that's going to be coming through. We have an opportunity with this group for clustering is the buzzword when it comes to grant agencies from the federal government now. We provided a tour with all the agencies through Coconino County and my district, so they have a real clear understanding. And then once those are all, we have an opportunity if we need to do a clustering grant proposal. So we have it figured out, as I believe, how we're going to be doing this. And Matt and Helen, our county is really leading the way. So I just want to thank them for their efforts. And yes, this is very frustrating when it comes to the right-of-way discussion. And that's the reason why we wanted the next meeting be able to bring the right-of-way, those that are doing the approval and finding out what their process is. So I believe through what Matt and Helen are working on over here and having these site meetings with a collective group and addressing some of the big issues, I think we'd be able to resolve these issues, because everyone knows that we have a small window of opportunity. Everyone in the room they're all saying that I'm here to partner, I'm here to help, I'm here to make sure that our residents in Northern Arizona be able to have access to broadband, and how we work that out. Let's figure that out. So we're going through that process. So I just want to just let the board know that. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let me check in with Supervisor Begay, and then I'll go to Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to kind of elaborate on this. But, I've been involved, not more so than Vice Chair, but I'm learning a lot, and I've had opportunity to speak with staff and then also the community members there. And of course, we have to have the landowners involved, because they would be when to say yay or nay, alongside of those other people that have like ETUA or BIA and stuff like that. So it's something that we need to follow through, I think. And there are also plan and propose and existing plan and proposed projects that's coming up. So kind of excited about that. And we're looking at the whole county picture, so that I feel real comfortable with that. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, I just want to say that I'm really encouraged that we're making some progress. It's a little frustrating that we're not getting a response yet, and I hope that we continue to look at all options so we can make this happen. I was up in Cameron area and Grand Canyon area over the weekend and saw how light some of the internet connection can be, and so we need to reinforce these services to our communities. And so hopefully we can get things going with Arcadian soon, and we can get this moved forward.
All right. I guess. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, can I just add? This meeting that I'm talking about, this group, I'm co-chairing it with the council, Navajo Nation Council delegate Kiel and Begay, and we have really outlined all the challenges that we've identified all the challenges that we have to go through in working on broadband on and off Navajo, and we're just trying to see how we can resolve these issues. Hopefully working on that together, be able to help Matt and Helen and our county and other counties be able to provide those services. And, the providers, the service providers, whether it is the long haul, the middle mile, the last mile, the microwave, however way that is delivered, those are things that we are all addressing right now. So I think we'd be able to, we have made progress in that area, and it is slow, but we know that we have a short time span that we're working in. So thank you.
All right. Just my observations real quick, Matt, would be, and I appreciate all the work that's going into this, what you've done, work you've done, Lena, various agencies that are involved. It is tricky, and how do you bring everybody together? It's a unique circumstance. Obviously, the middle mile in a rural area is usually unaffordable, but we have a great opportunity with the federal money to come through to get that infrastructure. The intent of what we did with this and designating the desire to work up this right away in this corridor is seeing if we, what we do as a public agency, how do you serve everybody? And sometimes there are areas that just don't have access, and that here's an area of need that we obviously are taking a look at. By the same token, it kind of almost reminds me of the railroad and steel barons, as they were trying to mark out their territories. I'd hate to see our services throughout our region, our county, be compromised for the sake of a broader monopoly. And so, I appreciate the efforts that are going into it. If there comes a time that we hit a barrier, we need to take a look at that and have a serious look associated with it. In the meantime, understanding that the state has made a commitment to invest in other areas in the county, obviously those are areas of concern also, that can we get that last mile that'll help those particular rural communities. They're just my quick observations and comments, but you still have more presentation. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you, Chair Ryan, and members of the board for your comments and questions. So moving forward, the current grant opportunity that's presented today is the Arizona Commerce Authority ABDG Rural, which has a deadline of the end of this month. And what's interesting about this grant is that we would not be the applicant. Coconino County would be, writing a letter of support, to strengthen the applicant's application. That would go over to Jeff Sabatka and Sandra Watson and the ACA to basically underwrite, if you will, to review these particular grant applications and determine out of the ACA where to apply up to $10 million for Coconino County. And so in the first section here, you can see that the ABDG Rural Award cannot exceed $10 million per these eligible counties. So what we've been doing, Helen and I mean, it's a lot of additional work, obviously, is that we're working in partnership with ACA. We don't want to just have a blanket letter of support to any and all carriers that could then turn around and just use that with the ACA to just, try to create a project from nothing without communicating it to our board or to the information technology department. Any information that we receive, of course, we bring it to the county manager's office, to Sue and Steve, and then of course to our district supervisors. And it's important that we understand what type of benefits, and if we're not pushing away, just to be clear, we are not being biased to anyone that wants to enhance services. We absolutely need it. Our county, we would never turn away any Infracom provider that wants to improve our citizens' lives and how they operate from a technology perspective. But it takes a lot of time, meeting with different carriers, third party and that we want to better understand what it is that they're proposing. So I could talk just a little bit about some of the things that we're aware of. It does not mean that they're going to formally apply, but we have been speaking with, interested parties for Kachina and for Mountain Air on expanding service delivery in that regard. We've also had interest from Infracom providers that are trying to just build the first piece of our project for Highway 89, really from Flagstaff up as far as we can take it, kind of like that first puzzle piece, if you will, for areas that we do have right of way. And then we also have interest over in, off of the 64 and the 40. We're trying to see if there's carriers in that area that are going to be applying for ACA. We know that there's some enhancements that are taking place, but not currently applying for the Arizona Commerce Authority. And then it's looking right here downtown and in other areas across our county, working with those third-party providers. I think our list is up to about 6 or 7 that Helen and I have met with. And then, of course, we want to make sure that we get this communicated to our county manager's office, and then we would be writing a letter of support, either from our chair, from the board, from the county manager, or from myself, that goes to Jeff Sabatka, knowing that we interviewed and are working in partnership. It's not just some ABC company. It's someone that we're familiar with, and we better understand the service delivery footprint that they plan to enhance services with. So we're excited about this opportunity. Hopefully we'll see some of this $10 million benefit our constituents and the communities that we're serving. This is just a very generic map. Unfortunately, I think Lena said it very well, and so did DCM Sue Brown, regarding the complexity of broadband. One of the major issues, and hopefully legislation can change this, but we also understand it's a very competitive market. And what happens is a lot of the carriers, they keep all their information very close to their chest. It's not shared with their competitors, because again, this is a revenue-based model, and they make money, right? So they don't want to share with each other everything that they're doing. And so we've been pursuing, NDAs and a bunch of other information that we can get more detailed maps of where the existing fiber, the proposed fiber, the planned builds. We can't talk about that publicly, obviously, due to NDA. And so there's no names here for third-party carriers. It's all been removed. But I would just say generically, there's a huge interest all over the state and all over our county of people wanting to build fiber and to leverage the infrastructure monies that's becoming available. In many cases, we're seeing multiple carriers interested in the exact same routes. And so, I mean, the problem could essentially solve itself, and we wouldn't have to be, right in the middle of pursuing the 89 if somebody else was solving the problem. But it's very complex, meaning that just because a carrier may build a project, is it affordable? What's the cost point? Is it going to all the communities along that route? Or is it just a flyby network where now you have fiber in the ground that's really just from data center to data center, from maybe Salt Lake to LA, but it's not benefiting the communities along its path. And so sometimes when you might look at a line, it looks like, oh, well, there's a line there, so therefore we'll have fiber. It's complex, and it's not always that black and white. Hopefully that makes sense. And so what we're doing is working with each of the carriers for those that are willing to share with us under an NDA, so we get better transparency of understanding what they're proposing, what areas, and how could it benefit on new development or builders that are planning on building out properties. Like, are they going to be able to have high-speed connectivity internet for those homes? And really just share that awareness with our board. So there's going to be a lot more dialogue to come. Some of those meetings will more than likely be held one-on-one or possibly in an executive session, because we can't share that information publicly. But please know that we are working very, very diligently with all carriers, whether it's cellular, with the big name companies, or just kind of the mom and pop carriers that are looking to get in, to the broadband business. We really want to better understand what their proposals are and their offerings, and make sure that it's not leaving out particular areas impacting our communities. So one thing, I reached out to the state, and I just want to make sure I could say this publicly, which they didn't have an issue with me doing. But obviously there's a lot of, talk right now on the 17. Governor Ducey's office, funded to bring fiber up the 17 to the 40. And so I'm happy to announce that they're anticipating hopefully having that project wrapped up by the end of this calendar year. And what will happen anytime you have a new segment of a particular fiber route is immediately you're going to start seeing additional carriers showing interest in the 40, right? Either going west or going east, because now they have an interconnect down to Phoenix off the 17. So we're hearing a lot of chatter right now about a high interest, a very, very high interest from Flagstaff going over to Kingman, to Mojave County. And so that'll be a huge, huge game changer for Parks, for Williams, for the 64. We already spoke with one carrier that already made a public announcement from an E-rate award that he won, and he's building out fiber all through Tucson up to the school there at the rim and through Valley. And so there will be some really significant enhancements in the very, very near future in those communities. However, they're going to be dumped into, at the 40, they'll be dumped into copper pairs. There are multiple T1 connections that are basically combined to make a very good throughput. But the real game changer, so that'll be great because it'll be much faster than what they have today. But the real game changer will come when a carrier builds fiber laterally going east to west, right, from Flagstaff to Kingman. And then that fiber that carrier is building on the 64 can tap into the fiber on the 40. And that's where we really start seeing those huge gains, with really high internet connectivity. So don't want to get too technical, but there's definitely a lot of movement in regards to fiber builds, and we're going to see the outcomes of those in the very near future, meaning over the next 18 to 36 months as we start seeing more and more of these builds come to completion. So I wanted to also just talk briefly about SpaceX, the Starlink investments that we made for the 45 households in Tuba City. Were very successful. We came back to the board and shared our success stories, and Supervisor Fowler was very involved with Miranda in that particular 45 houses, and also District 4 with Supervisor Begay and her assistant. And so we were very, very excited. We were unable to announce this previously due to NDAs with SpaceX, but something that occurred that the public is unaware of is that SpaceX had reached out to Coconino County and asked for a meeting with Helen and I, and they wanted to throw around the idea of having private donations that would be fundraising on the SpaceX side. And if we could work in partnership on identifying K through 12 Navajo Nation home students that could benefit from the same technology that we had purchased. And so, of course, we reached out immediately to Supervisor Fowler and Supervisor Begay and other supervisors. And we decided to take on this initiative with no cost out of Coconino County's budget. It's just our time. And so we've successfully implemented, I want to say, conservatively, about 165 different homes to date. Phase 1 is going to be about 300 homes. And we're getting ready to send over our public announcement that'll go over to Public Affairs via Trey by Friday of this week with an announcement with input from Supervisor Fowler and Begay. In the coming week, we weren't allowed to talk about this until the technology was actually up and running and working. And everyone has just been doing a phenomenal job of picking up the units and taking them out to the homes and helping connect them and get the K through 12 students on the Navajo Nation connected. Many of these students go to school right here at Flag High and other schools within our FUSD. And then, of course, we have a lot of the schools that actually conduct business on the Navajo Nation. This benefits not only District 5 and District 4, but all of the Navajo Nation and areas outside of our county, and has just really been a huge success. We were asked to reach out to some of our community partners regarding K through 12. And so at the time we reached out to Mary Knight, who is now replaced by Troy Harris, and FUSD has been a very great partner. And so we hope to highlight them in our public announcement that will more likely be released within the next 5 to 7 business days. In addition, we just want to go back, obviously, to the board and seek your approval for direction. Helen and I in the IT department, our recommendation is to continue right-of-way for our existing project, which is on Highway 89 and Highway 160. And then, of course, to Supervisor Horseman's point earlier, we don't want to ignore or miss the opportunities for other critical project areas. And so we really want to continue our efforts with the existing project, but also have your approval to review and look at opportunities outside of the 89 and 160 and see if there's opportunities for us to get involved as a county and apply for grants and further promote high-speed internet in those areas that we've identified earlier. And so with that, we'll go to some questions and possible comments from the board. And thank you again for your time. It's great seeing each of you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Yeah, I just want to comment on the Starlink. It is a really great partnership that we have created with Starlink. As you all know, I met them through our NACO meetings in 2017, and then just bringing them 2018 maybe, and just really working with them since then. And then the students now, I want to thank Miranda, my district director, for really taking the time to work with the schools. We're working with schools across Navajo Nation and being able to deliver, identify students. The students have to be on a school lunch program and being able to and not have connectivity. And so we've been able to work with the schools to identify these students. And so that's how we're working with the schools right now. There were quite a few that were delivered during the holidays, and we expect more to be coming in and being able to deliver them again. So far, we have Kaipito to the city boarding school. We have Page that is coming up. These are unified school districts and also the Flagstaff Unified School Districts. So and then we continue to expand, and want to thank all the sponsors and SpaceX staff for working with us. And it is a really great program. Once again, Coconino County is not just working within the boundaries of its county, but and actually beyond that. So that's how this program rolled out, and it's really these international sponsors that have come through. So thank you so much.
All right, continued expanding opportunity. I could say some of my communities by default, so it really helped out.
What I envision, and this is something that we have talked before, this is a great opportunity. We lost population during the pandemic, and also we have a lack of jobs out here. Even we don't have huge companies like the metropolitan areas may have. So one of the projects that we might be able to really look at with all these units being taken out there, and if we can really succeed with the broadband initiative that we have, be able to train people on computers if they don't already know it, and train them on the how to work remotely, and then find them a job. We have jobs that are online now that you can work from home now, and we'd be able to bring people home. Many of our residents leave because they cannot find a job nearby or it's too far to travel, and housing is a big issue out here. As we have had these discussions, this gives us an opportunity to be able to bring people home and be able to have them work from home. So that's just a possibility that is out there. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
So while we're on it, Lena, the question from staff is direction, asking, Matt, ask it again in terms of right-of-way.
Chair Ryan, yes, thank you. So our recommendation is to continue pursuing right-of-way for Highway 89 and 160. And then, of course, evaluate any incoming project proposals that we receive. what we require from the board is really identifying critical project areas that each of the district supervisors consider an area of interest. And so it's really a dialogue, of all of us coming together and identifying areas that if we were to start pursuing other routes outside of the 89 and 160, what would that look like? Obviously, we can't pursue all areas, but that would be, kind of seeking board direction for Helen and I is what does that look like, to the board, to the supervisors of the board.
Okay. So clarity, continue to pursue the right of way. Looks like Sue's raising her hand. Go ahead, Sue. You'll probably help out here. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, let the board know that we have had the opportunity just in the last week to meet with each of you and to encourage any additional information about vendors who are reaching out to each district to get those names and those contacts to us. And we can include those on any contacts we've already discussed with you. And we will continue to work with those vendors that you forwarded to us already and that we spoke with you about in our meetings with you this last week. And I think if there are any additional areas at any time, please, you're welcome to take it through me or get them to Matt directly, either way. And we'll just continue doing this. At this time, the ACA grant, I believe, Matt, the time that the applications can go in has been extended. So we still have an ongoing opportunity here.
Okay. So clarify direction you're seeking, please.
Chair Ryan?
Yes.
Can I ask a question first, and then I would like to make a response to clarify the question that's being asked. But my question is on the ACA grant, when you're talking about third-party applicants, are those only municipalities, or are those any for-profit, nonprofit vendors? What does third-party applicants mean for the ACA grant opportunity?
Chair Ryan, Supervisor Horstman, third party means anybody that is not Coconino County as an entity. So it could be Suddenlink, Altice, it could be South Central Communications, it could be Verizon, it could be any carrier that's looking to expand their footprint within our county up to $10 million. And they could only request maybe 2 million or 3 million, but there's a cap of 10 million for all of Coconino County.
Yeah, so it's not a municipality, it's one of the providers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Although, if I may, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Horstman, NTUA, for instance, is a provider. Mm-hmm. And so they can also be a granting agency as well. They can make application as well. And we have had contact with NTUA to do a smaller project within Tuba City. So that's another possibility. They are also a provider.
Got it. Thank you. So, and then to answer the question, or at least to give some direction, obviously we want to continue the right-of-way work for Highway 89 and Highway 160, but we cannot put all of our eggs in one basket. And I would highly recommend that as well as pursuing that, and as well as using all individuals and folks that we can to try to get that right away, either through the Navajo Nation or Arcadia, and also for the others, that we also look to opportunities that are available to the county, and where there's needs for the county off of Highway 89 and Highway 160.
Yeah. Okay. So part of the question is, do we continue to pursue the 89 right away? But then part of the question was other opportunities. And so we can note them. We know we can't do all of them, but noting those opportunities, and
be brought back to us, Chair Ryan. I would like to see it being brought back to us. We, as I said, we've had this out there since August. It's I hope that we can work something out, because I'd like to see those projects completed. I know we've spent a lot of time already trying to pursue those, but we have to look at other projects. So quite frankly, I would like to see further discussions with the board on other projects if we are not able to complete the 89 and Highway 160 projects and be brought back to the board.
Yeah, I could see that being fit in the other projects, which ones can be brought forward. And Matt, is that aligning with what you want to hear that back from us on that? Is that correct?
Yeah, Chair Ryan. Yeah, I apologize for the way that the question is documented. I think just to clarify it in a different way, because we're talking about this a little bit broader than what it was intended for, is today really we're first asking to continue the right of way for 89 and 160 as the first question. The second piece is really relating to the ACA grant of us evaluating any project proposals we receive between now and the 31st of January for us to identify those critical project areas and provide letters of support for those particular projects with your concurrence. And so that right now, we're not going to come back on every one of those requests to the board. What we want to do is review them and then get them over to the ACA so they can decide whether or not they want to fund them. And we don't want to postpone on that piece because the deadline's the 31st of January. But in the bigger picture, Supervisor Horstman is correct that we're also asking that we take a look at other areas outside of the county in addition to ACA. And that way, if there is funding money that becomes available through EDA and infrastructure bills and so on, that we're not putting all of our eggs in one basket, so to speak, that we're also evaluating other areas. And Helen and I would bring that back to the county manager's office and to the board. So to make sure that everyone concurs on where we would be investing our time and money and in labor, right, on those particular decisions. It wouldn't just be my decision or Helen's. So I think just for clarity of our questions is we continue with right-of-way work for 89 and 160, and then that we also have your concurrence for us to review the project proposals via ACA submissions between now and the 31st of January, but broader that we also have the ability to take a look at projects outside of the 89 and 160 that we could then bring back to the board for further consideration into the future. And I apologize, it wasn't written as such.
There you go.
I concur.
Okay, there you go. I'll walk through. Supervisor Vasquez, you okay with that direction?
Yes, I am. And I just want to put in a plug for the 89 highway project for the Fernwood Timberline area, because they definitely would be a more local area that could benefit from this project as well. So I definitely don't want to abandon that project, but I also want to see what are those other opportunities where we can provide more services to more folks in our county. Thank you.
And Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I think, it's going to benefit over half of the county, so in 3 districts. So I support it. Thank you.
All right. And let's see, Vice Chair Fowler. Lena, do you want us to explain what's going on with broadband? Help you understand that? Yeah.
Yes, please, Mr. Chair, explain it to me. I want it in elementary.
There you go.
So I think that it's always been, that's always been the way that we want to handle this. We have the Highway 89, 160, we have the ACA grant, and then there's opportunities throughout the whole county and each of the districts. We don't want to overstep that. We don't want to not consider those. And I'm really happy that we are moving in this direction. I think that Highway 89 and 160 is still a possibility. So I'm really happy that the board is in agreement. So thank you. And I want to thank Matt and Helen and all those that are working on this internally, to really thank all of them.
Yeah, and I'll add my 2 cents. Yeah, we started with this project knowing the need, the opportunity associated with it, and continuing to work that way, absolutely, for the right of way for 89 and 160. The other projects coming in, absolutely, you bring it back to us, we'll see where we are, see what the state does with it. And then the other areas, we know there are different investments, as you had noted, we had noted, the state is looking to invest in I-17, I-40, and you went through the main corridors throughout the county. If we have opportunities for them, which is what you're suggesting. We can't do them all, but those that we can, we'd at least take a look at them, bring them back to us and see what our opportunities are. So agreed. Yeah. You feel good with your direction now, Matt? It's an affirmation that I hear from all 5 of us here.
Yes, Chair Ryan, thank you.
Okay. All right. And with that, we've worked through the rural broadband discussion. Let's see. We only have one item for that. I was confusing everybody earlier. Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, we're ready to move on to legislative.
Okay.
And Trey Williams and also Treasurer Sarah Benatar will be co-presenting on this item if you're prepared, sir.
Okay, that sounds good. And I do know Supervisor Begay, if she's still here, but she really needs to step off. We can always provide an additional update to her, as well as Supervisor Vasquez, also another commitment on that. Okay, Trey, I'm going to give you the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just getting my presentation started here.
Mr. Chair, this will be the final item on today's agenda.
Oh, no, I want to go on. Let's go all night here.
Treasurer Benatar, if you can accept the panelist promotion, that'll bring you into the panelist view.
Do you hear that, Sarah? Is she coming in there, Lindsay?
Just waiting for her to appear. I can get started while we wait.
Okay, she should be in now.
Okay.
There she is.
All right.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, supervisors, executive team, and the public. It's great to be with you here today. I briefly wanted to provide a legislative update as well as a brief overview and finalization of the 2022 state priorities that I presented to you all last month, believe it or not, on December 14th. So just wanted to finalize those. I've incorporated the suggestions that you made to those state priorities and wanted to just present them for your review. But first, a legislative update. Once again, just to reiterate who the county legislative team is, it's me, I'm the public affairs director, and our consultant, Todd Medexa, who's also previously served in this role. And at the County Supervisors Association with Elevated Advocacy, we appreciate Todd and all of his service. Just to give a brief timeline of the session so that we can orient ourselves to the work that the legislature will be doing over the next 100 days. As you all know, the legislative session convened yesterday and in earnest, and the governor delivered his 8th and final state of the state, which I will go over shortly. And then just to give you an idea of some of the deadlines, I give you these deadlines because this will help you understand the flow of bills. I'm about to cover how many bills have been introduced. And then, of course, the way that we determine which bills are problematic, which ones warrant your attention and concern. We work with our partners at the County Supervisors Association, as well as the Arizona Association of Counties. But these deadlines are just meant to give you a feel for the flow of the session. So for instance, the Senate bill introduction deadline on January 31st, expect that week that we will see a lot of bills introduced and dropped so that senators can get in their last minute legislation. Same thing with the 7 bill introduction limit deadline, which actually occurs tomorrow. So we'll expect to see a deluge of additional legislation. So the number is going to appear quaint later on in my presentation, but it's going to grow shortly by the time I present to you next. And then, of course, they have 100 days to complete their work. And so the 100th day of session is April 19th, 2022. We've seen longer sessions the past couple of years. So, and especially with the constitutional or the legal changes to the constitutional landscape related to the single subject rule, we could see a session that lasts well in excess of 100 days. Additionally, just some other legislative context to keep in mind. This is the governor's last term or last year in office. It is an election year. The margins in both chambers are very, very close. So you're talking 31 and 16 for the majorities. And so very, very close margins. And then you have the polarization that is occurring, which has affected the legislature, which means the parties are diametrically opposed a lot and we don't see a lot of overlap. And so that polarization affects the tenor, tone, and interaction among legislators. So just a brief timeline, as well as some things to keep in mind in the context we're going into session. So some just session statistics. We are in the second day of session. 271 bills have been introduced so far. Like I said, that's a quaint number right now. And as those bill deadlines come, we will see additional legislation introduced. I'm also working with Todd to review that legislation, and we will work, I'll present on this later as well, but we'll be working with the chair on identifying which bills are most pertinent and warrant your attention and discussion and concern, and then which bills we know, Coconino County has traditionally opposed or supported or been neutral on. So as you might imagine, no bills have been passed yet. No bills have been vetoed, and no bills have been signed. So we are very much in the early stages of session. 26 memorials and resolutions have been posted and 0 have been passed yet. So we are in the nascent stages of the legislative session. Watch this space. Moving on to the 2022 State of the State. The governor delivered his 8th and final State of the State yesterday. The theme for the State of the State was Arizona Unstoppable. Governor Ducey touted a lot of the conservative policy priorities that he worked on, some of which are actually relatively new. I mean, he if you look, he calls it conservative. His staff certainly calls it conservative, but some of them are actually pretty novel. That he talked about in that, they're couched as conservative, but he also really wanted to tout the tax reform that he has engaged in over the course of his term. The telework, he talked about that model, or the telemedicine model. So a lot of the idea was that a lot of the conservative policies that he's championed over his 8 years in office have resulted in an unstoppable Arizona. He also unveiled several key policy priorities. One thing that he did unveil is increased DPS pay. So he is looking to permanently increase DPS pay as a means to boost morale and thank DPS for their service. He also talked about border security and unveiled a plan to beef up funding and support for his border strike force. He established the border strike force in 2015 or 2016, and it is essentially a group of law enforcement officers, that a task force, if you will, that is meant, deployed on the border and meant to deal with, border issues. So he's looking to beef up his border strike force. And then he also mentioned an effort to prevent, according to him, there are some counties that are charging for collection of evidence and for forensic nursing visits, and they're charging them to victims. And so he wants to prohibit and prevent that practice. And so that's something that he talked about during the State of the State as one of his priorities, blaming government bureaucrats for flouting the law in this area, although he did not provide specific examples in this, but more just talked about it generally. And then in terms of water, he talked about a $1 billion investment to further secure Arizona's water future. He also touted the expansion of I-10 between Phoenix and Tucson, which has been a long time priority for certain Pinal County legislators, and of course is of interest to Phoenix and Tucson drivers as well. And then he talked about waiving higher education tuition for veteran spouses, since veterans have already experienced benefits to that end. And then he also talked about additional community college investment and then an increased kinship stipend. So those were the governor's State of the State, and we will be looking to see these policy proposals in bill form. And as, of course, those policy proposals come to fruition and are introduced, we will certainly share them with you and keep you posted on their progress. Any questions on this, just to kind of maximize time? Any questions on the State of the State before I move on?
Questions? Nope, go ahead. Oh, looks like Lena. Go ahead, Lena.
Yes, I wondered where the DPS increase in DPS pay is going to come from. Before it's always been pushed over to the county, and that's I was kind of well, I'm not kind of, I am concerned about that.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Fowler, thank you for that. So the details, we are looking at the details on this. It's unclear if he's going to use general fund dollars. They are dealing with a sizable surplus. So he may want to use, it's unclear how exactly they plan to pay for it. The details were not necessarily specific. So we will certainly look to the funding source and share that with you. And of course, we are attuned to this with our partners at the County Supervisors Association. I'm actually about to present on their budget priorities. And one of the things that they pay attention to is whenever there is a revenue reduction or there is a cost shift. So we will certainly be looking to work with our partners at CSA on the details of that DPS pay increase and the source of those funds to ensure that there are no cost shifts or revenue reductions. And in the event that there are, look for direction from you all on how we communicate those impacts to the legislature and to the governor.
Yeah, and it's also in our transportation resolution at CSA, the usual. We don't want the HERF rates, et cetera, on that. All right, Lena, I know that's where you're going, aren't you? All right, go ahead, Trey.
Thank you. So now moving into the budget priorities, I presented on this before. I just wanted to reiterate this to you all. These are CSA's adopted fiscal year 22 budget priorities. And as I just mentioned, a lot of their budget priorities align with the priorities of the board. So for instance, one thing I will note is the increased investment in broadband infrastructure, the continuation on the execution of the PSPRS funding strategy, the reauthorization of budget flexibility language, which Coconino County and other rural counties have sometimes used as a tool to meet fiscal obligations. And then, of course, the CSA also, as part of their budget priorities, engages on all legislation that adversely impacts county authorities and resources. Then additionally, there are some specific ones over to your right. So number one, about the protections for the county taxpayer. First, we're looking at eliminating so the 80 JC fee was eliminated for the 13 smallest counties. However, Maricopa and Pima County still pay a fee to the Arizona Department of Juvenile Corrections for their operation. So the Maricopa and Pima counties are looking to eliminate that fee. And then, of course, there's traditionally been a cost share between the state and county in relation to probation officer salaries. And the state is looking to shift future obligations to counties and to cover less of those salary increases. So that is something that CSA is engaging on. They're also engaging on maintaining the flexibility language as a tool to meet county fiscal obligations. And they've tentatively received some initial indications that the Arizona Tax Research Association may have concerns with the flexibility language, as they think that some counties are now using it unnecessarily and it's no longer necessary to meet those fiscal obligations, or it's become a crutch, if you will. So their CSA is continuing to engage on that, and that is certainly one of their budget priorities. Then in terms of transportation infrastructure, that has long been a topic of conversation at CSA. They will continue that during this session as well. And then of course, broadband infrastructure. That is the presentation that we just heard is very well taken, and CSA is a great partner and is also plugged into the broadband infrastructure funding, and it will assist us in that end, to that end. So that's one of their budget priorities. Any questions before I move to legislative priorities? Okay, so just moving into CSA legislative priorities, this is a little outdated in that there are bill numbers actually. So they've had 3 bills that have been introduced. HB 2012, sponsored by Representative Kavanaugh, has been introduced. And then additionally, the bill folder for 533, it now has a bill number as well. and is sponsored by Representative Blackman. And then Senator Galadon's unincorporated areas transient lodging assessment is also been introduced, so it's no longer in bill folder form. And then as you can see to your right, there are still some other bills that are in the works. I know that they've also secured a sponsor for state aid juvenile dependency, and then also for the rural counties transient lodging assessment. So CSA's legislative proposals are continuing to be introduced. And then once their LPC meets and we start to talk about legislation, we'll certainly bring these to your attention. And if you would like a list, like a report, every week or semi-weekly, every 2 weeks of the progress of CSA's bills, I can certainly run that report for you and send it over to you so you can keep track of its progress. I will be presenting it every week as part of my legislative update. Just a really quickly refresher on the Legislative Policy Committee for CSA. The first CSA Legislative Policy Committee meeting will occur on January 14th. So that's going to be this Friday at 9 a.m. I am working with Chair Ryan to prep for that particular meeting. The agenda just came out this afternoon. And so I am reviewing it and preparing that legislation for Chair Ryan to review, as well as sending out any bills for feedback. And just so you know, for CSA's Legislative Policy Committee, it's a quick turnaround time. Quickly, the agendas will typically come out probably Tuesdays or Wednesdays before the LPC meeting. But then as bills are introduced, I'm reviewing legislation, Todd is reviewing legislation, and the ones that warrant discussion or warrant a position will certainly be brought forward to you. We do that as a means to prioritize because there can be up to 1,800 bills introduced in each session, and only a small fraction of those bills have viability. And so between Todd's years of experience, my years of experience, what we do is maximize that and then bring forward only those bills that we know that are going to be viable and that are actually going to be under consideration by the legislature and therefore of interest to the board to maximize your time. So that is going to start this week as we begin LPC meetings. Due to time, I'm not going to go over bills today because it just would take more time. So we'll have the first LPC meeting and then looking to get some additional direction, some feedback from departments. And then of course, beginning next week or week after that, if I have my legislative update, just so you know, most of that for the state side will probably be devoted to bills, at least until early March, just so we can get positions and direction and information to you all regarding bills that are moving at the legislature. And then just as an aside on the agenda, it does show that Supervisor Horstman is the alternate. So that was confirmed with CSA per the December 14th meeting, just as an FYI. Now moving into the ACO Legislative Policy Committee, they actually met, they started meeting beginning Monday, January 3rd. As I mentioned, the Legislative Policy Committee reviews legislation that may impact Arizona's county governments and comprises of 16 members, which is representatives from each county elected office and the election officials of Arizona, plus 5 executive officers. I am honored to have with me here today to help present on ACO's LPC, the Honorable Treasurer Sarah Benatar, who is our county treasurer. She's also the first vice president. ACO has a successive presidency. So vice presidents 1 through 3, first vice president is next in line for the presidency. So I will now turn it over to Sarah on this slide to give a brief overview of the ACO Policy Committee or the Legislative Policy Committee. And then from there, we'll talk about their action at their meeting on Monday.
Thank you, Trey. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we sure can.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I was driving and I'm sitting in Elena's parking lot. So because I do have to pick her up at 5, so I might have to step away and then come back. But I will be back to finish the presentation. But thank you, Trey, and thank you, Chairman Ryan and members of the board. So quick ACO LPC update for those who may not be familiar. Arizona Association of Counties represents all the other elected officials, so constable, sheriff, assessor, treasurer, recorder, elections, clerk of Superior Court, etc. And we meet Mondays at 9 a.m. The LPC committee is empowered by the board of directors to take positions on legislative items during the time when the entire board of ACO cannot meet. Oh, sorry about that. Speaking of, I just had ACO call me right now. So on Monday, we took positions on 9 bills related to powers and elections. All were opposed except for 2. We also have adopted 21 different positions. Not all of those have even found a bill sponsor yet. So that is being worked on. Additionally, some other bills that we have opposed include restrictions on lobbying by county governments and some tax related bills, and of course elections that will probably be a very busy topic this year. But other areas that we are looking at are, of course, criminal justice reform, things that impact the attorneys and courts, as well as schools. That seems to be a very busy area so far. Property taxes, special districts, financing, and elections as well. So that is kind of where our priorities are going to be right now. Additionally, there is one bill that I know came from Coconino County that is on the legislative platform for ACO, and that is the short-term vacational rental tax parity. I will give that more over to Trey to give a quick update on that, since I know that is very dear to Coconino's heart. But yes, we, along with myself from Coconino County, we also have our Clerk of Superior Court, Valerie Wyant, who is the representative for the clerks on the LPC committee. And if anyone has questions for me, if not, as we go through later, again, I will be back. I will just be walking away for a couple minutes.
Don't want to get in trouble there, Sarah. All right.
No.
Any questions from the board for Sarah right now? Not seeing any, but it's actually a really good, nice to include this way. Good job, Trey. And good to have you, Sarah. Thank you. Go ahead, Trey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a quick update on the short-term vacation rental tax parity bill. There is a bill folder open. So what that means is that when you secure a sponsor at the legislature, the first thing that sponsor will do is when they open a bill folder with Legislative Council. And Legislative Council is the committee and staff that basically oversees drafting, bill drafting, legal analysis of bills on behalf of the legislature. And so when we say a bill folder is open, that means the sponsor has tentatively agreed to sponsor it. They've opened a bill folder, and that allows for that bill to meet the deadline requirements, for one. And then it also allows for the sponsor to work with stakeholders and Legislative Council on draft language. So that is where we're at with the short-term vacation rental tax parity bill. ACO has done a great job with stakeholder outreach on this bill. Once they adopt something as part of their platform, they take the lead. It's their baby, if you will. So we are definitely following their lead on this one. And they have done a good job with the stakeholder outreach. We already know of some potential opposition. We do anticipate on this bill that, just as a reminder, the rental tax parity bill only deals with the assessor side of things. It doesn't deal with the regulatory side of short-term vacation rentals. It deals with the tax treatment of short-term vacation rentals, in which a residential property may actually be used as a commercial property, which the legislature had already indicated that whenever they made some changes to short-term vacation rental, but then they didn't actually specify how assessors should actually classify a residential that's acting as a commercial business through short-term vacation rentals. So this bill seeks to provide the parity for tax treatment on that, so that all commercial lodging operators are treated the same for tax purposes, so that one is not gaining an unfair advantage over the other. So that this particular bill has Representative John Kavanaugh has agreed to sponsor it. And as something just for the public to understand, this bill does not impact their tax liability. It's not going to increase taxes. It actually clarifies to the assessor how to classify property relative to whether or not they're being used for commercial purposes. So I'm happy to answer any questions on that, the short-term vacation rental tax parity. And I am also happy to answer any questions on LPC.
Just on tax parity, I'll just add, good move. Kavanaugh understands the topic. Of course, he can vacillate, but all in all, he understands the topic. So compliments out to ACO on getting him as a sponsor, and we'll see where the conversation goes. Obviously, there are times that, Armando will probably be a spokesperson. Sometimes they'll bring us in. Sometimes it's not necessary. We didn't, reminder, we didn't get the full support of CSA during the initial phase of could this be one of our bills. Part of the reason is it usually falls under the auspices of the ACO. But we also have the opportunity in future, either through LPC or the regular meetings, to potentially get the endorsement of CSA associated with it, as it aligns with the intent of that. We probably won't have objections, but we do need to work toward that to make sure that we don't. Questions or comments by other board members? Looks like Lena. Yeah, go ahead, Lena.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm really happy that ACO they're always right on top of these bills, which is really great. And they're very active and very right up to date with everything that our state legislators are doing and following everything, and they're really good partnership. And so I'm really happy that our county assessor has submitted and they have adopted the vacation rental tax again, and it impacts all of our communities, and a negative impact. So I think this is really important. I like to just see all the other bills, maybe at the next meeting or when you all have time, just to see what kind of bills are being introduced. Being that this is the last year or last term for the governor, just want to see what is going on there. Thanks.
Yeah, interesting on that. Just to note, and just for clarification, it's not a new tax. It is a tax parity definition component on that, for the sake of the general public on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Patrice, did you have anything there, or Veronica? Yep. Okay.
Just thank both Trey Williams and also Treasurer Benatar for their update and to keep us informed on the early days of what's going on at the state legislature. So thank you.
Here we go. Veronica, anything?
Just the same. Thank you for the presentation. Very clear where we need to be and what's coming up. So now we go for the ride.
Well, big part of the ride is defense, as Trey will continue to know. Go ahead, Trey.
Thank you, Mr.
Hello.
Chair.
Hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were still there, Judy. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to say thank you to everyone that's involved in giving us this update. And I just want to make sure that we're just informed along the way, what the developments are. We may be in need where through and get information together or whatever. So I appreciate all the work that's being done, and by the staff and under the supervision of the county manager. Thank you.
Hey, can I go ahead, Mr. Chair? Okay, so thank you for that, Supervisor Begay. To the entire board, thank you for that feedback. And I just want to briefly, I'll be very quick through the state legislative priorities and recommendations. As a reminder, this isn't new to you. In your packet, you should have received the one-pager with this information. I incorporated your feedback from last time, but I wanted to bring it to you for one last review in case there's anything you wanted to add. So if it's okay, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to quickly go through each of them and just read them out, and then that will conclude my presentation.
All right, go ahead, Chair.
So on overall state principles, our priority and recommendation and direction to staff would be to maximize state revenues, increase flexibility for the county, and lessen the impact of adverse state policies on county cost and decision-making authority. For overall state policies, we would oppose proposals that would impose new unfunded mandates, including those that do not allow the Board of Supervisors authority to vary the implementation guidelines. We would oppose the transfer of programs from the state to counties unless program control and flexibility is also shifted and adequate state funding is guaranteed. And we would support proposals that provide local governments with greater decision-making authority over the use of state funds. We would oppose proposals which would impose new unfunded mandates on the county. We would oppose unfunded mandates unless they promote a higher priority. And we would support the budgeting authority of the Board of Supervisors. Under County Administration Board of Supervisors, we would support legislation that promotes and enhances the powers and duties of the Board of Supervisors in carrying out and implementing state policy. We would support legislation that clarifies the tax treatment and regulation of short-term vacation rentals to enhance tax parity and community equity. And for purposes of the public, I want to note that on that one, tax treatment and regulation are different. There are bills that could be introduced related to regulation. So it doesn't mean those are tied together in the ACO bill. I just want to make that clear that they're separate issues, and this particular bullet point will allow for us, will give staff direction to be able to deal with both the tax treatment as well and tax parity as well as regulation. And then the last one would support local control for the Board of Supervisors when structuring and implementing state policy. All right. Moving into environmental protection and health, we'll support abandoned uranium mine cleanup, including enhanced federal funding to remediate contaminated uranium mines. We will support permanently banning uranium development in the Grand Canyon and its surrounding area. And we will support funding and policy goals to address climate change and investments in renewable energy sources.
So I want to pause here just for a second, Trey, because a lot of times we have pieces of JLUS, or they're calling it MSI these times here or there. But I would suggest that we also put in is support the environmental protection and land use in the joint land use study, which is also called MSI on that. But let me just check in. Are we okay with that as far as the rest of the board?
Yes.
Okay.
That is a really good addition.
Okay. Yeah, there are two different categories that go beyond economic development that need to be added associated with that. That's fine. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
I have another suggestion. With our federal policy, we're requesting the federal agencies to rehire their law enforcement. And I believe that on the state side, I'm not sure where we are with that, with the Fish and Wildlife, and they also have the state lands, and I don't know. I know we have DPS that we have to deal with, but I'm just wondering, Trey. These are areas where when the law enforcement is taken away, then our sheriff is the one that our law enforcement, which is the sheriff, ends up having to cover these lands. And that's why we have that federal, that's why we're requesting of the federal government to rehire their law enforcement on forest land, BLM, in the National Park Services and National Monuments. So I just wondered about the state side. if that's necessary.
Certainly, Supervisor, what I can do is we can touch base with the sheriff, because I know that they do regularly deal with game and fish, and have, a working relationship with them and their officers. And so that is certainly something that we can touch base with the sheriff's office on, to be able to better understand the state side of how law enforcement staffing for the state, whether it's DPS, game and fish, and I'm not sure if there are officers associated with state lands, but that to ensure that we are also speaking to that issue on the state side as well. So what I will do is add the sheriff into those discussions, and then also add a bullet point, potentially that one. I mean, I would take some direction on where you think it should go. Maybe under, that could just be actually law enforcement.
Justice and public safety.
Yeah, justice and public safety. So that is something that I will add in under that, Supervisor Fowler, if that works for you. And then from there, reach out to the sheriff, make sure they're aware, and then we can combine the discussions related to law enforcement staffing levels, and how that impacts our county, and examine it both from the state as well as examine the state side, and make any policy recommendations for the board. And then also just continue to send a message and our position on the federal side with regard to that. We know the federal issue very well, so we will research the state issue in more detail to better develop what our priority should be in that arena. And we can work with CSA to do that as well.
Yeah, and it can, I would say that also could align with, some of the spinoff conversations that Diablo Trust was talking about, but aligning it with the sheriff would be important. And I see Patrice nodding her head. Everybody else okay with that? It looks like. You okay, Geronimo? We may have lost them. Okay, go ahead, Trey.
Yes, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then just moving into forest restoration. This is another one like with environment, with the previous category. We have federal efforts, but this is also just to ensure that we're covered on the state side as well. So support forest restoration and biomass initiatives, including promoting forest health with pre-disaster mitigation and restoration-based thinning. Support creation of economic development programs and incentives to draw the timber logging industry to the Northern Arizona region and promote profitability, which we are already taking actions and have projects ongoing in this particular area through NAU. And then we are the next one is support state funding to promote and expedite building of wood products industry in regions with low to no value timber activities to reduce the threat of catastrophic fires and flooding. And lastly, support rulemaking by the Arizona Corporation Commission and action by state legislature that is supportive of and incentivizes biomass energy facilities.
And, this one, I think the broader topics tend to cover it, but, again, this is an area, quite frankly, this is where we've gotten a lot of our money through the JLUS process. So, I would suggest that we weave language in associated with JLUS on this, JLUS MSI on it. If that's okay with the other supervisors, I'll check back in with the other supervisors on that. Patrice, Lena, nodding their heads. I'm seeing people nodding their heads. Okay. All right.
Can I also, and I
Yeah,
would recommend, if you would, Trey, also talk with Lucinda Andriani, make sure we should be weaving in some of our requests for some of those monies from the state for forest restoration. And I would check with Lucinda and see if there's something else we should be adding in there.
Thank you, Supervisor. And yes, I've checked with Lucinda initially, and I'll check with her again, especially on the special session funding, which we did as an update. They got with the AG, and they were able to reinterpret that language. So that allowed us to access some of those special session funds, but we want to make sure we're drawing those down. So I will review with Lucinda and ensure that that's also part of our priorities to ensure we're addressing that on the state side.
Thanks.
All right, go ahead, Trey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then moving into economic development, support funding of and expansion of rural broadband for the region, including leveraging state and federal resources, which we've already just discussed. Support economic development proposals for joint land use study. And then I will add in, just per the direction you gave, I will add this into, with its relevant components, into environment as well as forest restoration. And then I believe, that was forest restoration and environment. So this obviously speaks to the economic development side of that.
Yeah, the only other piece would be they're changing their name, so get the updated name. I probably would put J-Luce in parentheses and put their new name there in the MSI, which I forget what the acronym stands for. Jay Crystal could update us on that.
Got it.
Okay. All right. You know, yeah, no, it's captured there. Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
And then the next one, support policies that promote economic resiliency for local and small business, including business incubators. And then support and invest in the Navajo Generating Station Economic Development Alliance to transition from a coal-reliant economy to a viable and sustainable economy. Moving into health and human services, support policies and proposed legislation that enhances and bolsters the county's COVID-19 response, including policies that promote vaccination, including outreach and incentives for underserved communities, workplace safety and mitigation, testing, investigations and contact tracing, and funding to help address state and local government response. Support policies that enhance and promote collaboration in responding to COVID-19, and promote mental health, substance abuse disorders treatment, and criminal justice reform.
Okay, everybody good? Yep. Okay, seeing nodding heads, go ahead, Trey.
And then moving into justice and public safety, support funding and policy goals that enhance cybersecurity measures to protect local government and citizens' data. Support funding and policy goals to protect voting systems and technologies from malicious and/or foreign interference. And support an increase in indigent defense funding.
All right, everybody good? Yep. Seeing nodding heads. All right, go ahead, Trey.
And then moving into elections management, support funding and policy goals that enhance voter access and participation in elections administered by Coconino County. Support funding and policy goals that promote election security measures and protect the integrity of elections critical infrastructure. Support policies that enhance outreach and participation with voters in underserved communities. Support policies and proposals that respond to and counteract election disinformation and sabotage. And this bullet point is in there specifically because there was as part of the January 6th committee's investigation, there was actually a connection to Arizona, and that there was potentially forged electoral forms that were sent to the National Archives. And so that would be considered disinformation or sabotage. And there could be bills that are introduced during the session that speak to that issue. And so in the event that that impacts our election system, I just wanted to have a little bit of direction on that. So I just wanted to better explain that last bullet point so you kind of understand where I'm coming from to get direction on that, just because we could see bills introduced related to elections, and they won't be like bills we've seen in the past. In the past, we've seen bills where it's the natural partisan push and pull between the parties, but there have been proposals that have gone outside of any bills that we've ever seen in elections administration that are very novel and that deal more with disinformation and potential sabotage than actual policy. And so in the event that that occurs, I just wanted to prepare the board for that and to have some direction for us to be able to respond to that. So just on that.
I say the clarification is good, particularly for staff direction. I could tell you the board's ready to nip at that one right away. So, in other words, it's an area of obvious interest of engagement with the board. And as we've seen through discussions throughout the year, everybody okay with the elections proposals? Seeing nodding heads. Okay. All right, go ahead, Trey.
And lastly, everyone, this is emergency management, and it would support enhanced state emergency management funding for local government. And that includes any of the special session funding for wildfires, any flooding, potential funding for response to flooding, that sort of thing. And that concludes my presentation.
And as you can see, a lot of them are momming up apple pie, but it's really good to have these because if you don't, sometimes discussions can get off track when we're dealing at the legislative level, and it helps us stay focused, consistent with what we want to do from here. Any other comments or questions from the board on this? Not seeing any. I think good job, Trey, in putting it together. Like the addition of the ECO component, an update from what they're doing with their bills. Very good. Appreciate that. Okay, so I think Lena, you were going to comment. Go ahead.
Well, we've had in the past, we had a little discussion, I guess, about the county island and not allowing the liquor license on there, or I guess medical marijuana, anything like that, or is that outside of our full board?
So I would suggest, I would suggest, and correct me if I'm wrong, that would fall into the board's direction under our own policies with our own ordinances associated with that, Steve, or yeah.
We would look at the ordinance for authority first and then go from there. So we can explore that, do some research on that, report back to you.
Yeah, we had the county manager look at it before, and I just thought I'd bring it up. Just don't know if that falls in this category. So thanks.
Yeah, we haven't had legislative components on that, Lena, but yeah, we can bring that back in a different way. Okay.
Thank you.
Other board members not seeing
Yeah.
it. Go ahead, Judy.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you for this very in-depth information that Trey gave us. And I learned a lot, as far as a new board member, and I'm willing to be part of it and do whatever I can to get it done. So thank you. And very good update. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Judy. And yes, good job, Trey. Okay, let me turn back to Steve. It looks like Trey, you're done, or one last minute? Okay, you're good. Okay, Steve, we're hitting the end of the day. Anything last?
Nothing else, Mr. Chair, members of the board. A productive day. A lot of information covered. The roundtable, we can look to find some time on Friday to cover that for any announcements the board members want to make at that time. So
all right. Just right before I adjourn, board members, any last comments? Okay, not seeing it. I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Great job, everybody. Board, management, staff, everybody's done a great job. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you, Trey.
Yep.